Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, yes. I wanted to get an early start today. I know the stream isn't for quite a little while, but I also want to get to level 100 today, too, so that's also a whole nother thing. All these emails and all these messages. Am I getting to that point where I can't keep track of everything? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm getting to the point where I can't keep track of everything. All these freaking messages all the dang time. Where did the ginger go? Where did the ginger go? The ginger. Let's hop into voice chat. Who's in here? Looks like we got a hardcore group going. Bob and Bubba down there, and Envis in the hardcore land. The land of the hardcoreites. What's up, Leon? Where'd Lulu go?
I don't know.
You just dropped off the face of the planet?
Yeah.
He said, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here.
I told him when I got on that my build's damage felt low. He's like, let me see it. And then I showed him the build. He's like, this is low damage to you?
This is low damage? I see like 200, 300,000 crits. 10, 20, 30, 40 of them. Let me fill you guys in on the build that we created. So we basically had an idea to just take all of the lightning affixes, like the Picana gem and the overcharge and the static cling, and like there's like a whole bunch of stupid ones on the druid. It's like emits lightning bolts out of your anus, and and there's like 8 of them. There's like 8 different ones. So we just put them all into one character, and so he literally just walks around like Thor the Thunder God, just. It's hilarious. There's just lightning shooting everywhere all the time.
Can't stop.
Everywhere, all the time. I need to get some levels. We got, I should put a countdown timer up on the screen, probably. Otherwise, everybody's going to ask me every 5 seconds when the thing is. When's the thing? When's the thing? Just hold on. We're going to work on it, alright? PM Eastern Standard. Still up there from last time. Get off the screen. 'Alright. Let's get this Doojank set up here.
Who's winning the poll? The Sork?
Sork buffs. Buff Yo Mama's winning the poll, actually.
Of your mama. My mama.
Buff Yo Mama.
Blockbuster late fees.
What's wrong with Blockbuster late fees?
I mean, does he know the two-timer? Does he rewind his tapes?
Please
You
be
better
kind.
rewind.
Please be kind. Rewind.
Yeah, that one. I used to hate getting the rented movies from Blockbuster and have to rewind them.
Boom, 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 boom. Doo-loo. I miss being able to walk around Blockbuster and look at all the stuff.
Yeah, renting video games was awesome. Like just taking home a bunch of video games to rent.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There's a countdown timer now. Congratulations. Congratulations. You got a countdown timer for you. A countdown timer, yeah. A countdown timer, ooh. A countdown timer, yeah. People will still come in and ask. They will. With the countdown timer on the screen and everything, they'll still come in and go, when's the campfire start, guys? Do you guys know when the campfire starts? I can't figure out when the campfire starts, guys. Do you guys know when the campfire starts? And I'll be like, I don't know. It could be somewhere on screen over there. I don't know. Maybe. You know, it's a mystery. A lot of people are guessing that. We don't know the answer. A lot of people are guessing. A lot of people are making a guess.
First Carlo, now Leah. There's something out there killing us and no one will do anything.
That doesn't work. As per the Clerks movie, that doesn't work. What am I? 92. So 102 minus 54. What am I looking at nowadays?
Do you want to play hockey on the roof?
40,
Yeah.
48. So 48-ish. I guess that means I could just... Let's just make a couple 41 to 50s.
Yeah, it's probably best to just craft 10 sigils that you know you can run or want to run and just have them ready to go. Then just like every time you go to town to like look up a new sigil to run. Another Vesely's prayer.
Isn't that your favorite?
I like it. Oh, this is a good one too.
Isn't that your favorite?
805 with decent rolls.
That was the era of trying to judge a book by its cover, though. And that was literally the era of judging a book by its cover, right? Blockbuster. You go in there and you pick up a video and you're like, maybe you read the back, you know, but like you're just judging the movie by its cover. Take it home, it's garbage. Like, man, my judging skills suck. That's when you start relying on brand names. Like, which company made this movie? Lionsgate? Okay, it might be alright. Hey, no quill rats. Bad. Bad.
That's right, kids. We didn't have IMDb and all these places that go read other people's reviews. We had to read a newspaper if we wanted a movie review, okay? Back in my day.
It was the era of the uninformed. See, that's my whole argument with the Civil War, by the way. Like, I feel like it's exactly the same thing. If we couldn't even look up the review on a movie to know whether the movie was good at Blockbuster when we went to go do a Blockbuster rental like a thon, and then we ended up getting a crappy movie. How you think that the people during the Civil War knew anything? They know nothing. They were the most uninformed people probably on the planet at that particular moment in time. Well, my cousin said.
Bless you.
Who did he hear it from?
And I love my cousin.
Well, my daddy said. Well, the newspaper that's only printed in 2 counties said. Well, I got a letter from my aunt Janine, and she said they ain't got no cell phones. They weren't looking nothing up. They ain't had no articles. Where was the peer review?
I must wait a moment. I must wait on spirit.
He was out of play. And he had to wait till the newspaper came out to get a review. But did he trust the reviewer? There's just something powerful about having a cell phone in your hand or a computer, a laptop, and being able to look up information and share stuff across the entire planet. We're at a day and age where you can learn faster and quicker and more reliable information than you ever could in the past.
You saved my life.
Oh, I'm just walking through this one.
I'm not ready yet.
Can I get test of the build right now?
I'm not ready yet.
Can you do what?
Me? I was asking if you're getting a good test of your build.
Wait a moment.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, the build's freaking fantastic. I ain't got no problems with nothing. I walk around pretty much just ignoring most of the monsters and murdering everything.
Wait a moment.
I mean, yeah, some of my hits might not be the most fantastically high damage, but I do enough small damage hits comparatively. Yeah, the landslides do like 200-300k, sometimes topping out around like 500k. The poisons, I don't know how much they're doing at this point, but it's a lot. I mean, according to the thing, I can do upwards of like 160,000, and that's not counting the double damage chance that when I get like a double poison. And then there was those 3 million freaking, I don't even know where they were coming from, the 3 million hits. They still pop up every now and then. I'll just be playing the game and just bam, 3 million, bam, 2 million, bam. I guess that just means I set things up right.
I'm not ready yet.
Seeing this as a sorceress makes you jealous. Boom, 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 boom.
Not ready yet.
Come here. Come die.
I must wait a moment.
Ooh, yeah. That was a nice 3 million crit right there. 3 million.
I must wait a moment.
Damn.
I must wait a moment.
Why you gotta be so rude, sir? Give me my stone carving. I don't know who thought carrying this big stone around was even remotely possible. If a stone really existed that was this big, that thick, ain't nobody picking that thing up. Ain't nobody picking that thing up. You gonna need like 2 or 3 people. That thing probably weighs all like 300 pounds. Unless it's hollow inside.
Not ready yet. I'm not ready.
And he just got it on his back. Hooked on what exactly? Hooked on phonics. That's from back in the day. Y'all had to remember the Hooked on Phonics commercials.
I must wait a moment.
What's up, Mr. Abomination?
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, get my doojanks. When is the campfire, Mr. Streamer? I don't know. I don't know when it is. I don't know. It could be up on the screen somewhere, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't see my own stream, so I don't see the timer. I don't know. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Ugh, man, I need like a 10-day nap. That's what I need. I need a 10-day nap.
Shake on it.
I'm still voting for voting for National Hibernation Day. I think it's a good one right there. I think everybody would embrace National Hibernation Day.
Hard bargain.
I mean, just picture it, right? Mom, Pa, and their kerchief, and their cat. No, I'm not even joking. Like, just imagine one day everybody gets off, and then for the important workers, the people that can't, get off that particular day, they would get shifted to the next day, right? So you got people doing like the nuclear power plant and stuff like that. They people who can't have a day off, like where nobody works there. So you'd have one. Some people would have to have their day shifted, right? But that'd be fine. All right, so it'd be National Hibernation Day. Everybody just gets to sleep in all day long. That's the whole day. People buy like pillows and new blanket sets, and like the whole day is just based around sleeping, and everybody gets like, you give your friend like a new set of pajamas, and like you just go out and you buy your girlfriend like a real nice like fancy pillow with the memory foam, and it's got the little neck hole in it, and maybe you get a new mattress topper, or whatever. Like, it's just National Hibernation Day, and it's all about sleeping, and everybody gets all ready for National Hibernation Day, and you just sleep in all day long. You just never get out of bed. That's your day right there. You just sleep in all day. Everybody gets off work except for the important workers, and they get off the next day. right? Everybody just gets to sleep all day long. Be like, you ready? He'll be at work the day before. Everybody be like, you ready for National Hibernation Day? They'd be like, oh yeah, you kidding me? I got brand new sheets. I got brand new jammies. I got brand new pillow. I got a brand new mattress topper. I am all set. The wife even got me a snoring strip. Look at you guys already upgrading it to hibernation week. All right. I mean, okay. All right. Hibernation week. Let's go. You probably could do so tier 100 on Sorceress now, Elmo. They reduce the difficulty of the tiers pretty significantly. The equivalent of a tier 100 has changed to essentially the difficulty of a tier 70. So the tier 100 now might actually be doable on the sword.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Speaking of, let's try and push it. Let's see how far I can go. This build is untested. Let's test it. All right, let's start out with a 60. Let's see how high we can go. We got a 56. Is it any good? Electric Lance is pretty nasty. Disabling healing potions is pretty nasty. Oh man, I don't know about that one. How about the 55? Stormbane's Wraith. It's not terrible. I mean, I could deal with Stormbane's Wraith. I just got to keep ahead of it. Try that one. $55 it is. Let's go. Yeah, sleep apnea machines on sale. Exactly. Mattress stores do to have like the hibernation day sales. They'll be like hibernation sale this Sunday. Get your mattress at the Hampton. Only at the dump. The dump to the dump. If you're not from Virginia, you might not know what the hell the dump is. It's literally a store called The Dump, and they have ads all the time, and they sell like used furniture and things like that. Kind of like their whole gag.
I must wait a moment.
I think the rock's gonna end up killing me.
I must wait a moment.
And now he's back.
Bless you.
I guarantee the rock's gonna end up getting me at least once before the end of this dungeon. I'm not gonna be paying attention, and I'm just gonna die from the rock.
Rock always wins.
Wait a moment.
He's gonna come up behind me and be like, "Can you smell what the rock is cooking? A ginger."
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, a channeling shrine. Y'all should have never gave me that. Oh god, I'm about to die. Channel me some earthen bulwark, please.
I must wait a moment.
Will you go away, Mr. Rock? Can't even use my channeling shrine in peace.
My savior.
Oh Lord. Get out of the rock's radius. Run from the rock.
I'm not ready yet.
They're slowing me down. I can't run. Nope, run away.
My savior.
Yeah, come on, Rock. Follow me around everywhere.
I'm low on spirits.
Not like I wanted to actually do anything.
I must wait a minute.
I don't know who thought this was a good idea. I swear, somebody hates people. Whoever designed this game, I think, just has like a deep seething hate of anyone who stands still for more than a half a second. They're just like, oh, oh, oh. How dare you take a sip of your water? How dare you take a sip of your water? You are not allowed to take a sip of your water, sir. You put your hand back on that keyboard right now. I'm gonna send a rock to kill this guy every single time he takes a sip of water. And he's never gonna be able to take a sip of water in peace the rest of his life.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god, that lightning rock. I think everything in the game is relative. This thing is relatively mild compared to the rock that comes up behind me and almost one-shots me every single time it hits me.
You gotta love the rock. You gotta caress the rock.
Caress the rock, love the rock, teach the rock your ways. But you can just stay right there then. Ain't nobody said you gotta come over here. I'll just kill you from a distance. I don't care.
Spirits.
I got ways. I got some ranged attacks. I'll hit you with them.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll hit you with the posing.
Oh, the ExileCon live stream is today.
XCOM.
ExileCon, like their PoE's version of BlizzCon, basically.
No.
I must wait a moment.
Oh my gosh. Why you gotta teleport on my head? I think the telestomping is probably the worst thing about the rock. Figuring out where the rock is easy. But then when the rock just teleports on your head while he's already mid-attack, there's no like changing in the animation when he teleports either. It's just he teleports on your head, and he might be in the middle of an attack cycle when he teleports, and he just stays in the middle of an attack cycle when he teleports. So he'll just teleport on your head, literally already attacking.
He knows how to tele-slam.
Oh, he's telestomp. He telestomps all right. He knows the telestomp rules. Did Barb get nerfed already? Hashtag nerf Barb.
I must wait a minute.
We noticed some players hit 100 level with the Barbarian, and we did not expect this, so we're nerfing Barb.
I'm not ready.
We noticed that the sorceress has been dying a lot lately in a lot of dungeons, so we decided that it was very important that we address this. So we nerfed the Barb. You know, when we were checking out the Barbarian, we realized that we may have been overly harsh with some of the nerfs to the Barbarian. So we decided to check out the Barbarian ourselves, and we found that the Barbarian really was underperforming in certain areas. So we decided to nerf the areas that the Barbarian was overperforming in, so that all areas have an equivalent value.
I must wait a moment.
You know, the sad thing is, that actually sounded legitimate. That's straight in line with what they do.
That's just a normal day.
That's just a normal day. Like it's not even exaggerated at all. They're like, we understand that you guys are having fun using swords, so we nerf swords because we want you to not use swords.
I must wait a moment.
Lord Jesus in heaven. I don't know what the hell's going on over there.
I'm not ready yet.
But that was just death. I kept taking little tiny spikes of damage and they just wouldn't stop. And I could watch I was watching my HP just slowly diminish into nothingness. And I couldn't stop it. I don't know where the damage was even coming from. I'm gonna go get some potions real quick. I wasted every potion I had trying to survive whatever the hell's going on over there. It's a good thing the potion vendor's right here.
Oh wow.
I mean, one of the things that really bugs me is them being like, oh, people aren't using the overpower weapon, you know, the passive, you know, maces, and they aren't using the healthy and the injured damage.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, they're not using those, and we're upset that they're not using those, so we're gonna nerf all the ones they are using. So instead of making the other ones more attractive, they just decided to make the ones that nobody was using more attractive by beating up the competition. Let me just.
Oh.
Oh man.
They're like, this 10 needs to surround itself with a bunch of 5.
I hate to use a really bad example, just the worst example, so don't hate me for this. But you know what it's like? It's like if you were in a beauty contest and you were trying to win the beauty contest and somebody else was prettier than you were, and instead of actually trying to you know, outperform that person, you just hired somebody to go beat them up so that their face was all messed up. And that way they wouldn't be able to win the contest because they'd have a black eye, like a bruised lip, you know, and I just in general make them look like the most horrible person ever. So instead of actually trying to win the contest by your own merit, you're just like, let me just beat up the competition to the point where they're just unrecognizable, so that I'll win just on a technicality. It's not how it works. You can't. You don't win a contest by destroying the competitor. You didn't actually win at that point. That's not even a win.
Isn't that the Tanya Harding story too? She tried to take out her kneecaps or whatever. The competitor.
Something like that, yeah. Like, I can't win the legitimate way, so I'm just gonna just handicap the competition.
Yep. Crit strike damage, you're too good. We're gonna chop those knees.
Oh man.
I must wait a moment.
I just don't understand. I just don't think the developers understand that some of the aspects are just not desirable, and that I don't think anything they're going to be able to do is going to make those aspects desirable. I mean, overkill damage. They've got to do some rework on overkill if they want anyone to build overkill damage. Because as it is right now, I can't even. I'm not even sure that even if I built an overkill character, a character specifically built around overkill, would I even want to build overkill damage? I don't even know. I'd have to work out the numbers, but I think it might be better just to run regular stats than to run overkill damage.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
So we nerfed all the stats in the game so that you would run overkill damage. There is no other stat in the game now. It's just overkill on all pieces of equipment.
I must wait.
Congratulations. This is all your fault.
3% of the time, you'll be winning.
3% of the time. 3% of the time, my boys. 3% of the time, every time. Boy, this boy hits hard. I'm scared. He about to kill me.
Ready yet.
On
I
Burgundy.
must wait a moment.
Yeah, I think he means overpower. Overkill sounds nice though.
Overkill, yeah. Overkill sounds... No, we're going to add a new mechanic called overkill. There you go. Overkill. 1% of the time. Yes, I mean overpower, obviously. My tongue slips sometimes.
Overkill is a unique. That is fun because Deathblow is fun,
I must wait a moment.
but needs better stats.
I just don't think that they get that what they didn't even do anything. So, you know, they reduced the effectiveness of all the ones that everybody was using, right?
I'm not ready.
And they're like, we reduce the effectiveness of these so that it can encourage people to use the other ones, right? Did anyone start using any of the other ones?
Nope.
No. You know why? Because they were bad, and they've always been bad. And in reducing the effectiveness of the good ones did nothing to convince people to use the ones that were bad. Nothing.
I must wait a moment. My burden is too great.
Nothing. Oh, man. I can't wait to see what they have to say today. I can't wait to see what they have to say today. People were relying on crowd control too much, so we nerfed that.
Buying or selling?
I mean, why do people want healthy damage? I mean, as much as I understand the having them in the game is like an additional thing, the healthy damage and the injured damage, they're interesting, but nobody really runs them as a standard piece of equipment. They might use it as an off piece of equipment that they have in their inventory specifically for, you know, times when they need to fight a monster in the injured state, which is usually just really tough monsters. But for the most part, like, injured damage and healthy damage tend to be, like, among the worst affixes in the game, and they're passive effects on weapons. So you're looking at a passive effect, and you're like, okay, I don't even know why anybody would ever even choose this passive effect. I kind of feel bad for the druid, because the druid has two-handed maces, which is overpower, staves, which has crowd control damage, which has been nerfed into oblivion, axes, which is healthy damage, which I guess is better than overpower damage at the very least, and then one-handed maces, which is also overpower damage.
Yeah, your only choice is healthy, and just enjoy the first hit that is bigger than their other hits. It's like,
Here, have some bad mods. I think it's kind of the same thing with the passive mods on the pants and the boots too. I feel like there's clear winners in the passive mods for those as well. Don't tell them though, because they're going to reduce the number of max evade charges.
yeah. Who knows? Everyone got the +3 evade charges, so we're gonna bring that down to +1. That way, the other ones seem more competitive. Enjoy the game.
We heard that you really liked chocolate ice cream, so we removed chocolate ice cream from the menu. Now you can enjoy the other flavors: beetroot flavor, Cranberry nut crunch and dog food flavor. Doesn't the fact that chocolate's no longer on the menu make the dog food flavor one seem much more appetizing?
Like the movement speed boot one should at least be 5 seconds or 4 seconds. Like 1 second? Like it's 75% movement speed for 1 second? Whee!
Well, I can almost see the usefulness of those though, because they added in items like what's it called? Those boots, those sorceress boots that give you crit based on your movement speed. So you can basically use them as a way to give yourself extra crit.
Yeah. Be nice. Make it last a couple more seconds.
Just a couple. Just a couple more seconds. Cover it with snow. Couple more seconds. Time to go. I feel like they're really stingy with a lot of the buffs too. Do you feel that way? Like, I'm going through the game and I'm looking at these buffs and they're like, we'll give you this for 3 seconds, or we'll give you this for 2 seconds, or we'll give you this for 1 second. And I'm like, I can't even press another button before it wears off.
The frenzy one is just embarrassing because you have to be berserking to get the attack speed. So you have to be berserking, then you get the frenzy stacks, and then you try to like whirlwind, for example. And by the time your whirlwind gets charged up to do any damage, the debuff for the buff is over. You have no more, and then attack speed doesn't even scale with whirlwind. So either way, it's just like that failed completely when I tried it. I was like, what is this?
3 seconds.
I'm berserking. I got a 3 second buff if I'm berserking, and then I try to use it and it doesn't work, and it's gone.
The buffs are so small that most of the time they don't even do anything. They don't do anything at all. You're just like, oh yay, I have a buff. And then you try and use any ability to go along with it, and by the time you use one ability, that's it. It's gone. I mean, I could go through the tree and just pull up buff after buff, like in these trees that are just so short. Like the Blood Howl attack speed is 4 seconds. So you use the Blood Howl and you've got a whole 4 seconds to utilize that 15% attack speed. Like what is that? I mean, even the Debilitating Roar's debuff is only 4 seconds. I mean, how much time is that actually going to buy you in a fight? I mean, even the vulnerabilities and stuff that go off on like items, they're usually like 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Sometimes they're even as low as 1 second. I don't even know what you're gonna do with a 1 second vulnerability. I don't even know what that's actually gonna do for you.
I remember I told you about the Hammer of Ancients one when it was in the beta. It was like 2 seconds. It's like when you overpower. So you got to get an overpower. With Hammer of the Ancients, you do 30 times multiplier for 2 seconds.
2 seconds, my friend.
You get like one more swing if you're lucky.
One
you have to
more
be
swing.
on frame.
Woo!
Like on frame, on like server tick to get that damage. Otherwise, you missed out. A little lag, you're not getting that 2 second buff for anything. Not even one attack.
Each enemy hit by wind shear increases your movement speed by 5% for 5 seconds, up to 20%. For 5 seconds. So you get a 20% movement speed increase for 5 seconds. Some of the basic buffs are so minute that you have to literally be spamming them repeatedly to even get the effect. If you don't spam them repeatedly, you're not gonna get the bonus. See, 1 second of Unstoppable actually makes sense, though, because it pulls you out of a crowd control effect. So at least at that particular moment in time, it's very useful. So 1 second of Unstoppable pulls you out of whatever CC you're in and lets you continue whatever you're doing. Gets you out of danger, at least, for that moment. That's an instantaneous bonus, and that's kind of what we're talking about, and I think that exemplifies exactly what we're making fun of here. Is that the Unstoppable for 1 second is an instantaneous bonus that has an instantaneous effect, right? So you use it, and if you're in a crowd control effect, it immediately breaks you out, right? Well, when you get a buff for 3 seconds of 15% attack speed, it's not an instantaneous bonus. 15% attack speed does nothing for you unless you take advantage of it, right? It's like having the world's fastest car in the world, but you never drive it. Doesn't matter, right? And then the guy's like, well, I'll let you drive my Ferrari, but you got 3 seconds. And you're like, okay, where can I go in 3 seconds? You get in the car, you turn the key, you shift it into gear, and he's like, oh, time's up. And you're just like, I didn't even, like, the wheels didn't even move. Like, can we count from the point where the wheels move? All right, can you just give me that? Like, just let me start the car and get it into gear first, all right? And then when the wheels move, you go 1, 2, 3. That'd be nice. And that's part of the problem too, is that some of these abilities have such long animation times. Like Rupture, for instance, on the Barbarian, it has a really long animation. So it has this attack speed bonus that it gives you, and by the time the animation is finished, it's burned up half of the attack speed, because you can't even do anything until it attacks. Rupture goes like this. It goes. So like you got like a full 2 seconds of your attack speed is just gone while you're using the Rupture animation. I think it's hilarious. I don't know who decided on these extra small timers for everything, but it makes them practically useless. You basically can't do anything. All right, let's try a 61 to 70. Let's go get our butt kicked. You guys ready to die?
I felt like the only thought process around it was they were trying to prevent infinite loops of these buffs, but then if you're trying to prevent infinite loops, just put an internal cooldown, like where you can't proc so many times in a minute or whatever. Like,
I mean, is it really a bad idea to have an infinite loop of a cooldown though? Because if I have a 15% increased attack speed, and I can keep that up by spamming an ability, I'm still using the ability exactly as you destined me to use it. Like, it's not like I'm just taking advantage of the game or using an exploit. I mean,
yeah,
you make them so short that literally they're not even usable within the context of what you designed them for.
Trying to get inside the developer's head, and it's a dangerous place to be.
It is a dangerous place. I'm telling you, the guy who designed the resistance system and the armor system, I'm telling you, he reminds me of a teacher that I had in high school. So I had this teacher in high school. He was a very short Asian guy. I think he was from Japan. I want to say he was from Japan, and he spoke English, but you know he spoke at a broken English, and he was very good at math. I mean, I'll give him that. He was very good at math. He also came to work every single day with a Playboy belt buckle on that he very proudly told us that he got from a thrift shop. Literally, it had the Playboy bunny on the belt buckle, and just, you know, absolutely brilliant at math, but absolutely just completely clueless in terms of how things should actually work within the world. I mean, I always got the impression from him that he would have made a very amazing mathematician, but don't ask him to help you with anything in the real world. You know, like don't ask him for advice on which car to get or what restaurant to go to or any of that stuff. Just don't. And the guy who designed the armor system, he was on one of the dev chats. They had him on there. And I got the same exact impression from him. He seemed like a really amazing mathematician, but he didn't really seem very good at like real world stuff.
I'm not ready.
And he's in there explaining the armor system and how it works. And I'm over here like, and then we get in the game and actually test it, and we're like, what is this garbage? Like, why is our resistance like pretty much 0? Come to find out, it was his whole system in the first place that turned it into that. Where he's probably over there redesigning the system right now for season 2.
I must wait a moment.
I don't understand the reasoning they gave for that in that one chat. Like, one of our playtesters was playing the game, they ran into a boss, and he did shadow damage, and it was instantly killing them, and they couldn't complete the boss. So we had resistances to armor. That way they can survive the boss and do the boss. What?
No, don't do that.
Have you
no.
ever played an RPG ever?
Did the guy who was playtesting the game, had he ever played an RPG ever?
Bless you.
Like, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but that's basically the reasoning behind what they said it was. I remember specifically saying there's a shadow damage boss. And it was killing everybody. I wonder what I would do.
Reminds me of in Zelda Breath of the Wild and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, when you died to a lightning attack, it would show game over, and the game over would be written in yellow. Or if you died to a cold attack, the game over would be written in blue.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I'm so close to dying. These monsters hit real hard. The tier 67 dungeon, and the monsters hit me real hard. I've almost died like several times.
I'm not ready yet.
It gets really close. I proc that really nice blood howl with the 25.2% heal on there, and that usually props me up for a little while. And then I get my earthen bulwark running throughout my debilitating roar. Rupture's been buffed a lot, so in the past I've dogged on Rupture really badly, and I need to give it another try now because they buffed it like 4 different ways. But I haven't given it a try since they buffed it, so I'm not gonna say it sucks anymore until I try it, and then once I try it, then I'll say whether it sucks or not.
They should just make the Fields of Crimson have another stat on it, or be part of the blood pool that it spawns, where it's like has a 50% chance to keep the bleed on the target, to not consume the bleed, or you know what I mean? Like, just put a chance in there. That'd be crazy. It's like, okay, now Rupture has a high chance to not consume the bleed if you have this unique.
Oh god. Pain. Pain. So much pain. Stop getting up.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, he's a summoner, isn't he? Is he a summoner? Why does he have damage resistance? Where's... Oh. He keeps summoning DR... He keeps summoning minions, but every single time he summons a minions, it's a DR minion. That's some cheats. That's some hacks right there, buddy. He summoned like 4 DR guys. Every single time I went to go fight him, he still had the DR on him. I would go kill the DR guy, and then I would go back to fight him, and I would look at his bar, and it still said damage reduction, and I'm like, wait, like what? And then he summoned another one behind me, and I killed that one, and then went back to fight him again, and he summoned another DR guy. And he wouldn't stop summoning DR guys. I was like, come on. Can't even kill you. You're cheating. You're cheating. How are you pulling out? What is this, Yu-Gi-Oh? And you're trusting in the heart of the cards with your summoning pack? I trust in the heart of the cards. I summon Exodia. Oh, there goes my first death. Boom. I mean, it's to be expected in a tier 67. That was a little rough. Stay right there.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, wow. One shot. Are you kidding me? What? Who one-shot me, you little punk? Trying to build up my fortify. Unfortunately, when you die, all your fortify goes down.
I must wait a moment.
They hit freaking hard. Let me tell you what.
I'm not ready.
Look here, buddy. Where's your suppressor field? He had the suppressor mod, but I never saw a suppressor shield over top of his head the entire time I was fighting him.
I'm not ready yet.
I just got a level 5 of the Picana.
Oh, nice. What's the damage on it?
It goes up to 1,062, like double almost.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I think the one I was using was like $6.99.
I'm not ready yet.
This is a big boy Picana.
I need to go farm for a 20% suppressor. This build uses the suppressor gem a lot. It'd be nice to get a 20% suppressor. A tier 5 one at that. It'd be nice to get a tier 5 suppressor. Have you tried to see if you can like craft the suppressor gems? Like the tier 5s anyway?
I don't think I mean, I have a ton of mats if you want me to try it.
I mean, I was gonna try and like farm. Oh god, pain.
I seem to be getting the tier 5s in the nightmare dungeons. Like, it seems to be way more popular when dropping them in the higher nightmare dungeon.
Whoa! What was that damage number I just saw?
I must wait a moment.
Hold on a second. I need to go back and take a look at that. Look, die already. I don't know what damage number I just saw, but I think it was 30 million. I mean, it was quick. It was really quick. I'm gonna have to go back and rewind. But that looked like a 30 million crit.
Be kind.
Hmm? Let me see if I can look at this real quick. Hold on. I gotta see. Come on. Okay, let's go back a little ways. I don't know what that number was, but I saw a lot of numbers on the screen, and I was like, holy Jesus. What was that? No, it was just a 3. Okay, it was just 2 overlapping numbers. Okay. Whew. So it was a 3.3 million crit, and it was a 56,000 crit that overlapped just perfectly and made it look like it was a heck of a lot longer of a number than I thought it was. That really does look like a really big number, though. It really does. Come on now. This is one of my 3.3 millions. Not that big of a deal. I thought it was like a 33 million. I was like, whoa, 33 million. All right.
Now, last week was the I'm sorry. We sorry. This week needs to be the changes.
Oh, God.
I'm not ready yet.
I think that was a 4 million right there. That looked like 4.5 million. Not bad.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, you can get out of here with them jumpy attacks.
I'm gonna craft a bunch of uncertain hearts. See how it goes.
Just see if you get a tier 5. I don't even care if you get a crappy one. Just let me know if you get any tier 5s at all, because I want to know if tier 5s are craftable.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, I crafted 20 hearts. I'm lagging out the town.
Yes. Lag out everything.
Okay. Yes, I got a level 5.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
So crafting can yield a 5. All right.
So far I got 2 out of the first 5 I checked. 3 level 5s, 4 level 5s.
So crafting is actually a pretty good way to get level 5s then.
I'm not ready.
6 level 5s. 6 out of 20.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
And I did the random caged one where it's just any color.
Oh, you did the... Okay, so you didn't do the individual ones. You did the random box.
Yeah, I did the random box.
Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Now I've
Oh,
created
oh,
a torch
oh,
touch.
oh, oh, this is spicy. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, don't die. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Spice, spice. Super spice. Take that. Take that. Oh, God. Spice everywhere. So much spice. I'm out of potions. More spice.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, God. There's so many lightning thingies. I'm running away. I'm gonna go get potions. I'm out of potions. I mean, if you focus on defensive aspects, you don't really hit very hard. Wudijo hitting for 20k crits sounds about right. I mean, he's trying not to die, right? He's trying not to get one shot.
I must wait a moment.
Sounds legitimate to me.
Well, the level 5 resource drain one goes up to 100%, so you can ignore all resource drain.
I must wait a moment.
I'll rule the abomination.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
The build has now cleared tier 67. Working my way on up. Working my way downtown. Stop talking about Rupture. They're gonna nerf Ground Stomp. Ground Stomp's pretty OP, to be honest. I think Ground Stomp is really good. A lot of people sleeping on Ground Stomp. That thing's amazing. It's an AoE stun. It puts down earthquakes. You can utilize it to focus your bleed damage on a target. You can use it to reset leap. I mean, Ground Stomp's pretty OP. Hashtag nerf barb.
I don't know what level freak mode.
Fine indeed.
Didn't really pay attention so much to see when I got my first tier 5.
For what?
The hearts. He wants to know what level do the tier 5 hearts start dropping. I don't know if it's a monster level thing or a character level. Obviously, I can start crafting them.
Well, I know
but
if you
I'm
go,
not-
I know if you go back to World Tier 3, they only drop like Tier 2 at best.
It's hard to know. I didn't pay attention to see exactly when I got my first one.
Uncertain heart caches. I seem to be running low on Icar's I need to go farm some Ickers, apparently. I really do want to get a better subterfuge one. I might have to go down there and just farm some Dewjanks and see what I get. There seems to be devious ones down there a lot, so it's not like you couldn't just run down there, kill a bunch of devious ones, and I hope you end up getting a nice one. I could even maybe find one of these that has a devious. It is a devious, and then I could do the devious invoker as well. So that's a vicious invoker. This one is devious. It's called the Boiling Wound. It's in Fractured Peaks, close to Bear Tribe. Let's go play around in there. Let's go play around in Rod's Malignant Tunnel, guys. How much you want to bet Rod ended up getting taken off the campfires because of the Rod Malignant Tunnel? They're like, we don't want to call them Rod's Malignant Tunnels. Like, dang it, you see what you did? They're called Rod's Malignant Tunnels now. What's wrong with you?
I cannot do that here.
Oh yeah, before I exit town here, let me go check some stuff real quick.
Lock the taskbar, lock the taskbar.
We need time to do that. I need more time. I need more time.
Ow. Just got off my horse and almost died. $56 to go, boys. 56 minutes to go. The Sweltering Passage. Oh, man. Rod's Sweltering Passage.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. 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 I must wait a moment.
Play a full minion build at tier 100? I don't know. I'm not running a full minion build at the moment. Or unless you're talking about Necromancer, and then I don't know that one either. I haven't done a full minion build Necromancer yet. I want to, eventually.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I love the elixirs lasting longer.
Oh yeah. There's nothing not to love about that. Honestly, because some of the best elixirs, you only have a certain number of them anyway, so you just feel like you're getting a lot more out of them whenever you use them.
Yeah, I'm almost out of good elixirs. I might want to do HellTides again soon.
Oh, this one's got a Varshan area too. I didn't think this one had a Varshan area. That's pretty cool. I guess I can kill Varshan real quick. I think last time I tried to kill Varshan, it was kind of a slow fight. This character's not really set up for bosses.
Yeah. The nature of Unica is AoE, I believe. Just the way it's designed.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
The tornado build has pretty good single target.
I'm not ready.
And then the Lancet build I was playing has good single target as well.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, he's scaling with your level. He's 86. Okay.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
I mean, my damage might not be the most amazing, but I am literally just sitting here face tanking him, so I guess I can hardly complain. Varshan gives a lot of ichor for making other gems too, which I noticed. He gives you like 10 of every single kind of ichor.
I'm not ready yet.
Sometimes multiple stacks of each.
It is locked. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
That's the entire dungeon, alright? It's not even that big. That's what she said.
Hey.
It's not even that big.
Think we're getting ride today? Didn't look like it in the picture, huh?
You know, They'd be silly if they didn't. Rod's the best part of them things. I don't care what people say. Humor is always appropriate. A good joke turneth away wrath. Oh, did I come to the wrong one? I meant to go to, not devious. I need to go to brutal. What am I doing? Find a brutal one. I guess the original one is brutal, isn't it? I am tired, Kyle. I've been pushing it and pushing it. I've been streaming for like 12 hours a day minimum, like every single day, if not more than that. I've been having fun with it. I mean, you know, you get tired. I need a nap. That's what I need. I need a big old nap. National Hibernation Day. Let's go.
Got to school to settle. You have a deal.
I need a nap. I'll just take a nap right here until it's time. You guys wake me up, right? How about that?
Right. Go to sleep. We'll start screaming at you when it starts. Wake up!
Did you ever see that one guy? He did a sleep stream, but he set up like speakers, and he had it so that people could donate like really loud, annoying messages. And the whole goal of the stream was for them to try and wake him up. And they would donate like $5 or whatever and get their audio message up there, and it would just be the most horrible, ridiculous noises.
Asmongold did something similar on the WoW Classic launch like 4 years ago. Basically, there was 6-hour queue times or 8-hour queue times. So he's like, "That's it. I'm going to sleep." And then when his queue got really close, everyone was spamming him, like trying to get him up. And then people were calling his phone. Like, everybody was just trying to wake him up.
Yeah. Fell asleep in his chair and died on stream. What a way to go. Peaceful. It's peaceful. With everybody watching, too. Very peaceful.
I heard about people dying in like computer cafes and stuff in Asia. Because they game like 48 hours straight or 50 hours straight and the guy died. I didn't hear anyone streaming. That's crazy.
And he probably drank freaking coffee the entire time while he was there, too. All hopped up. Twitching. You alright, brother? Yeah. I'm doing good. I just found my first unique item. Your eye seems to be bothering you. It's twitching a little bit there. You're like, nah, this is just normal. That's how it normally is. I just be twitching like this. It's not a big deal.
I must wait a moment.
But can you believe it? I got to level 60.
I'm not ready yet.
You know how they changed the leave dungeon cast from 3 to 5 seconds or whatever? One guy was saying they should have changed it to like 3 or 5 minutes so you get up and walk around, promote health. He's like, just make it long. Make it super long.
You'd never get out. Something would always pop up to hit you.
Sitting here casting for 5 minutes.
Wow, 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 wow. "45 minutes till the campfire chat. We got 45 minutes to go." We get to find out about how they're nerfing Barb. Hashtag nerf Barb.
I'm not ready yet.
We hear you. and we hear that the community wants Barb to be stronger. So we went ahead and nerfed them.
Well, we heard that everybody was using Hoda and Ren, right? And we wanted Barb to be great across the board. So we wanted to make sure that everybody was having fun, and not just only the Hoda and Ren barbarians. So we nerfed Hoda and Ren. That makes all the other builds equivalent in nature. So now you're going to have fun with Double Swing, too.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, you can run Wolf. I had a whole build where I was running the Pole Companions, and I was doing like 1.5 million crits pretty easily. I mean, running full Companions with the Landslide, Poison, it actually worked pretty well. I wanted to go for more of a Poison Creeper build, though, and so I switched it out a little bit. And that was before I even had the character built up properly. He probably would have been hitting 3 mil crits easy. No, I'm not using the shape, the Skinwalker's aspect. This is a whole different build. This is a whole different ball of wax. Y'all ain't even seen the likes of this kind of a build before. This build's crazy. I have 3 defensive cooldowns, and each defensive cooldown can trigger the other defensive cooldown. You think I have 3 defensive cooldowns? No. I have like 6 defensive cooldowns. And not only that, but my defensive cooldowns are offensive cooldowns. Yeah, wrap your head around that. My defensive cooldowns are offensive cooldowns. They're all offensive cooldowns. So my defensive cooldowns became offensive cooldowns because I heard you like defensive cooldowns. So we gave you more defensive cooldowns, and we turned them into offensive cooldowns so you can have defensive and offensive cooldowns at the same time.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll go over my build real quick. I'll show you guys. I'll give you an idea. I'll let you in on the secrets.
I must wait a
Just let me kill this boss first.
I must wait a moment.
You take that back, Butas. You take that back.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
You take that back. Okay. So when I originally started this character, I wanted to make a companion druid. That was the general idea. Although I really just wanted to focus on the poison creeper. I really liked the poison creeper. Poison creeper is one of my most favorite things. So I wanted to make a build around the poison creeper. That was my general idea. I started out and I made a companion druid, full companions. I had all 3 companions, and it worked really good. I was hitting for like 1.5 million, 3 million crits on Landslide. My poison damage was doing really nice. I had a little bit of a survivability issue, but I was probably going to be able to fix that. The wolves were doing decent damage, so was the ravens. But I wanted to focus more on the poison creeper and less on the full companion suite. And I eventually did get my hands on a flesh render. So the flesh render has an effect which is basically debilitating roar and blood howl deal damage to nearby poisoned enemies. So again, building around the poison creeper, the entire idea here is that the poison creeper is doing most of the damage, and then I'm utilizing the poison in a myriad of ways on the build. Okay, so I'm basically just playing around with the poison creeper and the flesh render. Well, because debilitating roar and blood howl both can trigger the damage from the flesh render aspect, I was like, well, why not have both? Like, why not have both of the abilities? So me and Leon were thinking about it, and we kind of like figured out a way that I could have both abilities and spam them basically continuously, so that I could spam Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar continuously to take advantage of the poisoned enemies from the Poison Creeper. So the Poison Creeper is the way that I get the poison, and then the Blood Howl and the Debilitating Roar is the way I take advantage of the Flesh Render, which is utilizing the Poison Creeper. The Landslide, which is also that new aspect that was added in the new patch, which is the subterranean loop. You know, Poison Creeper's active also cast Landslide, is another way that I'm focusing on the Poison Creeper. So this entire build is built around the Poison Creeper. But then I wanted to cast even more defensive abilities, and I was like, well, how can I cast as many Blood Howls and as many Debilitating Roars as I can to take advantage of the aspect that the Flesh Render allows? Well, the key to this is the Nature's Fury passive. So the Nature's Fury Keystone passive is casting an Earth skill has a 30% chance to trigger a free Storm skill of the same category. Casting a Storm skill has a 30% chance to trigger a free Earth skill of the same category. Then in combination with the special aspect called Nature Savagery, you can convert the Debilitating Roar and the Blood Howl into Earth and Storm skills, respectively. So the Blood Howl becomes a Storm skill, the Debilitating Roar becomes an Earth skill, and they work with the Nature's Fury key passive. That's what this entire aspect is about. So every single time I cast Blood Howl, there is a chance that I will also cast Debilitating Roar. And every single time that I cast Debilitating Roar, there is a chance that I will also cast Blood Howl. And so they feed into each other, and they go back and forth. Now, there is also a chance that I'll end up with Earthen Bulwark. So Earthen Bulwark can also be cast. But also, when I cast Earthen Bulwark, there's a chance that I'll get Blood Howl or Debilitating Roar, depending on which one it is, right? So Earthen Bulwark is on the Earth side, so which means that every time I cast Earthen Bulwark, there's a chance I'll get Blood Howl. Every single time I cast Debilitating Roar, there's a chance I'll get Blood Howl. Every time I cast Blood Howl, there's a chance I can get Debilitating Roar, Earthen Bulwark, and so forth and so on. And so basically, I'm utilizing this effect to its maximum benefit by forcing so many Blood Howls and so many Debilitating Roars to happen on a regular basis. And then I'm using the Poison Creeper to make sure everything stays nice and poisoned all the time. And I've mainly scaled the poison damage. So I have maxed out Poison Creeper. I'm sitting at level 12 Poison Creeper. I've got maxed out Call of the Wild with +3 with a passive skill, so I'm running the 60% bonus on the poison. And then I also have pretty much all of the poison aspects that are bringing that up. So I'm running the Keeper, which is 10% non-physical damage. I'm running the when 3 or more poisoned enemies are nearby, you get 45% increased damage. I'm running the 33% longer poison duration from the tracker glyph. I also have the constricting tendrils, which adds more poison damage into the mix when I use nature skills, which feeds into the landslide. I'm also utilizing the Bane glyph, which is poisoning damage effects have a 10% chance to deal double damage over their duration. And then I'm also grabbing the 30% earth skills here. But in general, I'm scaling the poison damage as much as I possibly can to the point where this... Sometimes I've seen this hit as high as 200,000 on the tooltip. I know the tooltip's not entirely accurate, but it's like 200,000 poisoning damage. And so how it works is I walk into a fight. The first thing I do is I use my Poison Creeper, poisoning everything within range. It landslides, hits them for pretty hard, and then I Debilitating Roar, Blood Howl. The Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl cause the Flesh Render damage to pop up, which in turn might give me another effect, so I might get the opposite Howl. And I just constantly do this over and over again. So back and forth, Debilitating Roar, Blood Howl, Debilitating Roar, Blood Howl. And then to make things even better, I decided I don't have enough spam. I need more Debilitating Roar. I need more Blood Howl. I don't have enough. Okay, so you add in this right here, which is the Primal Sabatons, the symbiotic aspect. So when Nature's Fury key passive triggers a free skill, so anytime it triggers a free skill, it will reduce the cooldown of any non-ultimate skill by 5 seconds. Of the opposite type, right? So for instance, if I use Earthen Bulwark right now, and I spam my Storm Strike, anytime it gives me a free use, you notice the cooldown just diminishes rapidly.
I must wait a moment.
So I'm just getting a huge cooldown reduction on the abilities. So the more cooldown reduction I'm getting from spamming other abilities, you can literally watch in real time as I spam the abilities. The cooldown of the other skills are just constantly going down really fast. There's huge reductions all the time from me spamming Storm Strike, from me spamming Landslide, and it basically makes it so that they're always up. And there you go. That's my build in a nutshell. It's essentially Poison Creeper, I spam Poison Creeper, I reset Poison Creeper, everything is poisoned, I'm spamming all my debilitating roars and my defensive cooldown so that I get more debilitating roars and blood howls, and the more debilitating roars and blood howls I get, the more damage I do. And then I also spam all my other two skills, my storm skills and my landslide, so that I'm getting free other attacks which reduce the cooldown on everything else. 16 minutes. Oh, good. I got time to do one more run. I need a better flesh render. My flesh render is only $7.99. Maybe I'll find a set 820 at some point. That'd be nice.
Yeah, give yourself the work parts.
I'm not ready yet.
Want a better stuff at the Chrome? It's not because the item power level, it's I want the non-physical to be max. I have like a min on the non-physical.
Yeah, the
I'm
non-physical is one of the reasons I was thinking about that for my build too with the poison, because I figured it would help out the poison a lot.
Yeah.
Boom.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
Man, this build on regular monsters is so overkill. Like, everything just dies. Just, I blink at it the wrong way and everything's dead.
I must wait a moment.
Do my storm skills or my earth skills push the poison damage? So some of the effects are increasing the poison damage that I'm getting. So for instance, this one here, which is Ancestral Guidance, all I need to do is spend Spirit to get the 30 times damage multiplier. So yeah, that's beefing up my poison damage. This one is increasing my damage for the number of monsters that are poisoned. And then this one just gives me more poison damage in general. The Nature Magic is the Earth skills, so I need the Earth skills to trigger the Constricting Tendrils to give me more poison damage. I'm not really focusing on the Earth damage as much, but I do have Earth and Devastation. But that's really just because there's not a lot more on this tree that I would really want to get. So it was pretty much Earth and Devastation or get something that wasn't really going to help me very much. Yes, I'm definitely using the Spirit Boon. So that feeds into the Landslide. So the reason why the Landslide is so important to this build is to reset the cooldown of the Creeper. I forgot to cover that. So if the pack leader lucky hit critical strikes have a chance, 20% chance to reset cooldowns of your non-companion skills. So the reason why this one is so important is because of the fact that you have the Terramotes. So the Landslide Terramotes basically give you free crits if you hit a monster that is immobilized or stunned. Well, Poison Creeper immobilizes everything. So as soon as you use Poison Creeper, the landslides that come out of the Poison Creeper immediately gain the Terramotes and then also spend them. And so you get guaranteed critical strikes with the landslides that come out of the Poison Creeper. So using the pack leader, you actually reset. You are actually resetting the Poison Creeper with the landslides that come from the Poison Creeper. So the Poison Creeper, more often than not, is up pretty much all the time. Speaking of spirit boons, I need to take this one out because I'm no longer using shape-shifting skills. What do I put in its place, though? I'm not using an ultimate, so Calm Before the Storm isn't going to help me out any. I mean, I'm not really doing lightning damage. I guess technically I'm using Lightning Storm occasionally, but... So I guess it's pretty much just Obsidian Slam.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I could go the other way entirely, and I could chase the earth damage if that's what I wanted to do. I'm not chasing the earth damage, I'm chasing the poison damage. That's just a choice. If you want to change the earth... If you wanted to build this exact same character that I'm building and chase the earth damage instead, it would totally work. There's no difference.
That's what I did.
It's you're kind of like arguing semantics at this point because this is how I chose to build the character. So I chose to chase the poison damage. You can choose to chase the earth damage if that's what you want to do. As you can see, chasing the poison damage has worked out well for me. Despite the fact that I have chased the poison damage and not the earth damage, I still have pretty decent earth damage. And the poison damage that I have is kind of insane.
My bags are full. I'm not ready yet.
I don't really think that much of the character would even change, though. I mean, a couple things here or there might change, I guess. I mean, you would probably still be using the 45% damage multiplier when 3 enemies or poisoned enemies are around you. You would probably still be using your Earthen Devastation, so that's still there. I mean, your glyphs might change a little bit here or there, obviously, and you might go into 1 or 2 different Paragon boards, but for the most part, it's a pretty similar build all in all.
Yep. I mean, I did the bear version. You don't have to do that. You can do a human version. So there's probably about 4 different ways you could go with it. Maybe more. I went the werebear. Focus on Earth.
I cannot carry anymore.
I cannot carry anymore.
$27. Oh wait, how long for the world boss? 8 minutes.
Yeah,
I almost missed it.
Plenty of time. I'm gonna kill Varshan again real quick.
Alright, I'm gonna head out there.
I got Chunks in my group right now, if you want to join.
I will join your group, and then I'll head out there. You guys can just portal to me. I'm gonna get up and stretch so I don't die, you know?
What? Stretching? What? Yeah, make my Varshan harder.
I must wait a moment.
I will come Thunderbolt Marshawn.
Then come on in! Come Thunderbolt Varshan's face!
I must wait a moment.
Because I'm working on it right now.
I'm not ready yet.
TP me close enough. There's a bunch of loot in here for me.
Really? Wow.
You guys, unless you guys dropped it all.
Oh, I did drop a couple items.
I am Thunderbolt.
I must wait a minute.
See, Varshan drops a lot of Ichor.
I like Varshan.
I think it's a good way to farm Ichor, especially if you have 4 people. That way you're not all spending all your money on the evokers.
I just got a Pekana upgrade. Because I'm not using my level 5 one until I get like a perfect ring.
The perfect ring.
But this one is not.
The ring to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
Hey, that's not a bad axe. Wow, that's pretty good. 104 willpower. Perfect roll. 29% critical strike damage. 14-4, that can be re-rolled. The chance to execute an injured non-elites, but then 16% damage to poisoned enemies. It's actually pretty nice. Re-roll that lucky hit to vulnerable. That's a pretty good roll. I'm gonna drop that on the ground so I don't accidentally sell it. And it's an axe too, so it's got the healthy damage.
This I can sell.
Everything is just getting sucked onto my horse.
Right. How much time have I got for this wieldy mouse? 5 minutes. I got enough time. Time. Is there a good starting build for Barbarian? Rend and Hoda seem to be the go-to ones right now. Ronti 19. But there is a Campfire meeting today where they're going to be talking about buffing the Barbarian. So maybe you wait for that.
I agree with the Corrupted Sid there. The notification system in game needs to be a lot better. I think they should
it's
just have.
terrible. You don't even know if the world boss is up unless somebody tells you or you check the map.
Yep, they should have a notification like it's kind of like your cell phone does, like just a hot notification section in there where you just list like world boss is coming up and timer and just things like that. Maybe some sounds. Jareth, I finally got the Shava one yesterday, and I've been playing pretty much every day since the game launched.
Alright, let's make some uncertain hearts. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Lagging up the town. Gonna lag up everyone. Gonna lag up everyone in town. Oh, I got no tier 4 or tier 5s. Boo. Poopies. 14.5 suppression. Poopies. Bajon! Here's Bajon. I was gonna change my shirt today, and frickin' all my clothes were still wet in the dryer. I don't know why my dryer does that. I usually gotta put my clothes in the dryer twice before they finish. Speaking of which, I have just enough time to go get myself a fresh, clean, dried shirt out of the dryer. Haha! I shall return.
wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I live! Yes, unlimited power! Shirt equal life, not death, no! Shirt equal life. Live!
I'm gonna get back in time.
Live with me, my boy. A fresh, clean
I
shirt
must wait a moment.
and a death of avarice. Avarice that Get some suck.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Take all my loot.
Look, it was worth it. All right, it was worth it. Look, see, I got my nice clean threads on. It was worth it. Clean shirt of the whale. That's right. And guess what I just completed?
The season journey is.
And that ain't really far away. Oh, that socket's really close. I like that. Oh, yeah, let's rotate.
Yes, we have completed it, yes.
Give me my 7th journey cache. What's in this jank? Actually, let's open this one first. Scroll of Amnesia. Forgotten souls, abstruse sigils, and a bunch of junk. A scroll of amnesia. Refunds all your points allocated. Oh, okay. That seems really rare. They only gave me one. They only gave me one scroll of amnesia. Or I just put too much clothes in there. Wowzer. Werewolf and Wowzer. Werewolfenizer. Or I just put too much clothes in there.
Fair trade.
Could also possibly be it. Perhaps.
Anything else?
Alright. Is the campfire up yet? It is indeed. 13 minutes. 13 minutes and 12 seconds, according to the jank. So we will pull that up full screen and we'll have it real big for everybody to see as soon as it starts.
Can I help you? Well struck.
thirsty to get the new D4 news, but I think we're really interested to see them solve some of the problems. I would make it into an analogy like this. When you go to work and there's no paper towels to dry your hands in the bathroom, and the air dryer's broken, and there's no soap, and like every day you come to work and you're hoping that maybe they fix it, and one day you come in and there's soap there, and there's new paper towels, and the hair dryer's fixed, the hand dryer's fixed, and you can actually dry your hands now. Like, it's really just a matter of us kind of hoping for the best, really. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just hoping that they fix things. We really want to see them fix stuff, like, oh, wow, there's paper towels in here for the first time. Woohoo! They'd be like, hey, boss, there's paper towels in the bathroom. And he's like, yeah, I know. Just came in yesterday. Mm-hmm. 10 years later, they still don't have paper towels in the bathroom. 10 years later. I'm like, dang it. They're never going to have paper towels in the bathroom. Alright, we are close enough that I'm going to take the countdown off the screen. I will see you guys after the campfire. If you guys want to chat and stream chat, I will more than be able to say hello to you guys over there.
Alright. All ready to...
Let's go ahead and pull the stream up big jigga-ligga-ligga. Wow. Make sure that Jank's on live. Got my popcorn ready. All right, Cody, it's your time to shine. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on up here, big old monster dog. Everybody wants to see you. This is the monster dog. This is the monster doge. The doge of monsterness. Why you so big? Why you such a big dog? Such a big dog. Memes for the weekend coming. Let's see if we can get another gem like Inventory Tension and Rod's Malignant Tunnels. Rod's Malignant Tunnels. Alright, catch. You ready? You didn't even catch. That was a terrible catch. That was awful. That bounced back. Sit. Good boy. Catch. Oh, man. You know, my screen's better. Mine blinks. Theirs doesn't even blink. Check it out. You ready? This is my screen. She blinks. Mine blinks. Look, watch your eyes. You ready? She blink at you. She winks at you. Oh, she blinks. See, she blinks. Theirs don't even blink. Where's the blinking? I don't see no blinking. Staring contest of the century. You got the Frostburn gloves, Cobra Kai? Nice. By the way, Cobra Kai. By the way. Cobra Kai! Cobra Kai 1984, let's go, Cobra Kai! Cobra Kai. That's right, see? See, look. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai. Cody, that is a lot of slobber. Just give me this slobber mouth of yours. Good Lord. Can we just fix that up for a second? There you go. There you go. A little less slobber every day. That's the rule. A little less slobber. Just a little less. Just a little bit less. Hey, Michael Polson was gifted a membership by Derelict. No, thanks for gifting a membership, Derelict. I didn't even see that pop up on the screen. We heard you guys didn't like our game. So we're going to introduce you to the new wizard class that we've installed. All right, this is a new wizard class that's going to be really popular. All right, she's called the Uninstall Wizard. Would you like another Pock'em corn? Ready? Pock'em corn. Cody, Pock'em corn. Ready? Pock'em corn. Ready? Pock'em corn. Ready? Pock'em corn. Good catches. Good catches. Popcorn. Ready? Oh, is a real good cheddary one. Look at that. That's got cheddar all over it there. Pock'em corn. What did I do before YouTube? I don't know. I'm just a gamer. Like, that's really all I am. I just game. I like to game. I'm a gaming gamer. Always have been a gamer. Always have been. Always have been a gamer. Cody, see it. Give me the paw. Give me the paw. That's a good paw. That's a good paw. A good paw deserves a good pocket corner. And another paw. And another paw. Gaming, gamer, gaming, gaming, game. Gamey, game, gameo. What's up, Cassetto? My favorite class so far? I'm having a lot of fun with Druid. A lot more than I thought I would. I mean, I don't think Druid was ever really my favorite class in Diablo 2, but I do like Necromancer. I still like Necromancer a lot, and the Necromancer in Diablo 4 is pretty sweet. But I've been having a lot of fun with all the customizability of the Diablo 4 Druid. You know, Sweetbeard, I just don't think that's something somebody with a sweet beard would say. I feel like somebody with a sweet beard would say something much cooler than that, because having a sweet beard generally means you're an awesome kind of a guy. I think that you don't actually have a sweet beard. I am calling shenanigans on your sweet beard. I think you have a not so sweet beard. It's probably patchy and looks, and a dwarf would be ashamed. The dwarves would be ashamed. Let's see what the developers have to say for themselves today. They've had one full week. They've had one full week to prepare for today, right? So this is one full week of preparation. Preparation H, because they're going to get it up the butt. No, I'm just kidding. It's one full week of preparation. Let's see what they got to say for themselves. They're starting out with the Malignant Tunnels trailer.
I am writing to you because although a great evil is receding from Sanctuary, a new festering curse now spreads its corruption across the land. More dangerous, more malignant than I could have imagined. I have found a way to stop this plague. To rip the dark power of these monsters from their very core and turn it to our advantage in destroying them. But I cannot do this alone. My allies have fallen. My strength is dwindling. The malignant are relentless and without mercy. I need help. I need you.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here on Diablo. Joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director for Diablo 4. Mr. Joe Pipora, which you guys know of, and Joe as well, I guess. So, I mean, familiar faces. Associate Director for Diablo 4, and of course, Adam Jackson. Brand new face here. He is our lead class designer for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. Yes. In fact, just note, there's two Adams, two Joes, so this is going to get really confusing here. And we were thinking about, like, maybe we do like a battle royale or something like that to, you know, determine who talks next or whatever. But I will say we actually do have a lot to talk about. In fact, I would almost say this is like dev update stream worthy,
so as opposed to Campfire Plus.
Campfire Plus, yeah,
easily.
Plus. Yeah. It's like new game plus. But we do have a lot to talk about, specifically around patch 1.1.1. Did I say enough ones?
Yeah,
111? 111, patch 111.
We did.
We are going to talk about some balance changes that are going to be coming to that patch. And of course, we're also going to be talking about the dates of when that patch is actually going to be hitting. along with when players will be seeing the patch notes, which will be well before the actual patch does actually hit, but we'll talk about that here in a second. I know we do want to jump right into it because we do have a ton to talk about. So I will actually throw it over here to Adam Jackson because I know he wants to talk a little bit about kind of like the class balance and what we're thinking about for 111.
Yeah, totally. Glad to be here. We have a lot to talk about. So first I want to kind of frame this in our goals and what we're going to be doing in this patch in the immediate future, and then talking a little bit about kind of how the class team feels about classes and kind of what we're thinking in a more mid to long-term space. So for this patch, we've got a lot going on. One of our goals is kind of, I think, obvious to the community. We want to kind of improve the effectiveness and the fun of the Sorcerer and the Barbarian. So we've got a lot of changes coming in there, and I think I want to frame this in two ways of kind of what we're thinking about the Sorcerer and then what we're thinking about with the Barbarian. Because they both have, kind of different things going on. For the Sorcerer in this patch, we're focusing on reducing something that we call Kiss Curse mechanics, which is kind of, I know, a very designery term. But it's this idea that we give you a really cool power effect, and then we kind of take something away or make it nerfed or nerf some other part of you in some way, usually for balance reasons, to make sure that it's not just out of control in power.
Yeah, usually the idea there is like, to your point, it's like, so we really have like 20% we can afford to give you, but if we take 10% of something else away, we can give you 30% or 35% and feel a little bit better about that.
Exactly. Usually it's to sell a fantasy in a really strong way, but we can't do that justifiably without just breaking the mechanic. But we found out in a lot of ways we've been a little too harsh with that, and so we're going to try and reduce or remove that in some cases. And then the other one is late game survivability. We know that the sorcerers typically have a tough time, when they start pushing those later Nightmare Dungeon tiers, and so we're going to be looking at ways to increase that specifically. And an example of that Kiss Curse mechanic is the Serpentine aspect. If you know that one, it's the one where you can spawn an additional Hydra, but it reduces the duration of your Hydras. That's just no longer going to reduce the duration, it's actually going to increase it. So that's an example of something. We'll go into more detail later. For the Barbarian, we're focusing on improving the early game and making it feel better and just more fluid. We're going to be improving the Fury generation that you get from your basic skills. And then we're also looking at the late game for the Barbarian by making a lot of their uniques more attractive and effective. So you're going to see later when we go through the notes that we're going to be changing around usually about one affix per unique, from something that really isn't that attractive for players to something that they really, really want, which we think will help make those items really exciting.
Now, when we make changes to items, specifically items like uniques, many of these changes only take effect on new items, right? Like I think we have an example of the Hellhammer here.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit more complex than that. So we're going to delve into one of our examples of what we're updating here. But when we update a unique item, we actually update Hellhammer in two different ways. So we're increasing the duration that the ground is going to be ignited and burning, and then we're also increasing the damage. And that's the actual unique effect power, the exciting thing that the item does. But you can see here on Hellhammer, we're also doing another change where we're actually granting you a bonus critical strike damage and removing the bonus damage to crowd control enemies, right? So on the left, what you see here, when you log into the game, after this patch, the left version is what you're going to get. So you're not going to get the critical strike damage change where the actual item affix there, the rule changed, but you are going to get the updates to the upheaval, lasting longer and doing more damage. On the right, when you find your new items after the patch, you're going to get the new affixes, the new rules and things on the item.
So new versions of these items will have all of the buffs we're talking about.
New versions will have everything new. And the old versions will get the new stuff on the actual legendary effects, but then you won't have the new item stats on it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so going back to kind of other things that we're looking at. So that's the Sorcerer and the Barbarian what we're focusing on. Then generally across all classes, we're doing a few other things as well. We're looking at builds that aren't really hitting a high enough power level, and we're going to be just buffing them and increasing the power of them, so they should feel better and be more competitive. We're also going to be looking at increasing the attractiveness of kind of uniques across the board. We're focusing on Sorcerer and Barbarian for this patch. But we actually believe that we can do this kind of thing across the board. There's a lot of uniques that we think aren't really hitting the mark. It's something that's kind of a tough thing that we talk about a lot on the team, because the roles and the things that the uniques have as far as their item power are all fixed, right? They can't re-roll different stats all over the place. So we could very easily just make all uniques really good by putting all the best stats on the items, right? That's an easy thing to do for us. But we kind of have a push and pull there where we don't want to just make all of them clearly the best items in the game because they have all the best stats and they have really good powers. We want there to be something that's really unique and attractive about them, and you have to kind of think of how you're going to fit these into your character's build. But we think that we are just not hitting the mark on a lot of them, so we're boosting them a little bit and then just kind of seeing how that goes. Next, we're going to be looking at opening up build-specific designs to be more widely useful. So there's a lot of effects on legendary powers and in other places where this effect only works in a very narrow use case, like only on a single skill or a single group of skills, or we're using a certain proc to get it. And in many cases, we're just going to open that up to be more widely usable so that players can actually use them in more different builds or different ways. One example of this that we'll go over later is Chain Lightning's upgrade, Greater Chain Lightning. Currently, it gives you the bounces of Chain Lightning do bonus damage when it bounces off of you. And we're going to change that so that it just does bonus damage when it bounces off of anything. So instead of being kind of a narrow use case where you're only using it like on a boss or a single target enemy and getting value, you'll just get it a lot more often now.
Yeah, it feels like a much better lightning range skill now in that way. It's easier for me to clear packs, so it's good. I like that.
Yeah, totally. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this patch.
Okay, so we talked last week about sort of our things that we want to do, like going forward in the game, other things we want to do. Not all of that stuff is in this patch.
Yeah,
right?
no, we have a lot of talks on our team. We have a lot of things that we're thinking about and going on. I thought it'd be really good also to kind of talk a little bit about how we feel about more longer term goals and things about the game. So these aren't coming in this patch, but things that we're thinking about that'll come in the future that the team's kind of focus on. The first one is kind of finding ways to bring different types of damage closer together. As I'm sure many of you in the community know, vulnerable and crit are really, really strong right now. Yep. Kind of a lot of the meta is about, you make an enemy vulnerable and then you do bonus damage to them and then you stack as much crit strike chance and crit damage as you can and then you blow them up, right? Our game actually was foundationally made with other types of builds that aren't only those in mind, right? We have like damage over time or dot damage, things like Firewall or Shadow Necro does a lot of this. We also have Overpower as a mechanic in our game, and these other different ways to build your character, we want them to have parity with, vulnerable and crit damage. So we're going to be trying to find, our goal is to find a way, and we're working on it right now, that all those different ways of dealing damage have a lot of parity. So no matter if you're an Overpower build, or a crit build, or a damage over time build, you'll be relatively equal in power to all of the other different types of ways to play. So another one that we're looking at is adding scaling to builds and effects that don't really scale very well in the game. This is something that I think is a big opportunity for us to open up just excitement in different builds in the game. And what I mean by this is we have a lot of legendary powers and effects that spawn a new thing. An example of this is like on the Barbarian, there's some legendary powers that spawn earthquakes or dust devils. Another one is the Necromancer has things that leave shadow trails on the ground that deal damage. And these things, they deal what we call flat damage, which is we give it a damage number, and then that's how much it does, and then that damage number kind of scales with player level. But what we find is that a lot of these things are really good in the early and mid game when they drop, but then when you get to the really late game, they kind of fall off really hard. And what we want to do is find ways to add scaling so that the player can opt into making a build out of these things. So if I want to be an Earthquake Barbarian or a Dust Devil Barbarian, I can actually do that, and it's supported by the game. So that's something that we're really excited about because we think that'll open up a lot more build possibilities. Ultimates are kind of in this range as well. This is a more long-term goal. But similarly, a lot of ultimates are really strong in the early and mid game. You take it, it blows up the screen, feels great. And then in the late game, a lot of ultimates that we see that are just used because they buff the player in some way.
Yeah, they don't blow up the screen the same way anymore.
Yeah, right. I want you to be excited to use Bone Storm because Bone Storm is awesome, not because it gives you a buff, right? Or Grizzly Rage or other ones, right? So that's kind of something that we're thinking about in the mid to long term. To make the game kind of open up and have more builds available.
So we've been talking here a little bit about sort of our philosophy here. We're about to get into patch notes. We're about to talk about Sorcerer. But we thought that it was important to talk a little bit about this philosophy, both because we want to be very transparent in terms of how we're thinking about the game and what kinds of, why we're making changes, both so that when you see changes, you can understand what we're thinking, what we're going for. And also so that we can incorporate feedback from the community, feedback from you, into these kinds of changes.
Yeah, and that goes down even to the format for this particular live stream, right? So we're going to go through a lot of details really, really soon, which I think people are really excited about. I hope people are really excited about because we're gonna have a lot of those. And then afterwards, we want to hear back from the community about how this worked. Like, was this the best way to get this information? Did you get a lot of good data from us, and do you understand why we're doing making the changes that we are? Right, and to Joe's point, again, it is really useful for you to understand these things. It's going to help with the feedback that you give us back. We know whether we're hitting it or not.
Yeah, and this is like a multi-stage type of thing. So we're actually gonna. You guys are about to see a ton of slides here in a second. Much all the different detailed balance changes that are coming across the classes, but then like we said, like we do plan on releasing patch notes so that you guys can actually read them in more detail, and in those patch notes will be additional information such as like all the bug fixes and so forth that will be coming in with the game itself with 1.1.1. So
do we know when we're getting the we plan on releasing those?
So we are. Look at this. We had planned this to talk about it later, and now now you're just gonna spoil it. We're actually gonna release patch notes, full patch notes. You guys will see these patch notes first here on the stream, but we will release patch notes next Wednesday on August 2nd, so that everyone will end up seeing it. We'll talk about the patch date here at the end of the stream. We're closer to the end of the stream.
Yeah, so just wait for the end of the stream. We'll talk about when that's gonna go out.
But what we do want to do is we do want to jump straight into the balance changes and so forth. Yeah. And we do want to start off with the sorcerers. So we have a lot of different slides and changes here that we do want to detail. So Adam, I know, wants to go through them all.
Yeah, totally. So I think what I'll do is just give you a few moments to look at the screen and kind of see what we're doing, and then talk high level about some of the bigger changes here. So Flickering Firebolt is one. We're changing Firebolt to basically just generate mana when you hit an enemy. Before it was only generated when you hit a burning enemy. So when you would just try and cast Firebolt, without doing anything else, you would just always miss the first hit of getting the mana, which felt bad a lot.
That always felt bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it says negative feedback loop, so we're just going to make it feel nicer. You still feel nice about burning things and piercing, but you just get it more often. Probably another big one here is the greater chain lightning change I talked about, where every time that it bounces, the next hit would deal damage rather than only bouncing off of you. And then we're also buffing the other choice for destructive chain lightning, so you get more crackling energies. Next one, let's go to the passives. These are all the key passives at the bottom of the skill tree. Isu's Ferocity is a big one. You're going to see a lot of these kinds of changes where it used to work kind of in a more narrow use case, and now it works in a case that it didn't, so that's just generically good. This one, it used to not really work on bosses very well. You had to kill enemies by critting them to get the bonus, and now you can also get it during boss fights by just hitting the boss and critting them. So you'll just have uptime and usefulness in a part of the game that it didn't before. Next, for Paragon, we're going to talk, let's see, these are a lot of the defensive changes that we talked about. So you've got some damage reduction increases to a lot of the glyphs and nodes across the board. Again, we're targeting that late game survivability for the Sorcerer. Another one that kind of opens up more ways to play and just makes it more usable is the Searing Heat Legendary node. This one is when you cast Fireball or Meteor, now it just increases your crit strike chance across the board for 5 seconds, so you can get that crit strike and use it on any of your skills rather than only on them.
Yeah, damage reduction is actually extremely strong in Diablo 4.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
So these things should be pretty impactful.
Yep.
We can go next one. All right, so here we've got some more Paragon nodes. Again, damage reduction across the board. Keep in mind that also on some of the rare nodes, you can see them twice in a board rather than only once for the glyphs. So that means that this is actually like doubled if you go for both of them. And then we're also increasing the maximum life bonus on a couple of nodes. Again, just targeting that late game survivability. And now Legendary, so there's a lot to chew on here.
There's your first one, Serpentine.
Yep, there it is. That's one we talked about before. So now you can have a Hydroactive, and instead of the duration being decreased, it's actually going to be increased. Next, we've got some, again, damage buff numbers to things that are underperforming. Aspect of 3 Curses is one that I'm particularly excited about. Before, this one used to be that it only increased your crit damage of Meteor only, and only against healthy enemies. So it was one skill and only healthy enemies. Now it's going to work on Meteor and Fireball, and you get half of the bonus all the time, and then an extra bonus against healthy enemies. So now you can use this in builds that you weren't able to at all before. The next one is pretty good, is Gravitational Aspect. This one was it used to reduce your damage in exchange for the lightnings orbiting around you. Now we're going to increase it. So again, that's a pretty big swing in power. Next, we've got Recharging Aspect. This one was kind of similar to the change that we did to Chain Lightning to that bonus baseline. It used to only give you mana when it bounced off of you. Now it's going to give you mana when it bounces off of everything. So again, a lot more usable. And in combination with that Unbroken Tether, I think Chain Lightning players are going to be eating pretty this patch. We're also increasing the bonuses of Chain Lightning that you get when that proc happens. So lots of Chain Lightning bounces. They give you lots of things. Should be really fun. We're also putting a new legendary into the game. This is the Mage Lord's aspect. This one makes your Veer's Mastery Key passive, the damage reduction there, be increased by quite a bit so that you can survive when you're in that melee range. And let me see here, some Snow Veiled aspect is getting a pretty big generic buff, where before it just gave you Unstoppable when you used Frost Armor. I believe it's gotta be Frost Armor. And then, but now it also gives you bonus armor when you use it as well, just generally more useful. Incendiary aspect terrifies me, but we're doing it. This one used to be that it procced off of all of your burning damage. So your burning damage could give you mana, and now it's going to just do it off of your pyromancy skills damage. So this opens up meteor, fireball, all of those other skills that aren't really firewall. I think that's good for that one. And then for uniques, we've got the Gloves of the Illuminator. This is the one where your fireballs bounce and deal AoE damage. Before, when you got this, it was kind of in a very weird place where the bounces could do it pretty often in such a way where you'd only hit an enemy once with a bounce. And we have to put this damage penalty on it because, you know, you can hit enemies multiple times with it, and it's AoE, and gives you a bunch of procs of all of your stuff, so it's really, really strong. But because you could only hit an enemy once, a lot of times this was just a damage nerf for your character.
Yeah, you'd bounce it one time on a monster, and that was that.
And now you got nerfed for getting unique, right? That never feels good. So we reduced the distance that it bounces a little bit, so it should be more easier to consistently hit an enemy twice. And then we also reduced that damage penalty, so now no matter what, if you hit an enemy twice, it's a damage bonus. And then we also replaced one of its affixes from damage to stunned to lucky hit to restore resource. And since this thing, you know, bounces and hits enemies a lot of time, the lucky hit procs are very powerful with this, so we think this will be a lot more attractive for players. All right, moving on to the Barbarian. So, like I said before, we're increasing the Fury generation of all of those basic skills. So you're just going to get more Fury in the early game so that you can, you know, do that basic core skill loop a little more often, so it should be more fun. Double Swings gain a damage buff, Ruptures gain a damage buff, Charges gain a damage buff, and one of the enhancements is increasing that vulnerable duration, so it should hopefully be more attractive.
One thing I do want to note is, like, even on the, if we go back to the other slide, like,
sure,
a lot of people are going like, Fury gain 11 to 13 and like 10 to 13, and they're always like noting like, well, that doesn't feel like a big number and so forth. But I think players,
by percentage, it's really big.
Yeah, by percentage,
it also
it's
scales
really
with a whole lot of other stuff. It gets spooky when we do too much in a percent wise.
Exactly. So I think
because of how everything works in our game.
I think people are seeing some of the smaller numbers, but not realizing that, you know, other things obviously. It scales with other things and other and it mixes in with whether you. Other gear that you have and so forth. So this is just the baseline number. And you have to remember that obviously when that number gets tweaked, everything else gets tweaked that gets...
I want to point that out too when we do like damage increases where it might seem small because it's increasing the base that everything else multiplies and scales on. It can be a bit, I mean, sometimes it's not as much. We can go and do it again, right? But it's scary and risky. So we have to, you know, think about that because it's very easy to be like, oh, just make it 20. And now, you know, late game, you're just like bashing once and then getting all your Fury back or something, right?
Right.
So. All right, so Violent Upheaval. This one gives you Berserking, and it used to be that you had to damage 2 or more enemies or 3 or more enemies to get a better buff, and now we're adding bosses to that. So when you're in a boss fight, you're just going to be able to get and chain that Berserking. Again, making it usable in a part of the game where it didn't used to be. We've also got Gushing Wounds is one I think worth calling out. This is the key passive. We're increasing the scaling of your bleed to crit damage, and then also your bleed damage when you overpower an enemy is going up significantly.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, so now when you overpower and get that AoE blood burst, it's actually going to do quite a bit of chunky damage, we're hoping. Walking Arsenal is another one worth calling out here. We heard some feedback that, you know, it's really hard to keep up all 3 of your weapon types when you're doing Walking Arsenal. Usually 2 is fairly easy. You can like have a basic and a core that are different weapons, but getting that 3rd one to consistently happen, especially if you're using a cooldown skill like Charge or Leap or something like that, it can be hard to maintain that. So we're just increasing it to make it more forgiving, which should also increase all of those legendaries and other powers and uniques and stuff.
That was possible for me when I had Deathblow charges, but whenever I was only running like 1 Deathblow charge at a time, like that build just didn't.
Yeah, Deathblow's probably one of the more one of the easier ones to get, and even then it can be a little hard, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is great. It opens up a lot.
Yeah. So next, let's talk legendaries. Let me see. One of them, the aspect of Unrelenting Fury here, is one worth calling out, where again, you're going to get a benefit when hitting bosses, so now it's useful in a part of the game that it wasn't used in at all. Another one is the aspect of, or 2 earthquake aspects there at the bottom, Bulkathos and Earthquake. We're increasing the amount of damage reduction and damage bonus, so if you want to do that earthquake build, you know, like I said before, we want those earthquakes to do damage and be meaningful, but in the meantime, while you're standing in them, those buffs on you are going to be a little bit more powerful, so hopefully we can incentivize people to go through that fantasy. All right, next, so uniques. We've got a lot of stuff here with Barbarian uniques. Again, the kind of the high-level goal here is we're generally improving just the base thing the unique does, and then also trying to replace an item stat that wasn't very attractive or not as attractive with one that we know players really, really like to make these meaningful for them. So Fields of Crimson, this is the one where you do blood pools when you rupture enemies. We're increasing the damage. We're increasing the damage that enemies take standing in pools, which is a pretty big buff. And then we're also changing the rupture cooldown reduction with bonus crit strike damage. And again, combine that with the bonus in the key passive where the bleed damage, 70, right? Yep, where that scales better. That'll just be quite a bit more damage across the board. Hellhammer we talked about. Ramaladi's Magnum Opus, we're replacing the physical damage affix with vulnerable damage. 100,000 steps, the base affix of the boots, we're replacing the evade cooldown affix with just more evade charges. And then we're also replacing the damage against stun enemies with bonus movement speed, which you'll see a couple times in boots that we're doing because we know how attractive that stat is.
Let's talk about. So, I was just going to say we said that we were going to buff Sorceress and Barbarian. We're going to make some changes in 1-on-1. But Adam, you've been working on. We don't want to leave the other 3 classes out, right?
Yeah, totally.
Most of these changes are on that you've seen are for Sork and Barb. But I think we had some time to make some changes to the other classes.
We totally did. So we can go on here. One thing I do want to call out, though, the focus of the patch is the Sorcerer or the Barbarian, so you're going to see a lot more for them, but we wanted to give the other classes something exciting as well. Rogues are actually, I think, eating pretty well right now, so they're pretty good, but we still found some things of underused things to buff. Probably one of the more big ones here is Forceful Arrow. We're changing the functionality here so that every time that you cast, third cast of the arrow just pierces all enemies, which is a pretty big, just generic bonus. We got some feedback on Rain of Arrows that it was kind of weird that the second wave was the one that knocked all the enemies down, because a lot of times, you know, you cast a skill and the combat is in a certain state where the enemies are where you want to hit them and probably where you want to CC them, because you usually want to group stuff up to CC them. But because it happens on the second wave, you know, the first wave comes, does a little damage to everything.
They all move.
And then they all move, and then everything goes and falls apart, right? So this just makes it more reliable.
It sets itself up.
It sets itself up, yeah, exactly. Here, let me look if there's anything noteworthy. There's some buffs to things that are underused. So the aspect of Elusive Menace no longer requires hits to be from close enemies. So again, we're just making things more generically usable. And then for uniques, kind of similar to Barbarian, we found some room here to make a couple stats replaced with things that we know are really, really attractive. So in Wind Force, we replaced the all stats affix with bonus vulnerable damage. And then the Word of Hakan, we replace ultimate damage with cooldown reduction. So Druid, kind of similar to what I said about the Barbarian, about that early game kind of feeling a little bit slow. We're also improving all of the spirit generation of the Druid's basic skills. So across the board, you're just going to be able to get to those core skill casts a little bit easier. We're also improving the passive damage generally of a lot of their companion skills. So your wolves are going to feel better. The both passive and active damage is going up. The upgrades for the wolves are all going to be a little bit more powerful. And then same thing for ravens. Their passive damage is going up. And then brutal ravens, this is the one that gives you another little, a couple more little ravens to go peck your enemies to death. They're also going to peck a little bit harder. So a little bit more fantasy fulfilling there, I think. And then we're also looking at rabies. We know that poison druid, like just if I want to do a pure poison druid, is a little bit behind. So we're really targeting rabies as a pretty meaty upgrade there in its damage. This will also, by the way, improve the legendary, I think it's legendary where your wolves can cast rabies. That's also going to be improved by this. So just that whole archetype will be better. And then for legendaries and the class mechanic, we're just buffing some things that are a little bit underutilized, so they'll just be stronger. And then Necromancer, so here we've got quite a few things going on. Bone Spirit, this is the enhanced Bone Spirit, which is where when you crit enemies with the Bone Spirit, you get cooldown reduction. We're increasing that from 6 to 7 seconds, so it should be a little more friendly to players in this current state of the game. The Wither legendary upgrade here, this is the one where your shadow dot damage is going up, and we added a new way to scale that damage in the legendary space. We got feedback that this really just wasn't scaling enough to be meaningful, even when you invested a lot into willpower. So now you're just going to get a lot more bang for your buck. You're going to do, the requirement is less, so you're going to get more procs of the increase to your damage and chance to proc that damage, and then also just your bonus damage straight up is going to be better. So the shadow builds should be a lot better. Empowering Reaper, we got some feedback that totally makes sense to me now, and a year ago me should have thought of this, but the way that this used to work was Sever would spawn a pool of blight under enemies, and the chance was based on you critting them. So the idea was you would create a crit build, and then you turn your crit into these pools of damage, right? That sounds kind of cool. But it turns out, crit doesn't work with dots at all, so that pool doesn't get scaled with the way that you make the pool, so it just doesn't work design-wise. I take the blame for that. But now we're changing it, so you just have to damage enemies to spawn those pools of light, so now this can actually be more friendly to dot builds. And then Aspect of Exposed Flesh, this one used to have the same effect, but only when hitting vulnerable enemies with bone skills. So now you can just get, we have a new resource mechanic for all the Necromancer specs that aren't bone. And then here, let me see, probably one of the big ones to call out, even though it's just a number buff, is Aspect of Torment. That Essence Regeneration was just woefully undertuned, so we increased it pretty significantly. Hulking Aspect, this one, I'm hoping gets to see more play. This used to be a resource legendary, which looking at it now was a little weird, because it doesn't actually give you resource, it's just cooldown reduction on the golem skill. So we're going to move that to a utility. So now you can put this on your boots and other places that you didn't have to, and it doesn't have to take that prime ring slot to use this legendary. And then we're also updating the effect a little bit to be stronger. And then for uniques, kind of similar to what I said before, the Greaves of the Empty Tomb, we're changing the bonus intelligence affix to be replaced with bonus move speed, which I know is particularly attractive for Necromancer players.
Yeah, mobility for Necromancers.
Yeah, well, Necromancers, they may want mobility a little bit.
Usually the slower individuals in the group. So
yeah, helping them out a little bit. Here, this is a monster change, but it impacts minions really, so Necromancer and Druid. But these attacks now from the Balrog and some elite affixes are going to be dealing reduced damage to Necromancer minions and Druid companions, so your pets will just die less often to these things. And then now we got some of our generic updates. We only have a couple of them. The first one is to a Malignant Heart. This is the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking. And this one used to say that when you took elemental damage, you gained damage resistance to that element, right? It was thematic to reducing only that element. But we found that was really, really narrow. Again, trying to open things up so it's not so narrowly useful that you're not going to ever take it. So now it's just going to give you just generic damage reduction when you take elemental damage. And then our last one here for item updates is Temerity. So we got a lot of feedback on this one. It's funny because when we launched the game, we thought that this item was crazy and going to be really, really good. But then we realized due to the stats on it that it just wasn't hitting the attractiveness that we wanted. So even though this terrifies me, we're going to bump it up and see how it goes. But we're going to replace the all stats affix with bonus max life. The barrier is now also going to be scaling with your maximum life. And it'll probably be working with other barrier legendaries where you need a barrier to do certain procs and things. This will now proc with that as well. So we think this is going to be a pretty big buff to this item, and hopefully we'll see it in your max life and increasive healing builds.
Yeah, so we have a ton of updates coming to the classes.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
We literally just went through it. It's quite almost like an encyclopedia of stuff, that especially on the Barb and Sorcerer classes. But I will say that it's nice that we got some stuff in for the Rogue, Necromancer, and Druid players as well, making sure that we kind of buffed up some of the more undertuned stuff that we had seen.
Actually, one more caveat to all of that. I should have said this at the beginning. It's not final yet.
Not final
This
yet.
is planned.
That's why you probably saw the little
the odds are very high we do 90% of it or most of it, maybe even all. But as we get into the weeds of things and we're updating things, some things may change. So this is our plan. It's very likely it'll be at least most of it, if not all of it. But it's not completely in the game yet. So
there might be some number tweaks, basically.
We always add a small caveat just because things are still going through testing right now on our side.
Correct.
And we
It's
want to
going
make
through
sure
testing, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
we want to make sure we're not completely.
I'm very careful. I always caveat, not final until you see it in the game.
Adam's being very cautious about it.
I am very
It's
cautious
not going to
about
be. You're not going to experience something that's totally different from what you just
That's
saw.
right. That's also why we're not releasing patch notes today, and we're going to actually discuss when patch notes will be released later on the stream. So we'll reveal that.
And one thing I do want to note is like because I'm seeing this like a little bit in chat, and people are going like, "Hey, you guys are adjusting some tweaks with like, for instance, like druid summons and their minions." Same thing with like there's a lot of questions about like, "Hey, what's the overall plan on like minion builds and so forth in the future? Is that something you guys are still going to want to work on, look at in the future?"
I can talk about this for a very long time. Yes. Druid and Necromancer are a little bit different, so I guess I'll talk Necromancer first. So Necromancer minions is absolutely a core fantasy of Necromancer players that minions are cool and awesome, and that you can raise the dead and have the dead fight for you. That is core. Minions, it turns out, in all games, not just ours, or summons or all that, are very complicated and hard to make work. They have a lot of moving parts that are different than every other class and build archetype in many games. They have AI, they have a passive and active component to them typically. There's a lot going on. So in this patch, we're not touching the Necromancer stuff a lot. It is on the team's radar of looking at the ways that they scale, looking at the ways that things proc with them, looking at just the combination of passive versus active activity that we want the player to do there. So there's definitely a lot going on there. We are thinking about it. There will be stuff coming, but no promises on when, but we are actively talking about it. Druid is a little bit different because from the ground up, the class fantasy is not only minions, right? It's like a specific build and way to play. One of the things that we were concerned about when launching the game is we didn't want the Druid to like have just as many or more companions than the Necromancer, and they're stronger. It's like, where's the fantasy of the Necromancer if the Druid does it better, right? So that was something that we contended with a lot. I'm sure that we're going to flex on that over time. We did add support. We still love companions on Druid, and we will absolutely be making it more of a thing, hence why we're buffing them a lot in this patch. But we are careful about the design space and the fantasy of the different classes, right? We don't want all the classes to be exactly the same because then you don't feel different when you're playing. You don't have new interesting mechanics that are between them. We talk about that a lot on the team. It's very easy to be like, hey, just this class doesn't have this and it's fun, give it to all the others, right? I think Necromancer and move speed is part of that, where we overcorrected a little bit, where like we didn't want them to have a teleport or dash, right, like a rogue. If Necromancers are dashing around everywhere, that's a weird fantasy, right? But not giving them enough movement speed options at all, I think, is something that we're coming back on.
Yeah.
So, but it's a push and pull, right? It's on a spectrum of how far do we go into another class's fantasy or an archetype that doesn't make sense fantasy-wise versus keeping true to the core and finding clever ways to fix it, or we can't fix it and we do need to bend a little bit. And it's always a conversation.
It's also interesting to see that the feedback, particularly on Druid companions, like we knew that they were really cool, but like the number of Druid players who are looking for more ways to kind of make more companion-focused builds is maybe a little bit higher than we expected.
Yes.
So this is one of those situations where, like, kind of in response to the fact that players are really hoping, like, Druid players are looking to go after this fantasy of, like, I am the master of the animal kingdom, and I'm going to have all these and nature, right? I'm going to have all these buddies with me. I think it's kind of like moving our hand a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, actually, there is something really cool here. There is fantasy here for us to really latch onto, and more that we can do. But to Adam's point, it's still very important we make sure that the Necromancer feels distinct and the Druid feels distinct after these changes go in.
Correct. It's the eternal struggle for us on class design.
Sure. Yeah. We also have a lot of like quality of life items that we wanted to talk about that we actually kind of hit on last week when we were talking on the Campfire chat that would be coming in 1.1.1, and I know we wanted to talk a little bit more about those here. I know we have some changes coming for like monster density, for instance.
Yeah, I want to talk about monster density. So we've said a few times now that we're going to increase monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and HellTides. These changes are in 1.1.1, like we said last week. And I think we have an image of an example of a Nightmare Dungeon. This is how it is today. Yeah. If you go into Nostravus Deepwood, of course, monsters are going to not be exactly like this, but this is an example of it. And then in 1.1.1, it's going to change, so you can see a lot more monsters here.
There it is.
And this is really going back to, we talked about our mission statement for the live game of after you've achieved your build, being able to go in and mow down large numbers of enemies, deal with large numbers of enemies. That's sort of a core part of an ARPG. We want to make sure that we're delivering, especially in the end game content. So that's how to look for Nightmare Dungeons. On HellTide, we've been doing the same thing, increasing density. As I said last week, there are some areas of HellTide that are highly dense, and we want to make sure that all of our players across all of the different platforms that we support can enjoy this increased density. So it's not just the people with the absolute top-end equipment. So we've also been making sure that as we bump up these densities, that we're doing it in a way that performance stays reasonable. So you can actually, like, if we bump up density and then the game turns into a slideshow, we didn't actually make the game more fun, even though there are a lot of monsters. So it needs to stay performant at the same time. So we've been working on that at the same time so that we can really hit that target. And this is something too that, when 1-1 comes, 1-1.
1-1-1.
We gotta have like
triple one.
We gotta have a different name for these patches. For these patches, it's fine. It's fine. When that comes out, we're going to be looking at the density there and seeing how close it comes to this mission statement, this goal, right? And if it's not hitting this goal, then we're going to keep working toward that goal. So we really want to make sure that it's capturing that fantasy of mowing down hordes of enemies.
Yeah, it's a great goal for us to line ourselves around too, right? So once we're able to capture more data from players on live, we can see how players with different PC specs are able to interact with some of these spaces. It's going to continue to inform us and let us do more and more double down some of these decisions as we go.
And then I know we have some changes coming in regards to bosses and so forth as well.
That's right. So we didn't talk about this last week, but we have gotten a lot of feedback before about about players, particularly like in World Tiers 3 and 4, fighting like dungeon bosses and world bosses, and being able to go in there with their enhanced power. Now they've got like some uniques online. Their builders really come online, and they've got like a lot of like damage to vulnerable targets. Like they're mowing through some of these bosses faster than we expect, right? So, or rather, fast enough that's not really challenging and not really engaging. So we are boosting the health of bosses in World Tiers 3 and 4. At brackets as you're kind of going up the experience. But in exchange for this, in exchange for making some of these pieces just a little bit harder as players are going through them, we are also going to be making a change to the rewards that you get from going through these.
Yeah.
So now, like after 1.1.1 goes live, dungeon bosses starting at level 35 even. So this is before you even get into World Tiers 3 and 4. And then it's the so once you've done that, or once you've killed those, you're going to have a guaranteed legendary item drop in that space. And that's going to carry up as well into World Tiers 3 and 4. When you complete a Legion event, that's going to also give you a guaranteed legendary drop starting at level 35. There's a chance before 35, but there's guaranteed at level 35. You're going to have one pop in. And then another Butcher has a 100% chance to drop a legendary as well, because he's a boss, of course. And then another really big one is we got, and this is funny, I did it. Please don't follow me on Twitter unless you really want to see a lot of nerdy stuff. But I did a Twitter poll a while ago where I basically just said what do you think is the chance at which a treasure goblin will drop a legendary item? And I said it was 10%, 25%, 40%, 50% with 4 options. The majority of players voters, I should say, right, all selected 10% was the chance, and everybody had their own their feelings on it as they were kind of going through it. But the reality is at level, and I said level 50 Treasure Goblin as part of this, but the reality is they have a 50% chance to drop legendary items today. And that's like going back to like level 35. They've got a very, very high chance to drop legendary items. But
So what you're saying is sometimes I kill a Treasure Goblin and it doesn't drop a legendary item.
That's correct. That's exactly right. So basically, if you flip a quarter every 25 minutes, that's basically your chance to get a legendary item when you're fighting treasure goblins in the overworld. And it's very easy to have like tails 5 times in a row, and then
that's what happens to me every time.
And as humans, we are 7 times more likely to remember a negative thing than a positive thing. So this is nothing wrong with rather there's nothing wrong with the player's perception of treasure goblins not feeling rewarding. You don't see them that frequently relative to other content types, and when you don't get a legendary item from something called a treasure goblin, that can feel bad. So what we decided to do is we've gone back and said, starting right at level 15 for treasure goblins, 15, they have a guaranteed legendary item drop chance when you kill one from that point forward. So now when you see treasure goblins on the map, you start hearing them like snortling around in the corners of your screen. You know you need to go fight that thing. You need to take it out. You need to get a legendary item from it. That happens very, very early. So we think that's going to be like a really fun like update to kind of help get these things across. 50% isn't useful in this case. 100%, absolutely. We want you to feel like you're getting that power.
50%
no more
fun.
coin flip. No more coin flip.
Yeah, actually
And
probably more than 50% more fun.
I will note,
100% fun.
Joe missed a wonderful opportunity to drag in Gabi, the goblin.
The treasure goblin
into the frame.
Should I try?
We have a plush treasure goblin just off screen.
We have a very large plush.
Here's this giant treasure goblin that absolutely doesn't fit on camera.
Look how happy he is.
And now he's off camera
now,
staring at Joe as he's literally talking about.
We have a lot of other stuff to discuss.
staring at Joe as he's literally talking about killing him. So yeah,
they're happy to be of help.
It is a plush. It is a plush creature. So yeah.
I know, and so we talked more about, or you actually, when we were on the stream last week. Sorry, about 2 weeks in a row, you guys. We talked about respecs and so forth. So I know that is also coming in.
Yeah,
in 1.1.1.
we just want to confirm that the stuff we said last week, we're going to reduce respec cost by 40%. Players are going to get an extra stash tab, and Elixir stat count is going to go up to 99.
Yeah, and the stash tab is just purchasable by gold.
Right.
So that's just to make sure that people don't think we're just selling it.
Tab 1's 100K, Tab 2's 200K, Tab 3's 300K, Tab 4's going to be 400K. So you can buy that for your seasonal stash and for your eternal stash.
Yes, exactly. And then one other thing that we did want to talk about, because this was a question that came up last week in regards to like the leaving dungeon options and like teleporting out of dungeons and so forth. And I know you wanted to talk more about that here today.
I don't know. I think I explained it pretty well last time.
So clear.
So clear.
There's a loop there. I don't know why anyone's confused. This is very clear. I'm just kidding. We're going to change it back to 3 seconds.
Yes.
Basically, the reason that we increased this is we have, in Diablo 4, we have a mechanic where when you're casting some kind of spell or power and you get hit by some damage, you don't get interrupted immediately. You have to take about 5% of your health and damage before it gets interrupted. And this makes things like town portaling back to town, leave dungeon, etc. feel a lot better.
Saving a prisoner.
Saving a prisoner, absolutely, yeah.
Every time.
So if you're taking like really incidental damage, it's not going to get interrupted. But we were worried about a case where you're in the middle of a high-intensity combat fight or in the middle of a boss fight, and we felt like it was a little bit too easy to get out of that in terms, and that's actually what it's referring to with the loop, which again, I felt like I nailed it, but I guess you know, and so. You know, there are other ways that we could have solved that, right? We could have said like, oh, well, you get pushed back on your cast, or like, oh, well, it's only increased to 5 seconds if you're in a boss fight, or something like that. But ultimately, you know, what players really accurately pointed out is, look, this slows down the core loop of the game in a way that's not fun.
Yeah.
So we're just changing it back to 3 seconds.
Yeah. So it was at 3 seconds, went to 5 seconds, going back to 3 seconds because. You know, obviously, good player feedback from everyone. So
I've got one more bonus thing to talk about too. So we've been getting a lot of feedback, obviously, on the end game experience tiers 3 and 4, and you know, Nightmare Dungeons are a really big part of that. Last week we talked about how we were going to be ensuring that the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty was scaled more appropriately.
Right.
So now, like, you know, the tier 70 difficulty was the old version. Rather, the old version of tier 70 is now the tier 100 after the changes that we made, to more accurately reflect the balance we have in Diablo 4 versus the kind of insane overtuned stuff we had prior for the tier 70 plus content. One other thing that we obviously are thinking about, like, you know, the scaling difficulty is one part of this, you know, but we also get plenty of feedback on on some of the Nightmare Dungeon affixes themselves. And we know that some of these are sort of ones you're going to want to basically throw in the trash right away. So you're going to want to salvage these and get Citadel Dust immediately upon when some of these things kind of pop up. So a couple of the ones that we're actually going to be, for now, we're going to be removing a few of these as we think about reworking them or deciding what we want to do with them. But we're going to be taking these out in 1.1.1. They're not going to appear anymore. That is, so the first is Resource Drain. It's not going to be showing up in Nightmare Sigils anymore. Cold Enchanted is not going to be showing up in Nightmare Sigils anymore for a bit. And then Backstabber is being removed as well as part of 1.1.1. Now, this is not by any means an exhaustive list of the things we'd want to like adjust on the Aptic side. There's lots more that we want to do to kind of improve this experience. This is just sort of like while we're in here beginning to look at these things, we know that these are problematic. We have adjustments we want to make anyway. We want to go ahead and pull these out and just make the experience better today for players.
Yep. Cool. Awesome to hear. I know that a lot of players have been giving feedback about specific Nightmare Dungeon affixes and everything. So it's great that we've been able to jump on a few of the ones that we know are problematic with the community and kind of pull them out and reevaluate and see what we can end up doing with those. So we did, obviously we talked about the date for the patch notes beforehand.
I don't know what you mean.
But we do want to specify that we are going to be releasing patch notes, full patch notes next week. It's actually going to be on August 2nd next week on Wednesday. We'll be releasing full patch notes. And then 1.1.1 is going to be coming out on August 12th, which is Tuesday. So players will... Did I get those dates right? Yes. I'm doing this by memory. I'm doing it by memory.
No idea.
So. I've seen so many calendars in the last day.
Tuesday after.
Oh, sorry. It is. No, I lied.
It
is August 8th.
Yeah.
See, this is dates.
Everything's a blur right now.
August 8th.
Sorry, August 2nd is when the patch notes will be coming out in full, and then August 8th is when the patch will actually hit. Sorry, I apologize. I've had a lot of dates in my head over the past couple of weeks.
Sorry,
so,
we buffed the date.
Yeah, buffed the date. That's just also part of the patch notes. So players will be able to see everything next Wednesday. We'll be posting those, so make sure to stay tuned. Of course, on the Diablo social media, etc. We'll end up updating the patch notes there so players can see it. Just remember the patch is not that day. We're just posting the notes early so that players can actually see them. This goes back to exactly how we were talking about that we want to better communicate these notes here, similar to how we're doing this here on this Campfire chat. And then, of course, August 8th is when the patch will end up going live for all players so that they can actually experience it and jump through with all the changes that we are kind of detailing out here, and they'll be seeing in the final patch notes on Wednesday next week. We do want to jump into Q&A because we just went through a whole bunch of stuff right here. I know one question that, as we start to populate questions, feel free to ask them in chat on Twitch, by the way, because we have chat enabled there. But I know one question and something that we talked about last week as we're waiting for questions to kind of come in was about XP in later game, or for late game players and stuff like that. Do we have any update and in regards to that specific topic?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we did talk about this last week, and what we said then was that we are not looking to make the game feel slower across the board. We're not looking to slow down the players' XP gain rate in response to feedback about some of the other changes that we had made. The goal was really we want to make sure the players are having a good time progressing through World Tiers 3 and 4, not feeling like they're hitting a point where it's really, really difficult to make progress. So in response to some of these thoughts, we had gone through and we had raised the amount of experience that you gain from before the 1.1 patch went out. We raised the amount of experience gain you get from Nightmare Dungeon completion, from HellTide cache opening, from Whisper completion. We went and did a good buff on those activities to make them feel juicier as part of that. And now we're going through and we're updating density inside the Nightmare Dungeons and in HellTide areas as well. So all this to say, we are committed to increasing the speed at which the players be progressing through these later world tiers. We're not happy with the speed at which players are getting through some of this content and the kinds of behavior it's incentivizing as a result of that, right? We want to make sure that players feel that they can play the way that they want and they can progress at a decent pace. But now that we've made a number of these changes, we do want to see what the impact's going to be on the overall XP gain rate across the board for players, and just seeing how different kinds of players are progressing, so that when we go through and we make changes, which we will be making soon, I think probably likely for Season 2, when we go through and we make these changes, that's going to be informed by what we see players going through and what their experience is like now. Yeah, exactly. So it's really just a question of how much are we going to make adjustments, what's going to feel right, and that's going to be based on what we see from players.
We have two people actually asking pretty similar questions, but one was specifically calling out Adam Jackson and his thoughts on this, but they both are very similar questions. One is from Febzilla, the other one's from Karnaga.
I'm so sorry. Can I just jump in really quick? Can I ask chat a question? Do you, yes or no, do you want Adam to read the names of people that he is getting the questions from the show?
I think we
That
should.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, he's saying he should. Okay.
I think we should, just because I don't want to go into that whole situation, Mike, where that other outlet made up names, and we don't do that. So,
Sure.
But Karnaga and Febzillas, they both ask about. People are all like, no.
I knew it. I knew it.
Honestly, it would make my job so much easier.
I know.
I wish I
Please
could.
finish your question.
Well, we're going to read these at least.
Read
But
these, yeah.
the question is about crowd control. Obviously, it is a huge and popular topic amongst the community. What are our thoughts about crowd control? What are we planning on doing about that here in the future?
I bet we all have thoughts on that, actually.
We do, yeah.
Yes.
Let me
You
just
can
say
jump on
first
that,
that we think that as you get into situations where there are lots of monsters on screen and high-end areas where the amount of damage that you're seeing going in and out is really high, so you're having to react really quickly. Situations where you're being hard CC'd, or like stun or freeze or something like that, can be much more impactful than they are when the intensity and the pace of combat is lower. And so we want to make changes to CC to make that experience more fun. We want to do that. It's not in 1.1.1, but those are changes that we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's larger CC stuff that we're discussing internally that we want to kind of pair with a few other big changes we have planned in the future.
In fact, we're working on stuff like that for that right now.
Yeah.
There is a question here regarding, it's my favorite question because I always get this, it's from Cookie Drops. So are you guys planning on addressing the issues related to like the imperfectly balanced on Necromancer, the decrep aura on Necromancer, and those are addressed in 1.1.1.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Those are, we just didn't list all the bug fixes and stuff
There's
like that.
There's a whole lot of bug fixes.
Yeah, so you guys will see those with the final notes and everything, but those are addressed in this specific update, and it's something that I know a lot of people have been asking, going like, well, I can only add 1 point, yet it says I can add 3, and so forth. So most definitely being addressed in that. We've actually just been getting a general decent amount of questions related to resistances and what the intent is going to be with resistances here in the future. There's a ton of questions, so lots of names. But I guess like what's the vision on resistances here in the future?
I talked about it a little bit. The vision is kind of, I think, what the standard vision of most games is, which is everything is impactful and meaningful and feels good, and you invest and get rewarded for those things at all times. But reality is a little bit harder than that, but that is kind of the North Star and what we're trying to do. The idea is that when you invest in elemental resistances, you will notice a difference in the damage that you take. We don't want just armor or damage reduction or any like keen stat that is just way better than everything else. That's the only thing that you care about. It is tough to find a perfect balance there of how impactful some things should be versus others, and then can you negate certain kinds of combat when you max things out or only focus on only one thing. And there's a lot of gray area there that we're talking about, but our goal is that, and when we go and really take a deep dive at it, is one, we don't want you to just stack armor and that's better than everything else. We don't want you to stack just like general damage resistance and that's just better than everything else. We want elemental resistances to be meaningful, but we also don't want to get to a place where you fight a fire boss and you stack all fire resistances and it actually can't hurt you. Right? There's always a push and pull in this one.
The inverse of that is actually also really dangerous, which is that you're wandering through the game. You don't always know the kinds of creatures or affix. Obviously, you don't know the kinds of affixes you're going to be dealing with. You've got 0% poison resistance, and you get basically one tick from a level 60 poison creature kills you.
Sure.
Right. It's like there's a balancing act. The team is as we move forward, everything that Adam just said is 100% accurate. We want to make sure that the choices between like armor for mitigation, for damage resistance based on passives, legendary powers, glyphs, and paragon nodes, those things are impactful, and that resistance plays a really, really important role. The big difference here is that resistance is a thing that you are going to stack and earn separately, and that they are usually tied to affixes or inherent affixes on rings and jewelry. So it means that some players will be able to go and encounter situations where they are not going to have a predictable amount of resistance when they go into an encounter, which means that we just need to think about what that is going to feel like for that player, and imagine a world where they are able to still complete the content, but it's much more effective to have the appropriate amount of resistance. We need to make that feel impactful. Yes. So there's going to be situations where we are going to ensure that if you are getting into a predictable fight against a creature that you know is going to be dealing a certain kind of damage, and you don't have resistance in mind when you go into that fight, you're going to be penalized for that. That's going to be a really, really difficult situation for you. But we are, trying to balance this against the general flow of Diablo 4 as it stands today, as opposed to trying to like remake it into an entirely different experience.
Right. And to sort of get to I think the point of the question, the question there, which I think is, do you guys realize that resistances don't feel like they're hitting that goal right now?
That's right. Yeah.
We do realize we're gonna make changes to
Yes. All right. Sounds good. There is a lot of questions about mounts and how, we've gotten a lot of feedback about mounts. We've seen Carbot videos. Our friend Carbot Animation had made an episode about mounts. Very funny if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend checking it out. But are there any discussions? Are you guys aware? Like, what are you guys planning on doing in relation to mounts?
Yeah, there are a few changes here. So we want to make mounts feel better, sort of broadly speaking, and a couple of those things are making sure that the boost feels really good, especially with controller, where it's underperforming, and the boost actually, the boost mechanic on the mounts, it actually stacks. There's a bug right now with that on controller where it's not stacking properly. We're going to fix that, there's a few other. There's a key part of this is that the mount gets stuck on things, and that's
barricade.
One of the things that barricade, for example. We in theory, the idea that you're riding through an area and some bandits or some skeletons have set up a barricade for you, and you have to sort of like dismount and fight all those skeletons. Like, that sounds like a fun idea.
Cool.
It doesn't exactly play out that way. You're just sort of annoyed, and you're like, well, can I like kind of ride around the top of the barricade? And then it's a fight about whether the collision actually touches. Anyway, we're going to fix that. So there are some good changes to mounts coming soon in the future.
Awesome. And I know that I've been seeing this a lot as well in chat, and this is something I can answer, is I'm seeing a lot of people talk about VRAM, like on PC and so forth, and like how that obviously grows over time with certain players, not all players, but certain players with certain spec machines, and they eventually either have to force close or the game actually just ends up closing itself, and then they have to come back into the game. I know with patch 1.10, there was a update related to a memory leak that we ended up addressing, but then in 1.11, and I know that QA and so forth, our QA team has been working really closely with the graphics engineering team and testing out a fix that's going to be coming in there that should be helping out a lot of those players and making sure that VRAM stays stable throughout their gameplay and so forth. So that will also be in 1.11. It's a popular question. I know a lot of people have been hitting me up on that one specifically. There was a question earlier about overpower and the intent behind it, what like future plans and so forth.
Sure,
kind of similar to the resistance questions. I think there's a lot of questions related to a lot of these things that we do plan on actually addressing.
Totally, they're fundamentally like how the game works, so I understand. So the intent of overpower way back in the day was we really wanted to create a stat that was different than crit and felt meaningfully different that players could chase, that had kind of a unique mechanic attached to it. Where overpower sits now is that the idea of it I think is really cool, which is it rewards you for building a really tanky character and you get a big hit of damage that's really, really awesome. It also scales off of your max health and then the current health percent that you have at the time, and then also scales with Fortify. So normally these stats aren't things that you want to scale to kill things, right? So we were trying to add another avenue, a vector to do that. And then the other thing that's unique about overpower and how we didn't want to just turn into critical strike chance and damage like a lot of mechanics can be, is that you have a baseline low percent to do it, right? It's 3% across everything, and you can never increase that baseline percent ever, and that is a design choice and a goal. And then the idea is that you can, however, get guaranteed overpowers by doing certain mechanics. So the Druid has some, the Necromancer has some, where it's like, hey, you do this thing, and the next one is guaranteed. So you can still play around it, but unlike crit, where you're chasing the random chance to get higher and higher and higher to get those procs, overpower just naturally happens kind of rarely, and then the builds that can use it get it guaranteed. And then that you have different vectors and avenues to scale it. The problem right now with overpower really is not necessarily an overpower problem, but it's really the crit vulnerable problem of these other things that scale multiplicatively just overshadow overpower in the same way that even dot damage is very much a lot of times overshadowed too. And so when we're looking at our revamp, the dream and the goal and the utopia we're moving towards is all of these vectors, and not even just overpower, but there's some other ones that I know I'm thinking of that I can't, like those legendary affixes that spawn stuff is another example.
Oh, sure, yes, yeah.
Like we want, when we give you a fantasy as a player, whether it's baseline or via legendaries and uniques, that you're able to build that into the late game and it's delivered on, and you can actually scale and be just as good as anybody else. That's the goal. That will always be the goal that we move towards. We're not there yet, obviously, but that's kind of the intent. Is overpower is another stat that you can actually chase meaningfully via lots of other stats too that it combines with to make a build, and that's kind of the point.
Awesome. And then this is a question that I know everyone talks about. I don't know if this group up here can fully answer it, but it's something that we can follow up on, which is the zooming in and zooming out on your character, getting a wider look of gameplay and so forth. I know there's like performance implications to that because it increases the draw distance and so forth, and we have a ton of different platforms, so it has to be evaluated in any type of way if we were to make that type of change. Because even when it does zoom out on bosses and so forth, there's like some resolution or scaling and so forth that kind of occurs there. Please don't kill me, engineers, if I'm saying that wrong. But maybe that's another topic we can bring up during like another campfire chat with engineers, possibly to maybe clarify a little bit on that or so. Or we can just follow up separately after the campfire chat. But I know that's a question that a lot of people have been asking. And then there's questions regarding are there any additional options for customization down the road that you guys are looking at, like pets or wings, etc. I know it's something that we're looking at and evaluating, just depending on like player feedback. Right now, we're very focused on, obviously creating more content for players to play through at the moment, more so than some of the cosmetic pieces and so forth. But it is something I know that players have been asking for.
Yeah, we want to add more stuff like that. That stuff is really fun to add. But we felt that right now what was really important is helping sorcerers, helping barbarians, and some of these other buffs to classes.
And I think there's, we'll do this one last question here before we end the stream, but one thing that people have been asking about is like all the changes that they're seeing today, is this like encapsulating everything that we're doing? We had a question in here regarding, like, for instance, someone enjoyed playing a frozen orb sorcerer in like Diablo 2, for instance, and wanting to have that same type of fantasy in Diablo 4. Do you guys plan on doing additional adjustments in the future regarding other builds or other, like creating variability across that?
Sure, no, absolutely. This patch, I talked a little bit about like we have our short-term goals and long-term things we're thinking about. Forevermore long-term, really, infinitely long-term, is the idea that, every fantasy that we sell you, and I can talk a lot about that. I talk to the team about this all the time.
And by sell, we
sell is probably the bad word. I think that way, like
we're advertising it. Like if you see it on legendary aspects,
that's really what I mean.
If you see it on passives, you see it on skill tags. Like we're saying, like, hey, look, this is a cool thing for you to go after.
When we show you something that is cool and awesome, we deliver on it, right? Like when you log into Necromancer, you see right away, we see your basic skills. Like, hey, there's a bone thing, a shadow thing, and a blood thing, right? And then there's army stuff. All of those things should be delivered on and be awesome. And then as you go through the game, when you get legendaries and uniques, you should unlock, one, double down and make those things really cool, and two, unlock more things that are awesome. And what our goal always is that all of these things are awesome and cool. When we find something that isn't hitting the mark, we either buff it or redesign it in such a way that it's hitting the mark and it's attractive and ideally really fun and exciting for players to chase. Like that's always what we're going to be trying to do. This isn't exhaustive forever. We are always going to be adapting and updating things, and if something just really isn't working, even if it's like something that I made, I have no hubris about like, hey, that thing, it was awful. Make it something good, right? Like at the end of the day, the players are the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner for us of like, did it work? Is it good? Is it fun? Yes or no? If not, then we have to be malleable enough to change that.
Right, and we could be looking at data too. We could be seeing like how many players are picking what kinds of passes, what kind of aspects are they wearing, what kind of uniques are they using, like, and we can say, so like we know when like if no one's equipping a particular aspect, like we can see that, but like, okay, well that's clearly something we're going to want to rework or update or buff or do something with, right? Like this, to Adam's point, it is a never-ending process. We keep talking about how we're all here trying to make Diablo 4 the very best game that it can be. And the reality is this is through iterations, the conversation with the community, and also looking at this kind of data.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have a ton of changes here coming up for 1.1.1 that you guys got to see here, especially for class changes. Thanks, Adam, for kind of walking us through everything.
Yeah.
And then, we do have final patch notes coming next Wednesday. That is August 2nd. So just a reminder on that. Revealed full, where people can read through them and provide full feedback and so forth. And then, of course, that's my tick. Someone called out my tick earlier, and so forth. Stop it, Adam. That's my tick. I will stop that one day. I probably won't. But we actually do have our patch for 1.1.1. The date will be on August 8th as well. So players can expect patch notes next Wednesday, and then of course 1.1.1 hitting on August 8th, which is Tuesday. So looking forward to seeing everyone's feedback, everyone jumping in, and checking out, of course, the new changes coming to pretty much every class now in regards to balance changes and so forth. Oh, I did it again.
And so forth.
Now you're in your own head.
Now I'm just stuck in this my own empty room saying it over and over. But anyways.
And get us feedback on how this went, and how you like this format for talking about patch notes.
Exactly. Yeah, we want to see if this worked out really well with the community. So yeah, please provide feedback. Us going through the notes and then, of course, releasing the notes afterwards. It's a huge help for us and how to communicate with you guys out in the community. So thank you guys again. We hope you enjoyed this Campfire Chat ++, New Game ++.
Sure.
And we will see you on our next stream, which we haven't announced on. We're thinking about doing some Campfire Chats with maybe other teams here, whether it's our art, animation teams, audio teams, and so forth, just so you guys can see kind of a deeper look into some of the development within our seasons and Diablo 4 from other people. So we do plan on expanding these a little bit more, and of course, having Campfire Chats and dev update streams to talk more about the game, gameplay, and design, and so forth.
You did it again.
Thanks. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you again from the Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard, and yeah, have a great Friday.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, guys and gals, let's get into the nitty gritty. Let's pull up the Doojank. I got notes, and let's get into the nitty gritty on it. The nitty gritty. We're gonna get into the nitty gritty. All right. Now let's start them to record this. We're gonna upload this. This is gonna be the recap. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat patch 1.11 has just finished, and we've gone over the information that they wanted to present to us. And I gotta say, there's some pretty crazy stuff in here that they told us. I'm gonna start with the thing that busted out on me like the worst right off the bat, that really kind of slapped me in the face. Felt like I was a little baby coming out of a womb, and all of a sudden I just had... Oh, why they do that? All right, I'm gonna scroll down my list here, and I'm gonna bring this one up because this one hit me in the face. Everybody and their mama has been complaining about not being able to zoom in and not being able to zoom out. Okay, everybody and their mama. I don't care who you is. Every single person has made a complaint about this. I've seen Asmongold make a complaint about it. I've made a complaint about it. Half the people in my kinship have complained about it. Every single person in the world complains about this that comes into my stream chat. They're like, why can't we zoom out? All right. You know what they told us? You know what they told us was the actual reason why we couldn't zoom out? Graphical performance. That's the reason they told us. Was the reason why we can't zoom out, because graphical performance. Because if there's more stuff on the screen, then the graphical performance of the game is going to decrease. This is a trick that has been used for decades. Have you guys ever heard of the term aspect ratio? The basically, like when you get into a game and you have like the field of view, your field of vision, right? When they started making console games, they made your field of vision really small, so you couldn't see nothing, because it was a trick. it was a trick to make the consoles perform better, because if you could see less on the screen, then the game would perform better. You'd get a higher frame rate because you can see less on the screen. They basically just told us that the reason why we can't zoom out is because it's performance, and if they let us zoom out, it would ruin the performance of the game and across all the platforms. They basically said, well, if the Xbox can zoom out and the PS can zoom out and then the PC can zoom out, then one of them is going to be clearly the superior one, because like the PC, for instance, some guy's going to be running a 4090 with a 64 gigs of RAM and a god tier processor like a 5800X 3D, and he's going to be zooming out and he's going to see the whole battlefield at 120 FPS, and the PlayStation user is going to do it too, and he's not going to be able to see 120 FPS. He's only going to be able to see 20 because we didn't really optimize the game properly for the console. So he's going to have horrible frame rate because things aren't set up right. This is the stupidest reason in the world, and this is straight up one of them console bullcrap things that comes out of the world. Literally, where they optimize the console to the point where you literally can't even zoom out the camera, because if you zoom it out or you increase the field of view even a tiny bit, the whole game just starts falling apart. And they may very well be correct. It might be 100% accurate. Maybe on the PlayStation and on the Xbox, when it zooms out, maybe the whole thing crashes and burns, and literally your PlayStation 4 lights on fire. I don't know. But this is a really crappy reason to make it so that that everybody else can't zoom out. Everybody else shouldn't be stuck with a crappy zoom level just because the PlayStation 4 is in the mix, for instance, with a platter hard drive, and literally can't even play the game very well because it's like 10 years old and the hard drive's dying. Like, don't limit our performance based on the lowest common denominator. All right, let's move into some of the more interesting details. So they talked about buffing the sorceress. And apparently the sorceress has been using a kiss/curse mechanic. This is one of the first things he talked about. The kiss/curse mechanic. So basically what he said in a nutshell was the sorceress has been developed under the idea that I got the evil little creature from from Star Wars. So the sorceress has been under this thing. So the right hand gives him a kiss, and then the left hand smacks him in the side of the head, right? So the entire sorceress has been designed around this. You always get something, and then after they give you something, they throw you literally, across the floor, and you smack your head into the wall. So they're talking about reducing the kiss curse mechanic. Apparently they realize that this hasn't really been the best case scenario, and they're talking about reducing some of the debuffs that are coming along with some of the kisses, which I mean, if every time I get a kiss, I also get a slap, I'm not really sure I'm going to want a kiss next time it comes in. But let me see if I can pull this up here. So, we got the buffs here. I can backtrack just a little bit, and we can pull up some of the sorceress buffs. The sorceress buffs they were all up here on the screen. Zoom in way more, thank you. Yeah, I got 1337 viewers today. L337. Let's reload this. It doesn't seem to be working very well right now. Alright, let's fast forward to the buffs. Alright, so first off, this was the sorceress changes, and they started talking about these. Let me go ahead and mute this. Flickering Firebolt, they're changing it so that it generates 2 mana when it hits an enemy. So it used to only generate 2 mana when it hit a burning enemy, so they're making things more generic. I'm not exactly sure this is the right way to go, making things more generically good as opposed to individually good, but I guess if that's the way they want to change things. They also increased the Fireball radius by 50%, so Fireball increases its radius by 50%, which is kind of insane. They also increased the Fireball's critical strike damage by 20%. It seems like they see that people aren't using Fireball, and yeah, I mean, a lot of people really aren't using Fireball. They nerfed the crap out of Chain Lightning back in the beta, and it looks like they're finally dialing back some of those changes. So each time Chain Lightning bounces, the next hit deals 5% increased damage, and then also the change to form Crackling Energy has been increased by 5% as well. And then we had a lot more changes to the sorceress than that. Hold on. Veer's Mastery, the damage bonus was increased from 10 to 15%. Isu's Ferocity, they made it so that the bonuses are granted when you're hitting bosses with critical strikes. So you're actually going to be able to utilize Isu's Ferocity when you're actually fighting bosses. So that was another thing that they changed. Combustion, 20% increased, plus an additional 2% per unique source of burning. So they kind of beefed up Combustion a little bit as well. It looks like in general they're kind of trying to make the sorceress more damage, but I don't really see why damage is so important at this particular moment. I feel like the main problem that sorceresses have is not damage, it's usually the opposite. They also talked about increasing the damage reduction. So they increased a lot of the glyphs. There's a 5% increase from the reinforced glyph, 5% increase from the territorial glyph, a huge increase from the warding glyph from 13 to 25%, which is pretty massive. I mean, across the board, you're talking about 5, 10, what is that, 15, 16, 17, so about a 17% DR increase right there. And then you also have the Keeper of the Flames node, which is damage reduction increased by 4%, 4 to 5, so that's a 1% increase. But this is one of those ones that you usually have 2 of in a board, so that's a 2% increase on both points. So you're getting like a total 4%. So we're talking about almost like a 20% damage reduction increase across the board. I mean, it definitely does seem like they're trying to make the sorceress a little bit more tanky. The Smoldering Flames also another 1% increase, and the bonus a 1% increase, so that's another 2% there. And then the Guarded Rare node, damage reduction from vulnerable enemies, another 2% increase. So you got a 2, and then another oppressive rare node, another for 1% there. It seems like they just generally increase the survivability of the sorceress across the board. So you may notice just in general, even if you just log into your sorceress without changing anything, you're going to be a lot more tanky than you were before. They also increased the maximum life bonus, and this one's kind of interesting because the 6%, the 2% here, I actually discovered recently that these maximum life bonuses are cumulative, which means they actually increase the more of them that you have. So this is probably a much bigger increase than just 2%. I could go over that later and talk about it, but it's kind of convoluted. It basically just has something to do with the way that the maximum health bonuses stack on top of each other. They also changed some of the aspects as well. So the Hydra got a little bit of a buff here. Instead of taking away the damage when you get an additional Hydra, now the duration is increased for the additional Hydra. So that one actually got a little bit of a buff. They gave a damage buff to the aspect of Conflagration, the aspect of Engulfing Flames, the aspect of 3 Curses was changed to increase critical strike damage of the Meteor and the Fireball. It looks like I'm not really sure the Sorceress needed all these damage buffs, but some of these things, like Hydra, have definitely been kind of nerfed into oblivion. The Hydra's not really all that amazing. The Flamewalker's aspect being increased from 4 to 6 seconds was kind of nice. A lot of these buffs are always too short, so a little bit more duration on these is definitely nice. And the damage reduction was taken away from the gravitational aspect for the ball lightning. That was actually a pretty interesting one as well. I don't really think a lot of people didn't use that one. I've actually seen quite a few people use that one. Let's see. And then we have the recharging aspect. Each time the chain lightning bounces, you gain 2 to 3 mana. The bonus chain lightning bounces from the aspect of broken tether was increased from 2 to 4. So chain lightning has gotten a big buff in this patch. The bonus movement speed from the charge aspect again increased from 4 to 8. It does seem like a lot of these bonus these little buffs and things have been very, very small, and quite honestly, it's awful. I'm kind of happy to see them increasing some of the duration of some of these. Johnny up to no good. They said the patch is going to be out on the 8th, so August 8th. We're going to get the patch notes on the 2nd though. New legendary Mage Lords aspect. If you guys have been following my stream at all, you know that I've actually been talking about this one, and I've been trying to find this one, and I think a lot of people have been trying to find this one. Supposedly it's in the game, and we thought it was in the game, but apparently it's not in the game. It was never in the game. Or maybe they took it out of the game. Maybe it was in the game and then they took it out of the game. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's here now. So this is the one that makes your character a lot tankier, and I was talking about this one last night. The Veer's Mastery key passive damage reduction is increased by 20 to 30% for each close enemy, up to 60 to 90%. So this one right here is a way that you can make your character very tanky. If you're using the Veer's Mastery key passive, you can use the Mage Lord's aspect to beef it up. Frozen aspect of the Frozen Orbit, which is the Frozen Orb aspect, got a damage bump of 10%. And I think we're moving into... Yes, we got the Stormwell Swell. So Storm Swell got a buff. The Snow Veiled aspect got a duration increase. Also grants 10% bonus armor for 3 to 5 seconds. I'm not sure if they realize that the armor on the Sorceress is just really bad, and then that's not really going to help them very much, but maybe they don't understand that. The Incendiary aspect skill has up to a 12 to 17% chance to restore 10 mana. Snow Guard's aspect chance changed to while within your own blizzard, and for 2 seconds after leaving it, you take 20 to 25% less damage. So blizzard users are going to get a little bit of a damage increase while they're standing inside their own blizzard. That also works well with the enchantment, I believe, that allows you to cast blizzard on yourself every certain number of seconds, so you'll have a damage reduction there. Mana regeneration increased from the aspect of concentration from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50, and the duration requirement to gain its benefits reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. And I think there's one more change. Yes, the Gloves of the Illuminator. So a very interesting change for the Gloves of the Illuminator. They reduced the damage penalty. They seem to be intent on making Fireball useful. And the Gloves of the Illuminator were never really a bad pair of gloves. The main issue with the Gloves of the Illuminator is just that they're focused on Fireball, and Fireball isn't very good. So what they did was they reduced the bounce distance so that instead of it going like boom, 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 right? Instead of going like that, it's more like boom, 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 boom. So it's going to bounce closer together, which means you're going to be able to hit a target multiple times with it. And should make them a little bit more desirable if you want to try and do a Fireball build. I know Fireball's not really the build everybody's focusing on at this particular point. And I think that moves us into the Barbarian. So the Barbarian got a bunch of very odd changes. I'm not really sure why they needed Fury increases across the board on all their basic skills, but I mean, I guess having more Fury means you can use more core skills, and having more core skills means more fun or something. I'm not really 100% sure why they're focused on this. I never really felt like the Fury generation of the character was really all that bad. In fact, it seems to me that most barbarians obtain most of their fury from other sources, right? Like, I mean, when I played mine, I was getting half of my fury from things like, you know, my shouts and you know, like the umbral ring and just like Mother's Embrace. If I had like a really nice you know, AOE attack, like there's tons of ways that you can get your resources back that don't necessarily have to do with using your basic abilities. So I'm not really entirely sure why they focused on that so much. Double Swing did need a buff. It's a little underpowered, so a buff there was actually pretty nice. Rupture, that got buffed 4 times in the previous patch, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys are keeping count, but Rupture got buffed 4 different times in the previous patch. They buffed it again. Rupture has always been an underperforming skill, and it's just never really been the most amazing. So it's interesting to see them focus on Rupture so much because of how badly it underperforms. Maybe it'll actually be worth something in the upcoming patch. I do plan on, once I get my Druid to level 100, I do plan on taking another stab at a Bleed Barbarian, so maybe I'll give Rupture a try and see how they've changed it. Charge has got a buff of 30% damage. It's a pretty high damage increase for Charge if you've been using Charge at all. And then Mighty Charge, they increased the vulnerable duration from 2 to 4 seconds to make it more attractive there. As I've said before, these really short durations have always been really stupid. I don't know what anybody's doing with a 2-second vulnerability. That's like, it's like, hit the monster, and it's like, 1, 2, and you hit them like 1 time with an attack in between the time when they're vulnerable and then they're suddenly not vulnerable. It's... yeah. Yeah. Next, let's see here. So, Violent Upheaval, they're changing Upheaval a little bit. So if Upheaval damages at least 2 enemies or a boss, you gain Berserking for 2 seconds, increased to 3, and if it damages at least 4 enemies. The passive's Aggressive Resistance damage reduction was increased from 3 to 4%. I'm not entirely sure that Barbarian was really having all that much trouble with damage reduction. It's really the Sorceress and the Necromancer that have the most issue with damage reduction. But, you know, the Necromancer has something that makes him completely immune, so that's a whole nother thing. Gushing Wounds, bleed damage dealt increased on critical damage bonus, increased from 100 to 115. So they're touching on the Bleed Barbarian quite a bit, and also they made it so that when you overpower, you get a huge bonus. They increased it from 11% to 70%. So this right here shows that they're really focused on overpower, and I don't know exactly why they're focused on overpower so much, but I guess it's just because it's so underperforming. In fact, I have that in my notes here, and it made me laugh when they were talking about it, because I pretty much summed up exactly what he meant, and he said everything is overshadowing overpower. Overpower is being overpowered, and I kind of chuckled because. Because basically everything in the game right now is making Overpower look like a chump. Like, it doesn't do what they want it to do. It doesn't perform the way they want it to perform. And I get it. It's a mechanic that they've invested in and they want people to utilize it. But as it is right now, unless you're specifically building Overpower, you don't want it in your build. And even if you are specifically building Overpower, you probably still don't want it in your build. They haven't made it attractive enough that anybody actually wants to utilize it. Walking Arsenal getting easier was a little strange. I've never heard anybody tell me it was too difficult to activate the Walking Arsenal buff. But they said they increased the duration of it from 6 to 8 seconds so that it's easier to activate. I was always under the impression that anybody that utilized the Walking Arsenal buff usually had no trouble with it whatsoever. But when I utilized it, I didn't really have any trouble with it either. But I guess making it last a little bit longer, like I said, perfectly fine. Moving on to the next slide here. Aspect of Ancestral Forest damage increased by 8%. Thorns increased from the Death Wish aspect from 0.75 to 0.85. That's a flat damage aspect, so you're not going to see it until you get into the game. But a 0.1 increase at the top end is actually pretty massive. Aspect of the Unrelenting Fury core skill cost to refund increased from 10 to 20, 20 to 30. Additional functionality cost refund also in granting when hitting bosses. So I think they realize that a lot of these aspects, although they're very nice in trash mobs and big giant groups of monsters, they are relatively useless on bosses and single targets and very difficult, like elites that are by themselves. And in general, across the board, it seems like they're making changes so that some of these aspects are actually working, or at least partially working, when you're attacking a boss, because it doesn't make much sense to build for only one part of the game. It's very difficult to build to only one part of the game. Like, if I want to build for single target, then I build for single target, but then I'm screwed for AoE. If I want to build for AoE, and then I go to fight the boss, and then the boss is like, ha, you built for AoE, you're screwed, and he stomps me into the dirt. So they seem to be making a lot of changes here that involve, like, the bosses getting, things that will trigger the effects of those AoE damage aspects. Aspect of Ancestral Charge damage increased from 50 to 100 to 125%, so a 25% bonus there. The aspect of the Burning Rage damage increased from 0.28 to 0.38, another 0.1 increase on the flat damage aspect. Aspect of the Bull Kathos. So they didn't actually increase the damage reduction on the aspect of Bull Kathos, but they did reduce the the spread. So I've used this on my Earthquake Barbarian, and it was pretty powerful, but it was very difficult to find a 25%. In fact, I don't think I ever did find a 25%er. But they did up the bottom end from 5 to 15%, which was a pretty big bump up. Earthquake aspect bonus, also same thing. They increased the 5 to 15. So it's going to be a lot easier to get your aspect of Bulkathos and your Earthquake's aspect in a much better condition, as opposed to always finding the really low-end ones that are basically garbage. And they gave another buff to Fields of Crimson. This is the 6th buff to Rupture at this point, by the way, because Fields of Crimson is a unique item specifically for the Barbarian. And using Rupture. So they increased the flat damage aspect by 0.04. They also increased the damage that enemy takes while inside the pool from 15 to 20%. And they also replaced the Rupture cooldown reduction affix with a bonus critical strike damage affix. Honestly, with all of the changes that they've made to Rupture so far and Fields of Crimson, they've made 2 changes to Fields of Crimson and 5 changes to Rupture at this particular point. It's not even the same skill anymore. I'm going to have to remake my video on Fields of Crimson. Hellhammer damage increased from 0.6.8 to 0.8.5 to 1.1. So a pretty big buff there to the Hellhammer's flat damage aspect. Burning duration also increased from 3 to 4 seconds, and damage to crowd-controlled enemies affix was replaced with bonus critical strike damage. Ramaladi's Magnum Opus. The physical damage affix was replaced with vulnerable damage, making Ramaladi's a little bit more attractive as well. 100,000 steps, attack, reduce, evade cooldown, replaced with bonus evade charges. I think they realized that people enjoy those bonus evade charges more than they like the evade cooldown reduction. And it's actually kind of silly because on the pants and on the boots, there's literally like 2 aspects that are preferred over all the others. On the boots, it's almost always at maximum evade charges, and on the pants, it's almost always the barrier, the 30% maximum life as barrier. And Battle Trance, I'm not really too thrilled about this one. They replaced the basic skill damage with cooldown reduction. I actually really like basic skill damage. I built a basic skill Barbarian off of this, so it kind of nerfs me. And Battle Trance is really kind of set around a basic skill Barbarian, so I'm not really too enthused about this one. But I guess cooldown reduction is something that people like, so okay, whatever. They also increased the bonus attack speed to other skills from 10 to 20 to 35 to 45%. So Battle Trance is going to give you a lot more increased attack speed to other skills. I don't really know if this is actually going to work out very well, though, because the stacks on Frenzy only last for 3 seconds. So they could increase it to 100% increased attack speed or 300% increased attack speed for all I care, because it doesn't really matter, because as soon as you go to use another ability, any other ability, it's pretty much gone. Because after it doesn't take very long for a 3-second buff to disappear into the nether realms, and then you have to build the entire stack back up from the beginning. It's very difficult to take advantage of the increased attack speed on Battle Trance and the increased attack speed for other skills on Frenzy, because the duration is so low. They need to bump that up from 3 seconds to more like 6 seconds. And if they bump it up to 6 seconds, I think this would be a lot better change. And they wouldn't have to make this change to increase the attack speed. Just leave it at 20%, but increase the duration a little bit so that the duration of the Frenzy buff actually lasts long enough to be taken advantage of on other skills. Moving on. Get out of the way, doggy. So this was a kind of a weird one. I know this was supposed to be a Barbarian and Rogue video, but they started talking about other characters. They're talking about changing Rain of Arrows so that the first wave knocks down the enemies, increasing the poison trap tick damage from 0.095 to 0.12, increasing the caltrop damage bonus, making it so Forceful Arrow pierces every 3rd cast, and then Invigorating Strike energy threshold increased from 50 to 75%. They also dialed back the change to Siphoning Strikes a little bit, so they nerfed Siphoning Strikes pretty hard, and Siphoning Strikes lucky hit chance was increased from 75% to 85%. So they nerfed Siphoning Strikes pretty nastily. And I think a lot of rogues were pretty upset about Siphoning Strikes getting nerfed. This is a little bit of a dial back on that nerf, but it's not a complete dial back. So they brought you up from a 75% lucky hit chance to an 85% lucky hit chance, which is still not going to bring you anywhere near close to what it was before the nerf, but it's definitely better than 75%. Victimized lucky hit chance was increased from 35% to 45%. I think this might also have to do with Siphoning Strikes, so that it's also technically increasing Siphoning Strikes a little bit more. Rugged damage reduction against damage over time effects increased as well, so they've got a bunch of DOT damage reduction here. So you can get as high as 27% off of this one now, which is a pretty high amount of damage reduction from damage over time effects, but at the same time, I'm kind of torn on this one. I don't know if you would really want to build protection directly against damage over time effects. But at the same time, damage over time effects are really nasty in Diablo 4. You're talking about poison, you know, freaking poison. Oh my god, poison. Just, I'm having nightmares, flashbacks to how many times my HP bar just drained away into nothingness from the poison effects. So maybe it's more useful than it seems. Aspect of Elusive Menace no longer requires hits to be from close enemies. Aspect of the Quickening Fog changed to you automatically drop Smoke Grenade at the end of the dash. Smoke Grenades reduce dash's cooldown by 0.4 to 0.6 seconds per target hit, up to 2 to 3 seconds. Next is the Druid. So the Druid got a bunch of spirit changes too. I'm not really sure why the Druid needed spirit changes, but whatever. This one always kind of boggles my mind. I'm not really sure why they're messing around with this stuff so much as they're messing around with this stuff. I feel like this stuff down here is more important than this stuff. And I know that sounds really vague, but I just don't understand why they're so focused on the basic skills and what the basic skills can do, when the majority of the player base is desperately trying to get away from the basic skills. We don't want to use the basic skills because the basic skills are mostly stupid, and we don't like them. Now, granted, there is some really nice Storm Strike and Claw buffs using the Great Staff of the Crone, and those builds using the Great Staff of the Crone are going to see ridiculous buffs from this. But for the most part, I think pretty much the entire player base, like across the board, is trying to get away from the basic skills because we don't really like them as much. And instead of increasing the amount of fury that they generate, the amount of spirit that they generate, just make them more useful so that we actually are interested in using them. If you make them more useful so that we're interested in using them, you won't have to make them so attractive in other ways. You know, like putting makeup on a pig, so to speak. The wolves getting a buff, I was actually kind of excited about this. I don't know why the passive damage on the wolves is always so low. So the passive damage on the wolves got a buff, and the active damage on the wolves got a buff, as well as the attack speed bonus got a buff. The damage bonus increased from 20 to 25%, and then also the fortify amount was increased by 5 to 8%. If you're unaware, the wolves are actually a really good way to fortify your character if you don't have any other option. Next was... Nope, we missed something. Go back, dial it back. The Ravens also got a passive damage bonus buff and an active damage bonus buff. And the additional functionality of the increased damage of the passive. So the passive that gives you more Ravens also now beefs up the Ravens' passive damage. And Rabies got a damage increase from 76% to 110%. I'm not sure what to think about Rabies. I tried to build a Rabies Druid a little while back, and I was just really unimpressed with Rabies overall, and maybe that's what it needed. Aspect of the Metamorphic Stone Spirit cost reduced from 60 to 50. Damage dealt increased from 80 to 100 to 100 to 120%. So a 20% buff there, and then also the cost reduced by 10. The aspect of the Alpha damage increased from 75 to 110 to 90 to 115. And then Mangled aspect resource gain increased from 1 to 3. Also, they buffed up the Overload class mechanic, which is kind of crazy. Me and Leon were actually just yesterday formulating a build revolving around all of the lightning effects, and Overload is one of them. And they increased the lucky hit on Overload from 20 to 40%. So it looks like that's going to be even better than it was before. The Necromancer, they did a little bit of cooldown reduction on on Enhanced Bone Spirit. The Wither legendary board willpower requirement has been buffed quite a bit. Apparently that was underperforming. So they increased that from 2.5 to 4% per willpower. Or per 40 willpower. Legendaries, they changed the way that the aspect of the Empowering Reaper works so that it actually triggers on blight damage instead of just triggering on crit damage. And since blight can't technically crit, it was not performing correctly before. So now it should perform much better, is basically what they're saying. Now that it will trigger on the actual blight damage itself and not just the crit damage of non-blight attacks. Now, aspect of the exposed flesh was changed so that it works on all skills, not just bone skills. So, aspect of the exposed flesh is now ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. It used to only work on bone skills, and it was very useful for the Bone Necromancer, Bone Storm, Bone Splinters, Bone Spirit, etc. And now it is absolutely insane. Yeah, sounds like it's going to be useful for just about every single build at this point. Big buff to the Necromancers overall. And that's not all. The aspect of decay damage increased from 20 to 40 to with a 5% buff on both min and max. And then this one right here kind of blew me away. Aspect of torment. Essence regeneration has been increased dramatically from 20 to 30% to 90 to 170% essence regeneration. Holy Jesus. The aspect of torment was already pretty good, and it kind of competed with the previous one that we were just talking about. And honestly, between the aspect of torment and the aspect of decayed flesh, you now basically have two absolutely amazing essence regenerations on the Necromancer that are mind-bogglingly insane. Honestly, the torment is probably better than the other one now. 170% regeneration is nuts. If you can get a good one. If you can find it, by the way. When I was playing on my Necromancer and I was trying to find the aspect of Torment, I think I found 2 aspects of Torment the entire time I was playing. From 1 to level 100, I found 2. So if you do find an aspect of Torment, you might want to hang on to it no matter what the percentage is, because chances are you're probably not going to find another one. The hulking aspect, so that's the one for the golem. Legendary category change from resource to utility, so that's a pretty big change. That's going to change what you could potentially put that aspect on. And then also chance for the golem to reduce its cooldown was increased by 1 to 4 to 2 to 5. This aspect was terrible. Every time I looked at it, it was terrible. Chance to spawn for golem to spawn a corpse was increased from 2% to 2.5. I think they're going to need to do a lot better to get people to use that aspect. I just don't really think that one's going to be all that useful. Greaves of the Empty Tomb intelligence affix was replaced with the bonus movement speed. And then right here there was another change, and this is to monsters specifically. So they were talking about how Necromancer minions and Druid companions were getting killed too often. And it had to do with the fact that the certain evil effects that plague us all, like Shock Lance, Electric Obelisk, Fire Enchanted, and Balrog's Fire Breath, were basically just annihilating the minions from existence. So they're reducing the damage across the board on these abilities from monsters specifically to the minions, so that the minions stop getting absolutely annihilated by these affixes. And quite honestly, Fire Enchanted and Electric Obelisk and Shock Lance were 3 of the biggest ones right there, because as soon as a monster was Fire Enchanted, they would just wipe out your entire army, and there was nothing you could do about it. So that's a very good change overall. They also have the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking, a big buff to the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking. So this one is upon taking elemental damage, gain 10 to 20% damage reduction for 5 seconds. It used to be 10 to 20% damage reduction to the specific element that you took damage from. Now it's just a flat 10 to 20% damage reduction. So the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking is kind of got an insane buff to it. I think a lot of people are going to be looking for that one specifically. Now, this does mean that you actually have to take the damage before you get the damage reduction, which could potentially still mean you end up getting one shot, because if you get hit in the face with fire that's strong enough to kill you, you know, before the effect actually takes place, well, then I guess you're still going to be dead anyway. And then temerity. They talked about temerity. And I promised I would talk about this and why the change they made still isn't going to make it useful. But let me see if I can just do this real quick. So, pardon the eyes. So one of the things that they changed is they made it so that the barrier is actually going to scale with your maximum life. So it used to be 80% of base max life, and now it's going to be 80% of max life. All right, so they've increased the barrier. Yay. So depending on how much HP you have, your barrier could now be, I don't know, 15,000 barrier, right? The problem with this is that it doesn't really matter. The change that they made doesn't really make this better, and I'm going to demonstrate this really quickly with a little bit of math. So if you take a person who has 15,000 HP, and you give him a 15,000 barrier, and let's say this particular player is using temerity. So if he's using temerity, he probably has less damage reduction than you would otherwise normally have, because I can get probably about like 20% plus a 10% plus another 20%, or let's say another 10%, let's be fair, and then another 10%. So I can have a total of 4 damage reduction affixes on my pants, which at the end of the day is a pretty hefty amount of damage reduction. So I'm just missing that entirely. The barrier that you're getting from temerity is missing all of that damage reduction. So the 15,000 HP barrier that you could potentially get is still basically useless because it's not giving you the correct amount of damage reduction. For example, let's say, for instance, a monster was hitting me for 30,000 damage, and I have a 15,000 HP barrier, and I have 15,000 HP, which gives me an effective HP of 30,000, right? So when that monster hits me, if I have 0% damage reduction, I'm just dead. Because the 30,000 is going to come in, it's going to check that barrier, it's going to bash right through it like it doesn't exist, then it's going to bash right through my HP like that doesn't exist, and I'm going to be dead. All right, but if I have some damage reduction, let's say, for instance, if I have, say, I don't know, 50% damage reduction, I can bring that down to 15k. Well, the 15k is still going to instantly smash the barrier. So it doesn't matter that I have 50% damage reduction because the barrier is still going to get instantly demolished. The thing here, though, is that when you have this damage reduction is going to reduce it even further. So we're talking about, say, you know, a monster hits me for 30,000 damage. So now I have 15,000 damage left, minus 20%, minus 10%, minus another 10%, minus another 10%. And the 15,000 goes down a lot further. And if we run that on a calculator real quick, you can just see the numbers. So we take 15,000 and we subtract 20%. Then we subtract another 10% from that. Then we subtract another 10% from that. Then we subtract another 10% from that. And this is what we're missing. So that 15,000 becomes 8,748. And notice now the barrier actually survives. So in the case where you actually have the damage reduction on your pants, where you have the 4 modifiers on your pants that can reduce your damage reduction by a certain percentage, the barrier will actually survive the damage that's coming in, as opposed to just simply immediately being deleted from existence. The problem with temerity is not the size of the barrier. It's the fact that the barrier has nothing behind it making it tanky. So there's no damage reduction there to actually make the barrier absorb the damage properly. It just gets instantly deleted. I don't really think it's still going to be useful, but it's more useful now than it was before. I will say that. It's more useful now than it was before, okay? But it's still not going to be better than just running a really nice pair of pants with 4 damage modifiers on them. So if you run a really nice pair of pants with 4 DR mods, it is still going to be better than Temerity, bar none. Let's go over the rest of everything they talked about. So I got notes here. Let's go over my notes so that I don't miss anything. They talked about early game buffs for the Barbarian. I don't really know why they're so focused on early game buffs. I feel like the Barbarian's just fine early game. I didn't have any problems with him. They talked about making uniques more attractive in general, and they're not just talking about the Barbarian and the Sorceress. They're talking about across the board. And judging by the way that they showed us some examples, so they did give us an example of the Hellhammer, which I'm not exactly sure where that was. There it is. So they did give us an example of the Hellhammer, and in the Hellhammer example, they showed that they were changing some of the damage buffs in the way that they functioned. So, for instance, instead of damage to crowd control enemies, it's going to be critical strike damage now. Honestly, this is a good change. A lot of these uniques, the reason why they're so poor is because the stat choices on them are poor. Most people would never pick some of the things that are on these items. And I know everybody, as they pointed out in the video, everyone wants to utilize crit and vulnerable and, you know, crowd control damage and things like that. But the problem is that, yes, we do want to utilize that stuff, and these items don't have any of those modifiers on them. Like when you find a pair of gloves like Goer's Devastating Grips and there's no critical strike chance on them. And then you're like, well, without critical strike chance, I think I'd be better off utilizing a regular pair of gloves that have crit on them and a +4 to core skills. And that's another one, +4 to core skills. When you have a unique item that doesn't give you the bonus to the core skills on your gloves, or when you're utilizing a weapon that doesn't give you any kind of bonus to the actual ability past, you know, specific effects. Like damage reduction from enemies that are burning is nice. That's a pretty nice one. But I'm not really too enthused about all of the modifiers that they've put on the unique items, and quite a few of them could use some changes. Definitely need some changes to make them more in line with what players would actually like to see on those unique items. And it looks like they're going to make some of those changes. As they said, they were going to be buffing the uniques across the board. And while all the uniques don't need buffs, there are definitely some uniques that are really powerful and don't need any kind of buffs whatsoever. There are definitely quite a few that could use some changes and modifications to make them more in line with what we need. Changing effects to be more widely useful as opposed to singularly useful. So they talked about this during the campfire, and basically what they were going over was certain abilities are very pinpoint, you know, abilities. Like it's like you get this effect when this thing happens, and if this thing happens, then you can have a chance that this thing happens, right? And that they're all so tightly like bound to exactly what they're supposed to be used for. They talked about kind of expanding it out a little bit so they're not so tightly focused on one particular use case scenario. I think a lot of us have kind of shied away from utilizing a lot of this stuff because a lot of these items and a lot of these aspects are very much so focused on too much on one individual aspect of something, and you can't really use them on the broader spectrum. One example that they gave us of this was like a lot of the times you'll go to a boss fight and you realize that the aspect that you have on is completely useless versus a boss. And they're making it changes so that the aspects are going to be useful versus the boss and in the wider gameplay. So that when you go to the boss, you're not like, oh, well, I'm not set up for bosses, and the boss is just going to stomp me into the dirt. They talked about making overpower damage more useful, and I'm not really 100% sure that they're going to be able to do this because I feel like the way that they have overpower set up with a 3% crit chance or a 3% chance to proc is just way too low. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, to be honest. Especially if the way that they want to do it is to make everything else less attractive, which seems to be their goal at this particular point, which is like every single time we look at something and people are utilizing it and it's amazing, they're like no, this is too amazing and it makes that thing look less amazing, so we're gonna nerf the too amazing thing to make the other thing look amazing. They don't need to nerf anything else to make Overpower look amazing, because it's not gonna work. They need to buff up Overpower in a way that makes Overpower actually interesting, because as it is right now, Overpower just doesn't really make an interesting case in most situations, and even the classes that utilize Overpower tend to shy away from it for more efficient bonuses. They've got to find a way to make Overpower more interesting than what it is right now if they really want us to use it more often. Enabling scaling of flat damage aspects. So they talked about this, how there's a lot of flat damage aspects within the game, flat damage bonuses. Earthquake was one of the specific ones that they talked about, and they kind of made a point to say that they realize that the damage output of these particular abilities is falling off toward the end game, and because they're flat damage aspects, they don't really hold up, in the more intense fighting of higher levels, because the damage is good at earlier levels, and then as you level up, the damage kind of lags behind everything else until eventually you're utilizing your earthquake aspect, and the damage that it's putting on the ground isn't really all that great. So they're talking about scaling properly, or more properly, the flat damage aspects so that they more accurately follow all the other damage types, essentially, so that you can utilize earthquake and things like that in higher levels and actually get some decent damage out of the earthquake, as opposed to right now it seems like the damage aspect is doing basically nothing in the higher levels, although you still get the really nice buffs though. So the 25% damage and the 25% damage reduction that the two earthquakes provide at the current moment are really nice, but the damage that actually comes from them isn't as good. They talked about utility versus damage, and specifically they were talking about ultimates with this. So a lot of the times when you use an ultimate, instead of using the ultimate for damage output, you're more or less just using the ultimate for the utility that it represents. And I've talked about this a lot with people on my streams about utility versus damage, that you have to understand the difference between utility and damage, and you can't expect damage from a utility skill. But what they're kind of getting at is that some of these abilities were never meant to be utility skills. They were meant to be damage skills. And apparently we're using them as utility skills when they were meant to feel like a ultimate, essentially. And the reason why they pointed out ultimates with this specifically was because what they were saying was that the ultimates are currently underperforming. They're not giving you that feeling of like, oh, unlimited power, Instead, you're just using them for the utility that they represent and not the damage that they have to offer. So they're talking about buffing up the abilities that they want to deal more damage, to do more damage, so that they can be utilized for their damage output and not just their utility. He did give us the date for the patch notes. I think I said that already, but it's going to be, we're going to get the patch notes on August 2nd, which is Wednesday. We're going to get the patch notes on Wednesday, and then the actual patch is going to be on the 8th. So that's going to be on Tuesday the following week. So we're going to have a full week to go over the patch notes and give them hell for it if they're all awful. They talked again about the monster density increase in Nightmare Sigils and HellTides. That is still coming, so they're going to be increasing the density. I do believe they showed us a map of the density increases. Where was that? I know for a fact they showed us the density increases. I just can't remember where it was hiding. There it is. Alright, so this is the density in before pre-density buff. And then they show us the density increase. So that's the density before and after. So let me see if I can get that on the slow-mo replay here, and we can kind of overlay the two. So this is before. And this is after. And it definitely does seem like a considerable density increase between the two. You can kind of see them both at the same time here. So the dark red dots are the before, and the light red dots, the barely visible red dots, is the after. So it definitely is quite a bit of a density increase between the two. I have a feeling we're gonna see a lot of deaths. And the reason why I think this is because they haven't addressed the crowd control issues yet. They haven't addressed the problems with the you know, some of the nastier things within the game. So I guess we'll find out. They talked about guaranteed legendary from bosses and Legion. I don't even know why this is a thing. This seems really weird. I don't think anybody had any trouble finding legendaries. I feel like this is some form of appeasement. Like they're trying to just give us more items because they're sorry. Like, here, we're sorry, have a legendary. Here, we're sorry, have a legendary. Here, we're sorry, have a Chinchilla. I mean, I didn't really think that they needed to do this. I'm not really 100% sure why. They also addressed the loot goblin apparently not dropping legendary items, and apparently he was set to a 50% chance of a legendary drop, which is pretty high, but they talked about how everybody would just have, like, no drop from the goblin, and how people thought it was much lower than that. Well, apparently after level 15, there's going to be a 100% chance for a legendary item from the loot goblin. But the thing here is, I don't really know why they're focusing on this when they should focus on other things with the loot goblin. I mean, make it feel special to chase the loot goblin, not just free loot. I always thought the loot goblin was fun to chase in Diablo 3 because of the portals. You know, the portal to the other realm and whatnot that you could potentially get from him, and the puzzle rings and whatnot, but, you know, whatever. They also talked about reducing the respec cost by 40% and the additional stash tab that's going to be coming. Apparently, we're just going to be able to buy the additional stash tab on August 8th when the patch comes out, so it'll just be you're just going to have to spend like 400k and get yourself an additional stash tab. They are reverting the change for leaving dungeons back to 3 seconds. And they kind of explained the reason why they increased it in the first place was basically because people were exploiting the leave dungeon. The 3 seconds was too short, and they were essentially exploiting the leave dungeon to get out of dangerous situations really quickly. Because why not just, you know, if you're in a dangerous situation, just leave dungeon if that works. You know, just escape. I can understand why they increased it in the first place, although I don't really understand why they turned it back, except for the fact that people whined and complained about it. I'm all for preventing exploits. That's my mantra. They talked about changing Nightmare Dungeon affixes, removing the Resource Drain mod, removing the Cold Enchanted mod, and removing the Backstabber mod. I'm pretty sure that for the most part, whenever anyone saw Resource Drain, it was just instant garbage. So as soon as you saw the Resource Drain on a sigil, you just immediately threw it away, which certainly makes a lot of sense because the same thing with me. I think I played around with it a little bit when I first started playing, and it was so bad that I just couldn't do anything. The monsters would literally just boop you on the nose. They're just like, boop, all your resources gone. Boop, all your resources gone. Boop, all your resources gone. And you just literally couldn't do anything in the dungeon. You were just constantly empty on resource, and you couldn't even fight back. So having that one go away is good. And the Backstabber one, I really didn't enjoy that one either. To be honest, it was very difficult to control the positioning of your character, and some characters, like the Whirlwind Barbarian, just couldn't control the positioning of their character at all, because you're whirlwinding through the enemy, right? So if the enemy's standing here, and you're whirlwinding through the enemy, right? You're facing the enemy, well, you whirlwind through them, and then out the other side, and guess what? Now your back is facing the enemy, and so the enemy turns around and just hits you in the back, and one-shots you for the Backstabber. It didn't really seem like a very fair or very fun mechanic, and neither does the Cold Enchanted one, honestly. It doesn't seem like a very fun or very fair mechanic. So I can understand why they removed these, and they also talked about additional changes to the Nightmare Dungeon affixes. But one of the things that they did not tell us about at all, and I actually asked this question in Twitch chat, was when is the Magic Find sigil coming back? Like, they still haven't addressed that at all. So I'm going to add this in here as not addressed. They seem to have skirted this question entirely, and I don't know why. Late game EXP, density will increase as EXP increases. So one of the things that you got to think about is that the more monsters there are in the dungeon, the more EXP you're going to get, because you're going to be killing more monsters, and each monster gives EXP. So the EXP is going to go up a lot when the density increases. They talked about crowd control issues and fixing crowd control spam. Although, to be quite honest, I didn't really hear like a solid answer on what they planned to do with it. It didn't really make a lot of sense to me. They talked about it, and they were like, and we understand that it's an issue, and, you know, going forward we have some plans, and plans within plans, and there's also a jar on the desk, and we throw a quarter in every single time a cold enchanted monster kills somebody. But I didn't really, maybe I missed it, and you guys can correct me on that in the comments, but I didn't really hear what their actual plan was of addressing the problem of the CC spam. I have died to it many times on stream. I'll literally just be fighting a pack of monsters. I hit my unstoppable button. The cold enchanted monsters literally just start wailing on me. My unstoppable goes down. I'm stuck in a frozen effect, and I'm basically just like this, and I'm like just slowly dying. And I'm like, yep, I'm not getting out of this one. My cooldown's on cooldown, so I guess I'm just stuck, and I'm just like, and I'm stuck in an infinite freaking crowd control until I finally die. But they didn't really say what they were going to do. They also talked about apparently how imperfectly balanced and a couple other skills say that you can put more points into them than you actually can. And they talked that they were going to be addressing them. Resistances. They talked about specifically resistances, and I really kind of felt weirded out by the whole conversation, because it went back to that whole, like, we don't want people to die when they're, have 0% fire resistance and they come against a fire monster. And then he also said we don't want anyone to be fire immune, and that made me kind of laugh, because has that ever existed in any video game, really? I mean, even in Diablo 2, if you had 95% fire resistance and you were running fire absorption, there were oftentimes still monsters that could somehow kill you through it. I remember many times with 95% lightning resistance and lightning absorption, I could go into PvP and a lightning sorceress could overwhelm the lightning resistance and the lightning absorption and still kill me anyway. Who is really worried about this? I mean, unless their coding is really just that bad, it shouldn't be an issue. And if I want to stack fire resistance to the moon so that I'm mostly fire immune, why can't I do that? I'm not going to be immune to fire, but I'm also sacrificing large amounts of my equipment to gain this fire resistance, so why not let me get my massive amounts of fire resistance? I don't really understand why this is an issue, and I don't really understand why this is an issue. If you have 0% fire resistance and you get hit by a fire monster, you should die. That's how it works. It's something that you learn as you play video games. You're like, oh, I have 0% poison resistance, and that monster stabbed me in the eye with a scorpion needle, and I got hit with massive gonorrhea poison, and I died from poison. Well, look at me. Maybe I should get some poison resistance equipment, and then you do, and then the next time you fight the monster, you don't get your butt handed to you. It seems like they're too afraid of babying us. I don't really know how else to put it other than that. They're afraid of both sides of the equation. It seems like they're desperately afraid of min/maxers making themselves into fire gods that can walk through the sun and lick flames. And apparently, at the same time, they're also apparently afraid that the noobs won't put on any fire-resistant gear. And will die to a candle. It's like some sort of really weird, horrible, like, just I can't even explain it. I don't understand what's going on here. Like, do they really think that everybody's so stupid that they won't know to put on fire resistance equipment? And then at the same time, do they really have that lack of faith in their own system and the way that they have their game design, that they really think that us being able to stack a little bit of fire resistance is somehow going to make us into fire gods that can play in the sun and lick flames for a living? There's got to be some sort of in-between, right? You know, hey, I put on some fire resistance gear, and look, fire doesn't kill me as bad anymore. They got to fix this, and they need to stop being afraid of both sides of the equation. If somebody has 0% fire resistance, like if player A has 0% fire res and fights a fire monster, let him die. Stop coddling the player base, okay? He can learn to put on a little fire resistance equipment. It's not really that difficult. You don't have to coddle the player into oblivion, all right? There's no reason to coddle the player. And on the other side of the equation, all you have to do is cap the maximum resistance so we can't get any further. So we cannot become literally like Thor himself by stacking lightning resistance. It's called a cap, guys. Like it's it's called a resistance cap. Okay? Find the resistance cap and make it. Put the cap in the game. Done. You don't have to worry about it anymore, because guess what? We can't go over the cap. And even if we get to the cap, even if we're at the 75% cap or whatever it is that you decide, done. We can't get any further. We're not gonna turn into the fire god living in the sun and swimming around because you capped us. You capped us at firefighter. Now we're just a firefighter wearing firefighter gear, and we can still die to fire. You know, firefighters die to fire all the time. It's a sad thing, but you know, you can only protect yourself from fire so much, right? So they're capped on their resistance. You got a maximum fire resistance that you can possibly achieve. Put the cap in, and we're done. They talked about mounts being jankety, and they even referenced the Carbot video, and I was laughing about it. They even talked about, apparently there was a bug on console, so apparently the boost is not stacking on console like it's supposed to, and also him getting stuck on everything. So hopefully they actually do fix this, because the mount really does need to be fixed. At least they acknowledged it and laughed at the Carbot video that was literally making fun of the mount. If you guys haven't seen the Carbot video, you totally should, by the way. I already covered overpower, so we're going to ignore that. This one I covered at the beginning, but let's talk about it one more time. They gave us an excuse, which was basically performance. We can't let you zoom out because the performance of the game would be negatively affected. Very, very strange. Very weird. Big Daddy Blizzard is watching, by the way, so this was an interesting one. Kind of an odd comment toward the end of the performance here, and basically what they said is if no one equips a particular aspect, we can see that, right? So they know we're not using specific things. They know we're not using specific uniques. They know we're not using specific aspects. They know we're not using specific skills. They know we're not using specific passives. They know we're not using specific weapons and all that jazz. They can see what we're doing and what we're not doing. They probably have a graph, and it probably shows all the most popular skills and all the most popular abilities and aspects and everything. And they can see when we're not using something. So they know when something is unpopular and basically useless. They're not clueless on this. So when you have an aspect that nobody uses, they know that we're not using it. They know we're not. They know we don't like that stupid thing. Hey, Brandon, thanks for the $5, man. I love my girlfriend, but I have to put in every point for my girlfriend because she just doesn't get it. I mean, she'll figure it out eventually, though. My girlfriend surprises me on a regular basis. Full disclosure, I am usually way better at video games than my girlfriend is. to start. And it takes her a little while to get it. Takes her a little while to learn. And after about a day, one day, she's better than me. One day. She has some sort of really strange way of learning video games where she just goes full tilt. She's like either completely terrible at the game or like a megalomaniac, amazing, crazy person at a game. And it might seem like she's having trouble, but she's just learning. And then eventually she gets better. She gets better than me at the friggin' game. I remember when I first introduced her to Stardew Valley, she was terrible at it. She couldn't even fish. And like one day later, she had a frickin' house that was bigger than mine. She was married to a husband. She had kids. She had a full frickin' everything. She had achievements I hadn't even unlocked yet. It was absolutely crazy. I think I've covered pretty much everything in this, and I guess at this point it's pretty much just me putting in some my 2 cents. So first off, I want to see the full patch notes. I do like some of the direction that they're taking for some of these changes. They've dialed back on some of the changes, some of the more horrible changes. They have increased the survivability of the sorceress quite a bit. It'll be interesting to see how much that actually works out to be. The barbarian changes look interesting. They're focusing on some of the more underused things like the flat damage aspects, which are actually pretty cool. I really like the earthquake stuff. They talked about beefing up the earthquake. They talked about going over all the unique items. I like what they're doing. I really didn't like some of the excuses they had for some of the reasons why they did things. The zoom feature one right off the bat was just absolutely insane. This one boggles my mind that this is even still a thing to this day. Why are we still getting held down by the consoles? Because the consoles are incapable of having the correct frame rates without FOV adjustment and zooming. I mean, they literally said that the reason why they were not letting us zoom out was because the performance of the game would drop if they let that happen. So being able to zoom out is going to somehow drastically affect the performance. Now, it's not going to affect the performance on PC. It's not going to affect the performance on like PS5 probably and Xbox One X, but I guarantee you it's going to affect the performance on PS4 and Xbox One. I guarantee you it's going to affect the performance on those. So if they let you zoom out on the older consoles, it's probably going to straight up just make your console light on fire, which is hilarious. I mean, PvP, it's not an issue if everybody can zoom out. If everybody can zoom out, it's not an issue. But that's basically what we're talking about here, is that this zoom out issue, this zoom out problem is essentially we are being held back by the older consoles. So that's basically what they told us at this point. So we are being held back by the older consoles. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Stick around if you want to play some Diablo with me. I'm just gonna try to get to level 100 today. I'm level 92. We're gonna 93, and we're gonna try and get to level 100 today. So the live stream's not gonna end, but this is the end of the recording for the recap. Alright, so that is finished. I'm going to get this video uploaded real quick if you guys don't mind. So I'm going to lag the crap out of the stream for a little while. And then we are going to talk with the kinship also about some of these changes. So feel free to stick around as we rant as we rant as a group about the changes. Boop. Boop. Did you say ow? What's the matter, Cody? What's the matter, Boobus Akubus? He heard me do the outro. He knows what the outro is, which is hilarious. Alright guys, I'm back.
Hey.
Hey.
So what did you guys think of the Doojank, huh?
We were just going over it together. I would say like 90% positive. I liked a lot of the changes, but there's still a disconnect about some certain things, like the uniques, like you were mentioning. But you know, you were mentioning the pants, for instance, right? Not only are you
the change they made was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like they were failing to realize. Not only are you sacrificing a hand-picked, cherry-picked item with all the affixes you want, you know, 4 damage reduction, whatever is perfect for your defense. Let's say you're sacrificing that, you know, handcrafted item, but you're also sacrificing a legendary power, like Aspect of Might, which is even more damage reduction. For example, you're sacrificing all of that to put on a unique. That unique better be. First of all, the unique's like special thing, like the barrier better be better than the aspect you're sacrificing. Alone, that better be. And then the stats on it have to be better than the stats you cherry picked. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Well, they all they did was increase the barrier without actually increasing the functionality of the barrier. So it's just more HP. It's like if I had a character with no damage reduction, but I gave him 10,000 more HP. He's not any more tankier. He just has more a larger hit pool to try and absorb HP, you know, damage with. But since he's not reducing any damage that's coming in, the extra HP doesn't really even do anything. He still gets one shot anyway.
Yeah. Path of Exile does this perfectly. In the Path of Building, there's like a little third-party app that you can import your character, and it gives you all these stats. But one of the things it gives you is your effective hit pool. So there's your HP pool, you know, how much health you have, and then there's how much damage you can take. So like a character in PoE with like, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 health can maybe take 100,000 hit because of all the damage stacking they get. You know, they get some sort of barrier, they get some sort of DR, they have a lot of max res, you know, they have all these things. And then all of a sudden 6k health is taking 100,000 damage because of the effective hit pool, not their hit, not the total.
Oh no.
So it's like, okay, here have 30,000 health or 20,000 health, but then you can't actually have 100,000 hit you.
Well, it's like I saw a video a while back, and it kind of made me laugh because it really kind of demonstrates exactly what we're talking about. It was a druid who was utilizing, you know, the shape-shifting crits heal thing, and he's basically spamming Temerity's shield on himself. So he always has Temerity's shield up, and he's like, watch. He goes, I'll go into this fight. The monster hits me, the shield's gone. I immediately rebuild the shield. He hits me, the shield's gone. I rebuild the shield. He hits me, the shield's gone. The shield is basically doing nothing. The 8,000, I think it was like 8,000 life for him because he had 10,000 HP, and it was gone instantaneously as soon as like a trash mob hit it. You're not even talking about a monster that literally has a high amount of damage. You're just talking about regular trash mobs walk up to you and just go bop, and your shield's gone.
And then it's the same thing with the Hellhammer. Yes, the affixes are part of the reason we just talked about that the uniques aren't that strong. But you changed one affix, big whoop-de-doo, and you change it to a thing that's already been nerfed, crit damage, so it's not even as high as it used to be. But sure, you're making positive changes, and then you buff the burning damage a little bit. Which you did say you're going to talk about. They were talking about like buffing those static things to scale them, but right now we still don't have a way to scale that burning damage. But where is my massive like plus the skills upheaval? Where's my massive damage to upheaval? Because right now, going back to what we just said, that's a two-hand aspect you're sacrificing. A two-hand legendary power, which is the most important in the game. It gives you double the power of that legendary. So instead of 25% attack speed, I could have 50% attack speed on that two-hander with cherry-picked stats again. Or I can have 60% damage multiplier on that weapon. You're telling me to give all that up for some burning damage I can't scale? And now one better affix?
I know. I feel like it's some sort of weird situation where they feel like we're getting so much, but at the same time, they're not realizing how much we're losing in the process. I mean, if somebody came up to you and was like, "Hey, do you want a pizza?" and you're like, "Sure, I'll take a pizza." If it's a free pizza, you just get a free pizza, like whatever. But like if he says, "Okay, you want this pizza," and then he gives you the pizza, but then he takes your wallet, and you're like, "Wait a minute, that's not a fair trade." And that's what it feels like a lot of the times with the uniques. Is yeah, the effects seem interesting and useful, but at the same time, the trade-off for them isn't really there. Like it seems like a net loss most of the time when you put the unique item on.
Yep. The first thing I would do if I was into designing the uniques is I'd make them different in the sense they all get 5 affixes just right off the bat. Just they get an extra affix. That would change the things a lot.
That would definitely change things a lot because it would put them ahead of the other items. But they also said they don't want the unique items to be the best in slot. Like, I mean,
but you should have chase items. You should have them.
You can't have both. Like, I feel like you're kind of trying to skirt some sort of an invisible line that doesn't exist. You can't have an item that is both simultaneously useful and something that you want to use, and then also simultaneously not better than all the other options, unless you're dealing with things that are very specific. Like, it has to give you a very specific buff to a very specific skill, and only that skill. Like take Demon Machine Crossbow. Demon Machine Crossbow in Diablo 2 is objectively the best crossbow for an enchant sorceress, right? There's pretty much no other option for the most part. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that being the best in slot choice. It's not the best in slot choice for everything, though. You wouldn't use a Demon Machine Crossbow really on a boson. It's not really the best choice. You wouldn't use a Demon Machine Crossbow on, like a Necromancer. It's not really the best choice. So I don't see why there's anything wrong with having a best in slot choice for a specific build when it's not going to be the best in slot choice for everything. Like if you're a Whirlwind Barbarian, you're not using a Upheaval Hammer. If you're a Hoda Barbarian, you're not using a Upheaval Hammer. So why can't the Upheaval Hammer at least be the best in slot for the one thing that it's supposed to be best in slot for, which is Upheaval?
I completely agree. Let's look at the most successful uniques right now in the game. Tempest Roar, I would say, is one of the most successful uniques in the game. Everybody wants it. It's build enabling, build changing. It's fun.
I mean,
it's like that. Go ahead.
My personal opinion is I like to go the other way. I mean, I see Tempest Roar, and I know how people really like that one because it's such a great unique. But I also really like the uniques like Frostburns and Fists of Fate because I feel like they're general
uniques are better.
They're general uniques, and general uniques can be different for every person that puts them on. Like, one person might put on Fists of Fate for all the crowd control effects, and another one might put it on just to get that damage bonus. And, Frostburns might be used to freeze targets for a specific effect on one character, but on another character it could be because they want additional damage, because they get more damage from the monster being frozen. I mean, it's even my current druid, like if he used Frostburns, he'd have an additional way to scale his damage over time on his poisons. I think the general ones are just a lot better because they're more useful for all characters, and they find them, they squeak their way into specific builds. They're like, oh man, I could, this build's really nice. I could throw in some Frosties in there and make it even better.
Yep, I think the general ones are better, but it's okay to have both. It's okay to have specific ones. Hey, Xylor, don't say that out loud.
But it's funny. It's funny.
I thought I put me on mute. Sorry.
It's funny because in Diablo 2, if we think about the specific ones, the specific uniques in Diablo 2 almost completely overrode pretty much everything. Like, example, Jalal's Mane became best in slot for pretty much every druid build, right? So it didn't there was pretty much no druid that wasn't using Jalal's Mane. Ariat's Face, even though it's not completely best in slot for every barbarian build, you would literally see most barbarians are using Ariat's Face until they finally respec for their final best in slot build. And even then, a lot of the best in slot builds still use Ariat's Face. Diablo 2 shows us that it's very difficult to balance those class specific uniques properly so that they are what they said they want them to be, which is basically not best in slot, right? But the class-specific uniques almost always end up being best in slot if they're good enough.
Yeah, didn't Jalal's fall off though when they added Sunder Charms, and then you wanted to do fire because then you can do the rune helm, or you can do what's the other one called?
Flickering flame, like finally overshadowed Jalal's for the fire builds, yeah. And then
And there was another one, right? An actual unique Ravenclaw or Raven something.
Yeah, that one also kind of overshadowed it for the fire builds.
Yeah, so because they created choice. Once you create choice, you have, meaning then. Then there isn't just a one answer to all.
One answer to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
It's the same thing with creating vulnerable, right? Right now there's no choice.
I mean, and I don't really feel like they're doing a good job conveying that choice. They even did you catch like a lot of the subtle jokes about crit and vulnerable during the campfire, where they were kind of like low-key hinting that they hated the fact that vulnerable and crit were at the top of the game and how everybody wanted to build them? I mean, they're the ones that designed the system. Didn't they think that crit and vulnerable was going to be the top of the game? I mean, they made them multipliers. Somewhere along the line, I feel like there was some kind of like disconnect between the way that they designed the game and the way that they had things envisioned, because they were like, oh, everybody's going to be running all these various things, and then we build our characters and they're like upset because we chose vulnerable and crit, but vulnerable and crit are just objectively the best choices.
Yeah, they seem to, and he even mentioned the word at least once. The main guy, what was his name? He was another Adam. He mentioned like, we hope this change works. It's like, what do you mean you hope? You don't have a way to just like go into the game and like build the character and just see the difference? Like,
they're just beta. They're just beta testing on us, I swear.
Yeah, I understand the player will come up with more combinations than maybe you could think of, but at a basic level, you should be able to go in the game and see like how much damage does this do to Uber Lilith, for example, versus now and before. Like just like a target dummy example, at the very least.
Well,
like, what do you mean you hope? Like,
so this all goes back to something I discussed several times. I don't know if you were there for any of the times I was discussing this, but it basically revolves around the two different development criteria. So there's two different development criteria entirely. One is the development criteria where everything is planned, and one is the development criteria where nothing is planned, right? So where everything is planned, then it doesn't matter what you do in the game. It doesn't matter what build you make. It doesn't matter how you develop your character. Somewhere along the line, some developer had that idea in his mind when he created the game. So you're just following in the footsteps that he made for you, like following behind someone's footsteps in the snow. And the other side of the equation is they have no clue what they're doing. They just threw a bunch of variables out there, and they're just seeing how things settle, like watching the snowfall and seeing where it collects and where it doesn't collect. And somewhere along the line, you have to hit a balance between the two, because you can't just have everything unplanned, and you can't just have everything planned, because when everything is planned, then it just feels boring, like you're following behind somebody else's.
There's no creativity.
Yeah, there's no creativity to it. But there was one point during the campfire where he literally said that we were seeing how things formed, and it kind of made me realize that I think that's what they're doing. They planned a little bit and they threw out a bunch of variables, but I think what they're doing is they're waiting for the community to form like the consensus, essentially. So they're watching what we're doing, they're watching what we're picking, they're watching how we're doing things, and then they're making their decisions based on what we do, which sounds kind of crazy, but it does seem to be what's going on. Oh dang, Majestic Bear donated $50. Thank you, Majestic Bear. And MAH donated $17.99 AED. What is AED? I don't even know what that is. AED currency. What is AED? Arab Emirates Dirham. I would have never guessed that in 1,000 years. I would have never guessed that. Thank you, MAH. I appreciate it, man. And thank you, Majestic Bear. I'm pretty upset about the Zoom thing, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Adam Fletcher had to answer that himself, right? and he like none of the actual devs on the stream were, I guess, capable of answering that one. But I thought it was going to be a design choice answer, so I thought Joe Shelley was going to answer it. But it's not a design choice answer; it's a technical limitation, is what he's kind of saying. It's like, what?
Do you remember Call of Duty and stuff like that when they came out on the PC or sorry, the console? And then when they would emigrate to the PC, all the PC players would complain that the field of view was too low, and they would ask for a field of view slider so they could change the field of view, and it would be really limiting. Like we're talking about, I don't know what the average field of view is for most games, but I bet I could probably Google average field of view, and it would probably come up something like 90 or 100. But they were playing the games. And it turned out the field of view was limited to like 70. It was like tunnel vision. And it turned out that the reason why they were doing this was specifically because the consoles couldn't handle everything being on the screen at one time like the PCs could. And so they were limiting the field of view deliberately to allow the consoles to be able to play the game at a higher rate than what they were normally capable of playing it at. And it struck me as exactly the same thing that was going on here. So we can't zoom in because the consoles, probably the older consoles specifically, the PS4 and the PS and the Xbox One, probably can't handle the game when it's zoomed out. So we are being limited by the older systems.
It seems like this is now at least the second thing I can think of, besides the stash tab, that's related to a design limit and performance, which is very odd because you think they would design this game around expandability, expanding stash tabs, expanding, the off feedback, like you were just talking about, off feedback of the community. We want the camera zoomed out, and you're just telling me like it's technical limitation after technical limitation that's preventing you from making the changes the community wants because you didn't design for expansion.
I mean, even if that's the case, why are we all being limited to the same horrible zoom level? Like I don't get it. I mean, at a certain point you've got to cut your losses and be like, okay, well if you're playing on the PS4, you're going to have your zoom level set to a minimum of X, and then if you get to the PS5 and the Xbox One, your zoom level can go out further. And I mean, it would give the PC players an objective advantage over the PS4 and Xbox One users, but we can't hold back every single game just because the older consoles can't handle the graphics. And even then, are we really even sure this is a they can't handle the graphics issue, or is this more along the lines of you bumped up the fidelity to a point to make it look better while reducing the overall screen space? You know what I'm saying? So if they want to maintain, say, 30 FPS, maybe that's their goal, and they zoom in the camera, they can maintain for 30 FPS at a specific fidelity. But maybe they can maintain 30 FPS at the zoomed out rate too, it just has to be at a lower fidelity. But they didn't want to put it at a lower fidelity. Give the users an option. Just make it an option for the PS4 users and the Xbox users. Why are we even doing this? Just put it in there and have something like lower fidelity zoom out mode. And then the game looks objectively worse, which is absolutely fine. They can maintain their 30 frame rate, and then they can zoom out like everybody else. And he even talked about world bosses, and that was really crazy. He was like, he said, we already have this at world bosses. When it zooms out for the world bosses, everything gets laggy. Because more screen space and more things on the screen and more players on the screen and, more effects on the screen. So basically saying that the world bosses are laggy, and that's why the world bosses are laggy, because when it zooms out, it gets laggy.
I don't know.
You ain't say nothing, Chunks.
You were talking. Not gonna be rude.
When does that ever stop you?
I'm not rude.
So let's talk about the biggest nerf of all that came to Chunks. Did you guys hear about the nerf that came to Chunks? They took away the evil sigils, so Chunks can't torment me anymore.
Which one?
They are taking away quite a few of the evil sigil things. There's no more cold enchanted. So
Well,
the
I
cold,
don't torment you with that because that torments me too.
the resource drain is gone, and the
I don't like
backstabber,
that one either.
and the backstabber is going to be gone.
Backstabber I can deal with. As long as we still have Death Pulse.
I don't like that one at all.
I know, that's the one I torment you with all the...
That one's terrible. So you're fine then. So Chunks has not been nerfed. You heard it from Chunks. He said, I have not been nerfed. I can still torment Ginger on a regular basis. I can do the tormenting.
Looks like Hoda got a damage increase, didn't it?
Oh no, I didn't see one in there for Hoda.
The aspect.
Oh, the aspect, yeah.
Ancestral Force.
Yeah, the aspect did.
Went up like 20% or something. We take that.
You know what's really kind of struck me as strange? And this is, I don't know if it struck you guys as strange. Why haven't we been getting the patch notes early this entire time? I don't know why it hasn't been that way. In Diablo 2, when a patch comes for Diablo 2, don't we usually get the patch notes like far in advance of the actual patch?
Hey, this is a new age Blizzard game, and logical thinking. You need to just throw that stuff right out the window.
But my thing is, it's not even that long ago. Like, we literally were just getting Diablo 2 Resurrected patch notes, and they would give us the patch notes first, and then they would throw the patch at us afterward. Like, it's always been that way. Patch notes first, then patch.
But their brains have gotten so much smaller.
But for some reason, it just got thrown out the window for the other ones. They were just like, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. It's not going to be patch notes patch. Now it's just going to be patch, and then you will get the patch notes on the same exact moment that the patch comes out. And we had, they had to release, the worst patch of all time just to revert back to, hey, patch notes first and then patch. So we're don't think that we got anything special by them doing this, by the way. I'm not giving them any points. They're not getting any merit points. I'm not giving them a gold doohickey star like in preschool. They're not getting any points for giving us the patch notes first. It should have always been this way. It has
the minimum viable.
It has always been this way up until Diablo 4, and they decided to change it. All we're doing is going back to the way that it should have been to begin with.
Yeah, this is the lowest bar. They should be delivering it in that fashion.
And then on top of that, we need PTR. And somebody did rightfully point out when I was like, where's PTR? Where's our public test realm, right? They were like, well, Diablo 2 didn't have a public test realm when it launched either. And they're right, and I totally forgot about that Diablo 2 didn't have a public test realm when it launched. But
that plenty of sense.
But we still need a public test realm for Diablo 4. Okay, I think that this horrible patch that they gave us shows that we need a public test realm.
I've been a supporter of this game is just launching, other games have 10 years of development, etc. But there's also things that you should learn after 20, 30 years of game development. When all of your other games have a PTR, why wouldn't you launch your new game with a PTR? That's not an excuse. That's just not taking the lessons of the past.
And then
don't have time.
Well, and then the thing is we keep getting these game-breaking problems in every single patch. It's so one patch, 142 people got super unique items. Whoa, we're sorry. Whoa, we didn't realize that was going to happen. Well, guess what? If there was a PTR, we would have solved that for you. We would have fixed it. Would have been done. That thing never would have made it to live. Infinite gold glitch through the seasonal mechanic that was released without testing. Guess what? We would have tested that for you, reported you that information. It never would have made it to live. The majority of these things that are coming through and making them to live that are actually affecting the actual game would never have made it into live if they just did a freaking public test realm in the first place. I can't believe 142 people got super unique items because they released a patch that they didn't actually test. Did they send anybody out to actually check the HellTides before they release this patch? Because it seems like to me, if you had anybody level 85 or higher go open up a helm chest at that particular time, they would have immediately gotten a Shaco and been like, hey, I think something's wrong. I got 3 Shacos. And they're like, what? 3 Shacos? Man, that sounds wrong. Let's get that fixed.
Yeah, and they could have skipped having to like earn the cinders and everything like that too by just giving them the amount of cinders they need to open the chest repeatedly.
Oh, I mean, they have tons of ways that they can skip that stuff. You can literally just send somebody out there. It's 5 minutes tops. You give him 10,000 cinders. You make it so that when he dies, he doesn't lose any cinders. He just walks around clicking on chests and see how it works. I mean, it takes a whole 5 minutes tops to ride around on your horse. Okay, 10 minutes because the horse is jankety. 10 minutes because the horse is jankety. But 10 minutes riding around on your horse, opening up chests to figure out whether it's actually working right.
Where is this mystery chest?
I gotta go to the restroom real quick, and I think Cody's gotta go to potty too. I'll be right back. You guys have fun.
I think we're a victim of our own demands at this. We're demanding bug fixes. We're demanding fixes yesterday and things like that, which is taking away from the ability of the team to put things in place that are going to help mitigate things. Like they're just working all hands on deck to push content, push fixes because we want them and we need them. They don't have time to pause to give us a PTR. And they're probably not set up for that workflow because it was probably all ship, minimum viable product, get it out the door.
Yeah, I mean, but this comes down to their leadership too. I mean, how much money has this game made them?
Oh, we know it's probably not broke even yet.
Well, this was like a month ago now.
Yeah, but they
sold
think all the development they've done over the years,
no,
right?
Well, no, what I'm saying is they already announced like they sold over 10 million copies, right? At $70 a piece or $100 a piece, depending on what they paid for. Over a month ago, this was before they announced 10 million copies. They made over 666 million in sales, which, granted, that's not all profit because you have to subtract development costs and all that. But how much money do you think this game has actually made them?
Are we talking gross or are we talking net after we reduce wages, hourly wages,
net, everything.
server costs, and
After,
everything like that?
Yeah.
I don't think it's made any money. I really don't. I think they have not broken even.
So you think this game costs more than $1 billion to make? You think it costs more than any movie Hollywood has ever produced?
I think so.
That's what you think?
I do.
I don't think that at all, but I don't know for sure, so... I do not think this
I don't know the size of their team and things of that nature.
I don't think games cost $1 billion.
I
I think games cost 20 million,
Even
50 million.
If you have 100 developers at $100,000 or more a year
They don't,
in wages,
they don't. They fire their
bonuses.
seniors. They have been proven to fire their senior developers after a project's. They do not keep them. They do not pay those people.
Yeah, but like I mean, saying $100,000 for a developer of this class is like bottom end of the wage structure for them.
I bet you half the code is contracted. It's not even in-house developers.
Nevertheless, I still don't think they've broken.
I mean, I think it's insane if a game costs $1 billion to make. There's no money in it at that point. Most games don't make that in sales ever. Ever.
I could be wildly wrong.
I think you are in that part.
I don't know. We'll never know. They'll never let it out.
I think you're both wrong. I think it costs $5. $5 only.
Why do you think they got KFC deals and stuff like that? I mean, they've been probably watching the number in the red for so bloody long that they just want it to ship and get out the door so they can see some of the profits, but it's hurting the game long term.
I'm back.
So they're saying Diablo Immortal costs $11.7 million to make, and that also includes marketing costs.
All right, well, yeah, it must be wildly out then. Then they made hundreds of millions of dollars on this game by shipping.
Thank you. So now that we both agree on that, you're telling me that money cannot pay to fix all these issues, to hire developers and contractors?
Well, I mean, you got to think of the lead time though to hire developers and get them trained up on your product and things of that nature. Like,
I mean,
this is one of the biggest companies in the world.
They
for
shouldn't
gaming.
have to, though. I mean, they should have all those people already on hand. Like, I mean, at some point or another, when they were developing the game originally, they developed they built up a Rolodex basically of names and people that worked on specific stuff, and they can just call them back up and be like, "Hey, we need you to come back and work on this," and they'd be like, "All right, we live 50 grand," and they'd be like, "All right, it's no problem. We just made $666 billion off of this game when we sold it. We can spend. How about 100 grand? We'll bump that up to 100. Can you do it tomorrow?" I mean, at some point or another, they've made so much money off the game that they've got the money to spend to fix it.
Yeah.
Take some of that
time.
Take some of that millions of dollars that they made and go fix it. I mean, we don't know exactly how many people bought the game, but they said 666 million in the first week, right? So 666
in sales,
million in sales, right?
It's
so
over
you,
10 million.
So you multiply that by $100 a copy. That's literally what, $66 billion?
No, not 666 million people. 666 million in sales.
$1 million in sales. That's still almost $1 billion.
That was in the first week. And now it's been reported they sold over 10 million copies already.
That's still almost, that's a lot of freaking money. 10 million copies is still a lot of money.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I totally agree with you guys. There's a lot of money that's made from the sale of the game, let alone battle passes and everything else too.
Well, you know
that's kind of
well, you know they want to sell expansions, so they've got expansions coming, right? So they're banking on these people playing the game, because when they sell the expansion, they're gonna get another like $60 right off the pop. That's pretty much the standard price for expansions from what I remember from MMO days. It's like $60 no matter what. $60 for an expansion, $60 expansion, $60 expansion. And that's it. That's not even if you do like one of the ultimate versions or whatever that usually comes with a bunch of other crap.
Where is this chest? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're still probably all hands on deck trying to get things all sorted and built still, so they just don't have the people to do the work that's necessary.
I mean, they've had a long time in between Season 1 and Season 2. They got plenty of time to start working on some of this stuff and making the game better.
Can we circle back to August 8th?
August 8th is when the patch actually is going to release, yeah.
Yeah. 2 weeks or a week and a half?
Well, because now they have to give us the patch notes early, right? So the patch notes are coming on the 2nd, which isn't too far away. I mean, as far as patch notes go, I mean, we're talking about, what, 1 week away for the notes? They're trying to give us time to review the notes and make the appropriate comments. So when those notes come out, like, we need to be hypercritical, essentially, and actually give them feedback so that they can make the appropriate changes.
The time between doesn't seem necessary because there's nothing we can really tangibly test between the 2nd and the 8th. It's nice.
Well, there's no PTR. So
yeah.
So we can look at the notes and we can see what they're changing, and unless you have a firm understanding of what's going on, you don't necessarily know what it is that they're changing. So sometimes the patch notes sound good in theory, and then you get in the game and it's like, wow, this is terrible. Or sometimes they sound bad, and you get in the game and you're like, wow, these are amazing. I don't know what I was thinking. But, I mean, how are we supposed to get a really firm grasp on what's going on without... I mean, a lot of it is just numbers, especially the flat damage aspects. They need to find a better way to represent those in the patch notes. Because all they're doing is representing the decimals, and the decimals don't really tell us anything.
No, the end formulas are so complex. As you said, with the spirit raising from 11 to 13 on the druid and things like that, it's minuscule there, but it scales up so much. I agree with what you said, which is it's a weird thing that buffing the spirit and the fury for the barb when it wasn't really seeming to be a problem to generate those.
I mean, did anybody really have trouble generating fury on the barbarian or the druid?
No, never. Always a max.
The druid especially was a little strange because I think the druid probably has some of the best basic skills in the game. Claw, Storm Strike, those are very loved, like beloved basic skills, and both Claw and Storm Strike got a buff.
Which I'll take it. I mean, I'm never going to say no to making the character more powerful, but it just wasn't struggling in that category. Maybe others are. Maybe the more casual player base is struggling to get that sorted out.
I don't know. Most of the player base I feel like is moving towards, you know, all the really nice regenerative items. You know, like you've got like the Ring of the Umbral and the Mother's Embrace, and you've got the, you know, and the Band of Torment. They buffed up the Band of Torment something fierce.
Yes, they did.
Like it went from 30% regeneration to 170% regeneration.
Yeah.
It was already good. I used it on my Necromancer, and although I wouldn't say that it was better than the aspect of the exposed flesh,
Probably is now.
It is now.
I used it until I found that aspect of exposed flesh.
And it wasn't. And at 30%, it wasn't bad, was it? It was decent.
No.
Now at 170%, what do you think it's going to be? You think it's going to be way better?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
gonna need a reverse course on that from the sounds of it.
Should I do the ramp up armor?
The ramp up armor? What do you mean?
The one where if you take like damage, it ramps up the armor.
Like the 0.25% up to 15% additional armor.
Yeah, that one.
It's a decent one to start out with if you don't have something better to stick in.
But right now, it's using my skeleton mages to do Blizzard.
I mean, for the Necromancer, armor is not really the greatest thing in the world. You really can't stack armor very well on the Necromancer.
All right, I'll just
You're better off with things like the Aspect of Might, which gives it a 20% damage reduction when using a basic skill. Or,
yeah, I already got that one.
You can also go with things like the Bone Storm one, which increases the duration of the Bone Storm, gives you the barrier.
I'm not using Bone Storm at the moment.
What are you using, Army of the Dead?
Yep, until I get that ring.
In that case, you can...
Don't ask me to say the ring.
In that case, you can use the aspect that goes with the Blood Mist, the one that lets you reset Blood Mist over and over again. That one also works as a defensive cooldown.
Is the item power on that ring 400?
No, we're making fun of him because every time he says Ring of Mendeln, he always makes it sound like it's from Lord of the Rings.
Don't make me say it.
He keeps saying Ring of Mendelin, and I'm like that sounds like a city in Lord of the Rings.
It is.
Also,
I don't know.
Musical instrument.
Yeah, the mandolin. Yep.
Mandalorian.
You guys are just tearing me apart. Oh my gosh.
It's okay, Leon.
What?
It's terrible. Inside jokes, guys. Inside jokes.
Join the kinship to learn.
Yeah, learn more.
You get your chest.
Earn citizenship today. That's a Starship Troopers reference.
Who's the next one?
Someone's talking about Gondor.
Gondor. Mendelin was in Gondor, I'm pretty sure. Like, it doesn't even just sound like you're saying a Lord of the Rings city. I'm pretty sure that actually is a Lord of the Rings city in Gondor. Like, it's straight up out of the Lord of the Rings.
I need more time.
You might as well be saying Gondor. Or or Helm's Deep.
I see you've added a new bot to the YouTube channel. Joy L is now the bot.
Apparently.
I'm not ready yet.
Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie.
Oh, what now?
I don't know.
You guys running Nightmare Dungeons yet?
What's my overall rating for the Campfire? I feel like some of the changes that they've made arc unnecessary. I don't know. You know what it kind of smacks me of? It kind of smacks me of like you made your girlfriend mad and you went out and bought her candies and flowers and you're trying to like appease her. You're trying to make her like not hate your guts. Some of the changes just seem like changes for no other reason other than to make changes to I guess for appeasement purposes. Some of them actually seem like good changes. Like I said, I don't know why the fury cost on the barbarian skills needed to be beefed up. I'm not really sure why that was.
I think it makes sense.
You really think the barbarian needed some fury adjustment?
I can argue for all those changes, and one argument I can make is you usually solve fury issues, let's say in Barb's case, end game with shouts, like in an aspect tied to it or 2 aspects on your rings. But now, if you can generate more fury from your base skill, let's say, now you can use those aspects, like you can change up your builds, you can use different aspects. That's just one example of many, I'm sure. But you basically can change the way you generate fury. Maybe you don't need the shout anymore, or maybe you don't need the aspect that gives you the fury.
Right, so maybe on the barbarian, but what about the druid?
I must wait a moment.
I mean, I know my landslide build is starving for spirit. Like, I just spam my spirit all the time.
I must wait a moment.
Around in here. Right.
And they really focused on rupture though, didn't they?
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, wasn't I just saying before the campfire that they beefed up rupture 4 different ways in the latest patch, and now they beefed it up like 3 more?
I'm not ready yet.
Yep. My Field of Crimson's getting tweaked too.
So that
Wolfie, I think it's time for you to build your Fields of Crimson.
So that overpower went from what?
Oh, the overpower on Gushing Wounds
Like
would look like an
125
absolutely insane change. They took the overpower buff from Gushing Wounds from like 11% to 70%. Sounds like anytime you get an overpower with Gushing Wounds, it's going to be an insane bleed. I don't know how much bleed damage that's going to calculate out to, but a 70% overpower sounds like a whole lot of bleed damage. But then again, it's still a 3%. But it's still just a 3% chance, though. I don't know. Was Bone Spear nerfed again? No, Bone Spear got buffed significantly. A lot of people don't realize that the change to the torment aspect has basically made it so that you can maintain maximum fury at all times. If you were to utilize the torment aspect alongside the exposed flesh aspect, you would never run out of essence. And because Bone Spear increases its damage based on the maximum essence that you currently have, having maximum essence at all times means that the Bone Spear build has a huge increase in its damage output. Because it's going to be able to... imagine you just had a permanent channeling shrine with your Bone Spear. That's basically what you're going to be looking at now. All you got to do is fire off a Bone Spear. You're going to get 170% mana essence regeneration, and then you're also going to get a lucky hit chance of a 50 essence renewal. So even if your essence does start to go down, it's just going to be infinite. Like you're gonna be able to build it back up almost instantly.
Yeah, Bone Spear looks super strong right now, today, even after all the nerfs. And imagine how much stronger it's just gonna get.
I wish the minion build would be as strong as Bone Storm.
They did beef up the minions quite a bit, and I was kind of excited about that. So they addressed a lot of the major issues of the things that are killing minions. So there's like 3 major things that are currently murdering minions by the handfuls, and it's the electric obelisks, the what is it, the little sparky things that are on the floor, and the explosion aspect. They'll basically, if they run into any of those things, they usually just end up dying instantly. So they reduce the damage output of all of those toward the minions, which should help the minions survive quite a bit more.
Okay.
Also, quite a bit of buffs to the companions as well. Passive and active buffs.
Yeah, the fixes to the Ravens is kind of interesting. That seems like a bug more than an improvement.
Like they weren't really working as they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a Thindros on me.
You're way over there, sir.
Well, fine, I'll click it.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on.
I mean, I'm on my way, I guess. Hey.
There's an event on me, too.
I must wait a moment.
It's about to be over.
I'm a little worried about the density increase in the dungeons.
It's gonna be crazy.
well, they haven't addressed the crowd control yet.
Yeah.
So by increasing the density, they're just going to make the crowd control problem worse, not better. They need to figure out what they're doing with the crowd control stuff before they increase the density. Otherwise, we're just going to be even more locked in CC.
They did say cold enchanted, at the very least that one's coming off the sigils, right?
Yeah, so that's not going to be on the sigils at least anymore. But that doesn't mean we're still not going to run into cold enchanted monsters out in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like they're just basically getting rid of the lowest sigils that just get destroyed every single time and voided anyways.
Yeah, which they have data on. They literally, like Big Papa Blizzard, they literally said that. They were like, we know which aspects you're not using.
They have so much data.
Like they know exactly what's going on. Like they're not dumb.
So much telemetry on what we do, how we do it, how long we do it for.
I mean, did I miss, like, because I feel like there was a very small bit there that I might have missed, but did he actually say what they were going to be doing with crowd control?
Working on it.
I mean, it just kind of felt, maybe I missed it, but it felt like he pretty much just said, you know, like, we've acknowledged the issue and we're working on it.
We got more information last week. Last week we got more information, because last week he was saying... Yeah, he was saying last week that our tools are not adequate, is like one of the phrases he used. So, like, they're going to give us better tools to handle it.
They said it sucks. Sorry.
I mean, the problem with that is well, what are we talking about? More unstoppable?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if they add in more unstoppable, it could work, but unstoppable is a temporary buff. So whenever we find ourselves in a situation where our temporary buff is down, which is what the current issue is that we're stuck in a loop. So you've had it happen to you as well. I mean, I've had it happen to me. Like we quite a few of us have had it happen to us. One time, Chunks was laughing at me because I had it happen to me, and then he runs up to the group of monsters, and they get him stuck in an infinite loop, and he can't get out. I mean, at a certain point, if you get stuck in these infinite loops and there's no way out of the infinite loop, I don't know what it is we're supposed to do about it. It's just an infinite loop. It's not fun gameplay. It's just an infinite loop that we can't stop.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the most obvious thing they should do, and they still haven't commented on this, is like some kind of diminishing return where you can't just be chain CC.
I mean, yeah, if I'm in a situation and a monster freezes me, and then I get out of the freeze, and then a monster fears me, and then I get out of the fear, and then a monster, you know, knocks me down, and then I get out of the knockdown, then I'm refrozen. Like, there should be some kind of diminishing return there, so that by the time I get frozen or knocked down the 6th or 7th time in a row, that I'm not looking at, you know, like the full 5-second knockdown. Instead, I'm looking at maybe like a 1-second knockdown or something.
It's like, do they take from their sister game? Because World of Warcraft has had diminishing returns in the game for 15 years. Like, for example, if you sheep someone as a mage, you turn them into a sheep, like it lasts 10 seconds. And the second time you turn them into a sheep, it lasts like 5. And the third time you do it lasts 2. And then you can't. Then they're immune for a certain amount of time. You can't turn them into sheep anymore. Like, this is a normal thing that they've had in their games before.
Yeah, diminishing returns on crowd control effects is something that should have been in the game from the very beginning. I don't even know why it's not. They have it on the stagger for the bosses. There's diminishing return for the stagger. So if you hit the boss with the same stagger multiple times in a row, it has less effectiveness until eventually it basically does nothing. So they already have a system in place. Take that system, apply it to the players, bam, you're done. Bob's your uncle. The only problem with the stagger system, though, is that it doesn't apply to multiple different versions. So while it will scale back, for instance, a poison effect, or say a chilling effect from hitting you repeatedly, if the monster then comes in with a fear or a knockdown, there's no diminishing returns at the moment with stagger versus multiple different types of crowd control. So while it would potentially protect you against the spam of one specific crowd control effect repeatedly, it won't protect you from multiple different ones, which is also a big issue. Because we often find ourselves in a situation where we're surrounded by monsters that are chilling, freezing, cooling wind, fear, knockdown, knockback. You know, just they've got like every kind of crowd control known to man, and we're just fighting for our lives over here.
Yeah, the way the World of Warcraft one works, it applies globally. So like a stun, so like a shaman can turn you into a frog. So the frog works the same as the polymorph. Like you can't just chain them. It's the same DR.
I need time to do that.
The funny thing is you know, the majority of the time we die in this game, it is from crowd control. Crowd control is one of the main reasons. But it also comes down to the duration of buffs. I think that's also part of it. So because crowd control stops us from being able to buff ourselves, even temporarily, at that moment that the crowd controls exceed the duration of the buffs that we're capable of applying to ourselves, all of our defenses are essentially stripped from us. Like, we might as well be naked at that point. So if the crowd control exceeds, what would you say, 5 seconds? If it exceeds 5 seconds, we've now lost, essentially, the majority of any kind of damage reduction our character has. I think 6 seconds would be complete. So once you're at 6 seconds of crowd control lockdown, none of your buffs are left up. Storm Strike is what, 3 seconds? Or, yeah, 3 seconds. So as soon as you pass 3 seconds, your Storm Strike damage reduction is gone. The Might Pants, if you happen to have a full 6 second one. 6 seconds of crowd control, your basic skills 20% damage reduction is gone. Most of the damage reduction in things in the game that apply that way, they're all very short durations, and so as soon as you get locked down for more than 6 seconds, you're naked. You're like a little newborn baby all of a sudden. You got none of your buffs up. Your barrier's gone. Your damage reduction is gone. Your armor stacks are gone from your disobedience. All of it. And so, of course, you get one shot. If you get locked in a crowd control for more than a couple of seconds, of course you're going to get one shot, because it doesn't. There's nothing you can do about it. You can no longer stack any of your buffs anymore.
You don't want that.
I feel like this density chains is just going to make things worse, because for some reason or another, I just know that they're not going to address the crowd control problem before the density is increased, and it's going to make the nightmare dungeons almost unplayable.
Yep, that's going to be something that would be found in a PTR, and then we're not even addressing the fact that now they've increased the density, which means more drops.
Which
well,
we're getting one stash tab, boys. One stash tab. Woo!
So what's that? 1/2 of a nightmare dungeon worth of stuff?
One stash tab, boys. I can't even really complain either, because I'm so desperate. I'm like a dying man in the desert that hasn't had anything to drink for a while. So one stash tab to me just looks absolutely delicious, and I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna slurp it right up, but I'm going to need a hell of a lot more than one stash tab.
That's your thimble full of water.
My thimble full of water. Oh man, there's a comic. It cracked me up back in the day. I was just a little kid when I read it. I think it was in Dark Side, the Dark Side comics or whatever. And they're in the desert and they come across a water fountain, and the guy is There's two people there, and the first guy is taking his sweet time, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Hurry up." And he's just holding down the button. And he's like, "I'm trying to let it get cold first." And I don't know why it just cracked me up so bad, because I'm like, they're in the desert and they're dying of dehydration. and the dude's literally waiting for the water to chill up first before he takes a sip. He can't really be that thirsty if he's waiting for the water to chill up.
Heard my whispers.
Oh man, I don't know when Majestic Bear made that donation of $50, but I just saw it on the thing there. I don't know if that was today or yesterday or what, but thank you, Majestic Bear.
Come back if you need any.
I really feel like they should be pushing through these changes a lot faster. I mean, like you were saying, 2 weeks away definitely does seem like a really long time away.
Absolutely.
Did anyone else kind of feel like we were getting the patch notes today? Like we should have gotten the patch notes today? I mean, I know they gave us some information. They gave us some, but I really kind of expected more today than what they gave us.
Maybe they want us to just wait to continue playing until the patch comes out.
That's kind of how I feel. Is like I just need to stop playing until they dump the patch. Like why
He also
should I
said-
continue in the broken state?
He said what today was shared was not even finalized, so maybe they just want to see our feedback? I don't know.
That was
Well,
in every
I
slide.
imagine
yeah,
if our
top right.
feedback was not playing, they would not necessarily enjoy that too much.
So they got the stats on playership.
I'm pretty sure they had a lot of people not play.
Well, there's a whole group that were screaming about boycotting last week when the last Campfire was up.
I think that's what's changing their whole attitude is just the amount of pushback and players saying they're quitting and not playing.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Reddit post as well.
I think right off the bat they're seeing a drop in players.
Especially whenever you see like content creators and other streamers talking about taking breaks.
Yeah, I'm
That
sure
plays a big role.
Mr. Llama saying he's quitting probably was a big red flag for them.
Especially when they...
I mean, he's been doing Diablo content for a long time, so yeah, I imagine.
Well,
that
especially
did hurt
after
a little bit.
they kind of curtailed the content for him as well. So,
Mhm.
I don't know, they kind of, I don't want to say babied, but I guess babied is probably the right word. They babied certain content creators because they knew they were going to be influential in the market for things. And I'm pretty sure they handed Llama a lot of opportunities, just like they handed Riker opportunities and things like that, specifically because they were the top in their respective areas. And there's got to be some blowback there when you see the content creator that you handed all those opportunities to basically, blow back against the game that you're trying to get them to endorse. Personally, I think it's better to be in here and holding them accountable, to be perfectly honest. Going over the notes and things like this so that you can actually understand what's going on, and pointing out the horrible mistakes that they're making. I mean, one of like the Zoom thing has been an issue since the very beginning. They could have addressed this. They could have fixed this. They could have told us something. They could have done anything to patch the leaking wound of a like stab in the chest that the horrible Zoom has been the entire time. And this is the first word we've really gotten on it. They've been deliberately ignoring it the entire time.
Your druid looks like he has Medusa hair.
Whatever it is, they need to figure it out and get it working. If it wasn't for the kinship and the fun we have, the laughs we have, I wouldn't be playing this game further.
Well, we had something cool happen yesterday, Wolfie.
Oh, what happened?
So we had a whole bunch of new people who were coming in for the first time. They've never played Diablo 2. They're just playing Diablo 4. And one of them, Majestic Bear, was like, "Yeah, I seen you guys playing Diablo 2. I never played that game. It'd be fun to hop in there with you guys next time you go through a season." And I'm like, and it just made me laugh because we probably are going to have a bunch of people who've never played Diablo 2 coming in for Season 5.
Absolutely. It'll be great. It's all the fun we had going through the campaign, but with 8 people or 7 people instead of 3.
I logged in today a little bit this morning.
So much more.
The only other
community around
Diablo
it.
game that I played was Diablo 3.
Ugh. Ugh.
Hick.
That one was way too zoomed in, and they never solved that one.
That wasn't the only problem with that.
Oh, absolutely. There's tons of other problems, but it's. I don't know why they thought being that close to your character was good for Diablo 3.
Especially when the graphics were so bad. Like, what?
I was playing with teddy bears and unicorns.
Yeah, well, that was another.
The graphics
thing
were
they basically-
the graphics were terrible on Diablo 3. I don't even know why they wanted us to see those graphics.
I went back to LOD.
Yeah.
Like, I think I even pre-ordered Diablo 3.
Better game.
What's going on in this dungeon?
I had expectations for it.
He had high hopes.
Yep.
High hopes.
Didn't work out the way I wanted it to.
High
That's
in the
all.
sky, apple. High hopes.
So which game are we talking about here?
Diablo 3. I think we all had high hopes for Diablo 3.
I only played
Sure
Diablo
did.
3 because of WoW.
There's huge high hopes for Diablo 3, and it was just all falling flat on its face. I played the campaign, then stopped. Played the campaign for the Lord of Destruction, and then stopped. Just wasn't any reason to.
And the Reaper of Souls.
Yeah, Reaper of Souls. Sorry, not Lord of Destruction.
Oh, Reaper of Souls brought me back.
Yeah.
And,
Me too.
I thought the Crusader would be the new Paladin. The Crusader was not the new Paladin. I thought the Necromancer would be as good as the Diablo 2 Necromancer. The Necromancer was not as good as the Diablo 2 Necromancer. It was terrible.
The monk was.
It was so underpowered, the Necro, in Diablo 3 was pathetic.
I mean, the Necromancer in Diablo 4 has definitely impressed me. It feels a lot more like the Diablo 2 Necromancer than the previous ones.
I'm enjoying the Necromancer.
You are a Necromancer, right?
Must wait a moment.
I'm loving this shirt.
Monk
I
and
love
Demon
my
Hunter in
army.
Diablo 3 were pretty decent class design, but that's about it.
I must wait a moment.
I never understood the whole making new class thing for Diablo 3. Like back in the
5
day,
minutes later.
even when the game launched and I found out what classes I had to pick from at launch, I was like, it's like, who are these characters? Like, what is the monk? What is this witch doctor? Like, why do we have a Van Helsing demon hunter in here? Where's the sorceress? Why the hell is there a wizard here? I remember just second guessing every single class.
They were trying to bring their own uniqueness to Diablo 3.
They brought something unique, all right.
And you know what I ended up doing for Diablo 3? I ended up picking the class which was closest to a paladin. Do you guys remember which class was closest to a paladin? I wonder if you guys remember.
I enjoyed the monk.
It was the monk. The monk was the one that was the closest to the paladin. If you wanted to play a paladin-esque type character, you played the monk. The Crusader wasn't even close. The Crusader didn't play anything like the paladin.
I didn't like the Crusader.
And if you wanted one that was closest to the Necromancer in Diablo 2, which class was the closest to the Necromancer in Diablo 2?
The Witch Doctor.
It was the Witch Doctor. That's right. The Witch Doctor was closer to the Necromancer in Diablo 2 than the Necromancer was in Diablo 3.
Oh my goodness, this bow is following us around.
So my two favorite classes ended up being Monk and Witch Doctor in Diablo 2. And I tried, Diablo 3. I tried desperately to get the Crusader to work, and the Crusader just always felt wrong.
Majestic Bear Stalker.
I think one of the main issues with the Crusader was they completely ignored the auras. How do you ignore 2/3 of a character?
I'm not ready.
I mean, the Paladin in Diablo 2 has 3 skill trees. 2 of the skill trees are entirely aura-based.
I'm not ready yet.
Only 1 skill tree was dedicated to combat. It was like they just decided to ignore 2/3 of the class and focus on the other 1/3, without realizing that the 2/3 of the class that they were ignoring was what literally made the class. Those auras are literally what makes the Paladin so much fun. Being able to choose and get the aura that you want at the particular time that you need it. Focusing on, either damage output or resistance reduction or, cleansing auras and things like that. Being able to switch and swap back and forth between the auras was literally the whole entire class. And then they were just like, yep, we're not going to include those. Get none of the auras. We'll give you something crappy that's kind of like an aura, but it's not.
I was so hoping that in Diablo 3 that they were going to embrace like the support class style of play, kind of like World of Warcraft had, where you had proper healers and things like that. I really was hoping they were going to bring some of that experience to the game. Maybe not at the same level as WoW, but support Paladin and things like that existed in Diablo 2. I was really hoping they were going to expand
I didn't really
that
expect
concept.
him to go completely into the MMO world, but I don't really think Diablo 4 needs to be an MMO. And I think at the end, I think at the end of the day, MMOs are not really the greatest.
I was just hoping that we could, have a class that could play with a group and be a healer, and support the damage that people are doing.
Should I use the Caged Heart of Revenge?
I don't know which one that one is.
It's one. It says 15% of incoming damage is instead suppressed.
Oh yeah, that's the suppression one. That one works really good.
It's really strong.
It's the first one I just got.
I thank you.
The gooder. I don't think I've found that one.
I've got that on.
I may have found it. I may have just crushed it.
Yeah, I've been wearing it.
I'm definitely rolling a lightning stork though when the patch comes out. I'm down to try it.
Chain lightning, get all
Are you
beefed
100
up.
yet, Leon?
I am almost 99.
They brought my Veers. Did you see the thing where they said the battle mage aspect was a new legendary that they were adding in? How they adding in something that already existed?
I don't know.
I'm so excited for chain lightning.
I mean, people were having trouble finding the dang thing, and it was apparently in the files, and everybody knew that it existed, but for some reason or another, it just wasn't in the game. Did they remove it at some point and then re-add it?
It might have just been in the files, like in the beta, and they removed it. My personal belief is a lot of these aspects that we got this season, and the ones we'll get next season, they already have them designed. They're already there. They're just dripping as content, dripping as aspects.
It does feel that way. It feels like we're being dripped content.
Yeah.
Dragging us out.
Which, honestly, my personal opinion, they effed up really bad, right? And dripping content isn't the right plan right now. And they should honestly just add a bunch of these things in. I mean, you want to placate the fan base? Placate them with something that's actually real. If you already had uniques planned, if you already had a bunch of stuff planned, start releasing them faster. You'll draw people back that way. Oh, there's 16 new uniques. Wow, look at all these cool uniques. Freaking, and then make some new ones. Okay, get your team working on making some new ones if you were banking on those for the next season. But, just put out more content quicker.
Yeah, we certainly need a strong turnaround right now. They should push the problem down the road. I agree with you.
Well, I think one of the things that we're looking at right now is content starvation. So content starvation is a really bad thing. And if we hit content starvation, we're going to end up in a situation where everybody's going to quit. Content starvation, I've seen it in a couple different games, a couple different times. Lord of the Rings Online had content starvation at the end of level 50. And it wasn't until the next expansion came out, or the big raid pack came out, that they were able to fight against it. But during that time period, a large percentage of the community quit because there was nothing to do.
Which has been an argument, like the malignant tunnels that we have now. I think they should be in the game, the tunnels. Maybe not the hearts. Maybe you turn some of the hearts into aspects or whatever. You reuse them somehow. But the tunnels is content. You go in tunnels, you have Varshan, you have a boss you've created. You know, you have things that you can farm in there. Like, make it part of the content. Like, why would you get rid of the content that you've created?
How did a wolfie get in here?
I can agree with that.
Slipped in, unnoticed. How dare you mention my name?
I didn't howl at the moon.
Don't worry, I'll just guard the door for you guys. Make sure no one comes in.
I don't know, you could probably kill this stuff.
Oh, probably.
It's only level 89.
He clearly hasn't looked at the aspect. There's the dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
Thorn. 40% less cold then.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, that additional bleed damage would just torture me. Fair.
I must wait a moment.
I'm probably going to give the Bleed Barbarian a try. That'll be my next
You
character.
You still haven't seen it.
See what? What do you got?
Oh, is
death
it resource
death
burn
pulses?
too?
A
It's
resource burn? Oh,
use any resources.
you getting your torment in early, huh? I don't really use resources on this guy, so.
I do.
Joke's on you.
Joke's on you. Eggs on your face. So does anybody else find it kind of odd that they went through the process of nerfing all the cooldown reduction and then also told us firsthand that they felt like the cooldown reduction was too powerful, right? So we got this huge nerf. They took away most of our cooldown reduction, and then they talked about beefing up the uniques, and one of the things that they added to the uniques, several of them, was cooldown reduction.
And vulnerable.
And vulnerable, the same thing that they said we had too much of.
Yep.
Didn't that seem a little weird?
Because now they realize their mistake. They took away without replacing or giving other options. I think that's just owning up to, yes, these things are kind of needed right now. And we need to change the game to make it so there's other choices. They increased the vulnerable on the charge. They added vulnerable to, I think, Wind Force. They added the cooldown reduction to the amulet.
They increased the vulnerable duration of one of the vulnerable effects to charge, right? It was like 1 second or 2 seconds, and they put it to 3 or something.
They added crit damage on the Hellfire Hammer, the Hellforge Hammer. Like they're, I think they realized that they probably shouldn't have taken those things away completely, like that much. And now they're like, we should put them on the good items.
I mean, if they want you to use the item, I mean, I don't understand why not. The thing is, though, is I don't think they all have to objectively be the same. Like, you don't have to put crit and vulnerable on everything, but give us a valid reason to actually pick using that item over something else. Like, I mean, take, for instance, Diablo 2, using Diablo 2's itemization. Some items had massive amounts of magic damage on them, which could bypass resistances, right? Some items were really fast and had huge amounts of increased attack speed. They might not have any damage at all, but they had huge amounts of increased attack speed. And guess what? They still got used because they were really fast. And you could attack really quickly with elemental damage bursts and things like that. But there was often like 100 different reasons why you might choose a specific item over another one. Maybe you wanted the proc effect that it has. Maybe you wanted the lifesteal that it had. Maybe it gave you like Decrepify as a curse that could be spammed. I mean, speaking of that, that's something that is completely missing, and it's really kind of strange. Why is interclass procs completely missing? You know what I mean? Like, why can't I have like a sword that has like a 2% lucky hit chance to cast Decrepify on a target, or I don't know, like I'm trying to think of a good example, but you could have an item that's across all classes that has like a 10% chance to summon a wolf, and you just get like a random wolf that follows you around and attacks stuff, or
Iron Maiden.
I mean, there's hundreds of different examples of little things that could be going in between the classes, like cross-class compatibility, little procs and things like that would make things stronger. Trying to think of a couple more examples, but as a minion character, you want as many minions as you can get, right? So, I mean, having an extra wolf or a raven or something would be kind of funny. You could even set up like sorceress items that would cross compatible, like chance to cast Frozen Orb, like Voice of Reason, or like percent chance that a Frost Nova will just come out of you. And there's tons of that in Diablo 2. Like boots with like a 3% chance to cast Frost Nova when hit. We're missing all of that from itemization. None of that stuff exists in Diablo 2. It's all you're a druid, you only get druid effects. You're a barbarian, you only get barbarian effects.
Diablo 4, you mean, right?
Yeah. It's basically the whole thing we talk about when the shields. Like only one class can use a shield. You can't give my barb an option to use a shield instead of his second dual-wield weapon?
I know. Why can't all the classes use shields? I don't understand that one either. Every class should have access to the shield. All of them. Is every class going to use the shield? No, they're not. Does the Necromancer even use the shield? Not as much as probably they want. Doesn't matter. Just give everybody the option to use the shield if they want to.
But then everybody would just use a shield.
I don't think they would. I think most people would still choose damage over survivability. I think they're
punishing that too much already, though.
But the shield's not going to prevent you from getting one shot. It's a block chance doesn't negate all damage. It only negates 60% at maximum with a high level shield. So it's not going to completely eliminate one shots from the equation. If you're still too weak, even if you block the attack, it can still one-shot you through the block. And the thing is it's only a 20% chance. So at the end of the day, when a one-shot comes in, you only have a 20% chance of blocking that one-shot. And if your DR is not high enough, you can still get one-shot through the block anyway.
And we're talking about balance here. We're talking about giving an option. Options are good. You build a character with a shield or without a shield. The most obvious thing is defense versus offense. But if it's out of whack, out of balance, it's just tuning. You just tune the numbers. Why not have a choice?
I mean, for the Barbarian, for instance, he wouldn't be able to use his dual wield abilities anymore. So he wouldn't have access to Frenzy. He wouldn't have access to Double Swing. Using a shield would be an obvious, negation. He wouldn't be able to get access to some of those things. When he uses his two-hander for a skill, he wouldn't have access to his shield, so he wouldn't be able to block when he's using a two-handed weapon. I mean, it's not going to be as powerful, I think, as anyone imagines. It's just going to be an option that you could potentially choose over another option. The Sorceress would probably use a shield. You know why? Because she's really weak and probably wants extra tankiness. And even then, even with the shield, she's probably still going to not be tanky,
Why couldn't they just add like a passive in to where, when equipped with the shield, you automatically gain a flat damage reduced %?
Yes, I'll take it.
I mean, they can do anything they want. That's an option. There's many options.
Maybe that's part of the content they're dripping to us to save the game.
What's up, Fighting Spirit?
$800 a helm.
You don't want that.
I was really confused on their resistance comments. I was excited to see them finally cover resistance, but why did it feel really weird when they were talking about resistances like we're babies or something? Like didn't like that we don't understand how resistances work.
That they don't seem to understand, because as much as I like that guy that they had on today, the lead class designer, I liked a lot of what he had to say. Like I'm probably 80-90% for what everything he had to say. When he talked about resistance, he's like, yeah, but we don't want you to be immune to fire damage or whatever. It's like, you know, every game, including D2, PoE, they cap your resistance, right? So you can't be immune to the damage. Like,
is one of you guys still at the aspect thing? I missed it.
No, I'm in town.
When you port back so I can teleport over there?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, fella?
No, it was really confusing. When he started talking about, we don't want you to be immortal like a fire god, and I'm like, wait a minute. When has this ever been the case? I'm like, with the exception of like Final Fantasy games, what games really have you ever been able to make yourself completely invincible to a specific element? You can't even do that in Diablo 2. You can make yourself nearly invincible to a specific element, but you can never make yourself completely invincible to a specific element.
and even then, you're investing into it. Like I would wear T-Gods for the lightning guys on my Amazon or whatever. Like you're investing an item, and sometimes you're only investing into that one element. So even though you're like really good against lightning, you're not good against fire or poison. Like there's sacrifices being made, and that's the whole point. It's like when you choose resistances over damage reduction or over barrier or over whatever it may be.
Exactly. Is there anything wrong with that? I mean, you're sacrificing.
It's a give and take.
I mean, if I stack fire resistance on my equipment, if I get all fire resistance, if I use fire gems and everything, then I'm sacrificing all the other damage reductions. I'm no longer getting poison. I'm no longer getting, shadow. I'm no longer getting ice, etc. And yeah, I might be like really good versus fire, but as soon as a poison monster pops up, I'm gonna die because I'm the idiot who stacked fire resistance. So even if I did make myself completely immune to fire, which woe is me, how is that even really an issue when all of the monsters in the game are dishing out multiple element types all the time?
Ginger, you can go back to town. The teleport just kept saying tele unavailable, so I was going to run it.
Okay.
I don't know what they did to the game. Stop people from teleporting to people. Ridiculous.
Yes, if you increase the FOV, you do have to render more stuff on the screen. That's correct, Ron. So, knowing this, you take an FOV, which is a normal amount, okay? And this is I want to illustrate the scumminess of this behavior. All right. Let's pretend that the industry standard FOV is 110. All right. Let's say that is the standard FOV that is applicable to pretty much all games. If you play a first-person shooter on any console or any game, you set your FOV to 110 because that's what you enjoy. It's not too wide that you literally look like you're looking through a fisheye lens, and it's not too small so that it's like you have a box in front of your eyes like this, and you can't see to the left and you can't see to the right. Okay? So there is a standard FOV, basically, that most people accept as the generic level before modification. All right. Let's say game developer makes a game, so game A, and uses the 110 FOV. All right. The entire game is then balanced graphically, so the fidelity of the game is balanced around 110 FOV. Game B wants to have a better fidelity than Game A. They want their game to look better than Game A. Okay? But they're both working off the same piece of hardware. Let's say a PS4. The PS4 is only capable of a certain level of fidelity. They want to make their game look better, so what they do is they reduce the FOV to 70. Then they balance the fidelity of the game around 70 FOV. If you increase the FOV for game B, the FPS is negatively affected and the performance of the game takes a hit. This causes game B to have an issue increasing the FOV past 70, which is basically tunnel vision, by the way. So 70 FOV, we can pretty much just state this as a fact. 70 FOV equals tunnel vision. It is a terrible FOV and no game should ever utilize it. It's a very bad way to design a game. But because Game B was designed around 70 FOV, and they balanced the graphical fidelity of the game around 70 FOV, it can't be increased. Because if you increase it, you have to reduce the fidelity. This is an entrapment right here. What this is this is a lie. The game developers of Game B deliberately placed their game in an awkward position so that to get the graphical fidelity that they promised you, you have to tunnel vision yourself into a tiny little viewport. The developers of Game E used the industry standard of 110 FOV and balanced the fidelity of the game around the 110 FOV. Yes, Game A looks worse than Game B. However, Game A actually has the correct FOV that everyone enjoys. What we're looking at here in Diablo 4 is a very similar example. They've balanced the fidelity of the game around a very crappy, zoomed-in version so that the PS4, the Xbox One, the Xbox One S, the PS5, and all of those have the fidelity that they wanted to achieve, but they sacrificed our zoom-in level to get it. So all of the other players who don't want that zoom-in level are forced to have that zoom-in level because the other players, the players on the older consoles, have to have the better fidelity. So when you run into this situation of Game B, the problem is that since they balance the entire game around crappy field of view that nobody wants to use, when you increase it, you get lag. Because the whole game was designed around that crappy FOV in the first place, which means that you have to reduce the fidelity. So you have to reduce the graphical fidelity to accommodate the increased FOV, which sends the game exactly back to Game A's position. So now the game becomes a worse-looking game that has the correct field of view. It's all a stupid trick that they like to play because they want to get the graphical fidelity that they want while decreasing everything else. In consoles and PCs are two different markets. So in the PC market, we're sitting over here with 150 field of view. Like, there are literally games that let you adjust your field of view to whatever you want. And you can just do like 150, you can do like 170 field of view. It's crazy. You can literally see like everything, like a fisheye lens, to the point where you can literally just look straight ahead and you're looking at your friend over here who's behind you. That's how crazy the field of view is on most PC games. But on console games, somewhere along the line, they decided that it was okay to continually reduce the field of view so that they could continually increase the graphical fidelity tricking the players into thinking that they got something amazing, when really what's going on is they're continually reducing that field of view so that they can increase your fidelity. So you're losing more and more to gain a little bit of extra graphics. It's no different than when you go to the movies and they have the widescreen movie, right? And then back in the day, we used to have the square TVs, and it always used to say on the screen, this movie has been formatted to fit your TV screen. Parts of the movie are missing, and there's nothing we can do about it because we had to cut off the left and the right-hand side of the movie. They didn't just adjust the picture. Okay? I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but you actually are missing part of the movie. So the whole right-hand side of the screen and the whole left-hand side of the screen, they just cut those off in the old days. So when you watch those movies on a CRT television that was in a square format, you were missing a huge part of the movie, action that was going on the left and the right. You weren't able to see it. And that's the same thing that goes on with the field of view. There's tons of stuff that goes on the screen that you just can't see.
Yeah, that old school message that used to pop up on DVDs. This screen has been this picture has been modified to fit your screen.
Exactly.
The weird thing is this is like what Asmongold was complaining about off-screen deaths with the corpse pose and things like that. It's because you can't see them coming, so you're not moving because you don't see them. They're off-screen. So if you have the camera zoomed out.
And it's exactly what we all feared, which is we're missing bits of information that we should have access to, and the reason why we're missing it is because we're zoomed in too far, and the reason why we're zoomed in too far is because they're afraid of the performance on the older consoles. What's up, Angry Apothecary?
I'm gonna be AFK a little bit for shopping.
Alright, Leon.
Alright.
Got him.
You got me.
You gotta cover for me, Ray.
I know.
I gotta go, so you gotta be Leon for now.
Okay.
Alright. Good job. Thank you.
How much of this have you guys done? You guys are already done.
I'm not ready yet.
Look, computers have been dealing with this issue for the longest time, by the way. Computers have a lot of technology involved to deal with the FOV issue that doesn't involve destroying the way that you play the game. If you look into game development technologies, there are tons of game development technologies out there that deal with this issue on a regular basis. One of them involves the process of unloading any asset that is not currently visible by the player. There's an animation of this online that basically when you look around a screen at any given point, the only things that are actually loaded in on your screen or in active memory at any given time are the things that you can actually see. And as your character looks around the map, the things that he can see are loaded in, and the things that he can't see are loaded out. And it does this constantly. You don't realize it, because as a player who's playing a video game, you don't see what's going on behind the screen. But they have tons of mechanics in video games these days to deal with the fact that, what you can see is the only thing that needs to be on the screen at any given time. They're optimization techniques. There's tons of them. I wish I had the some of that stuff literally just sitting here ready to show you guys, because there really is a lot of really good resources out there showing the optimization techniques that they employ for this kind of stuff.
I think the new Unreal 5 engine solves a lot of those issues.
For games that are developed in that.
Yeah. There was a Matrix demo on PS5 that was pretty cool. Looks
Yeah, they released that
super
on the Xbox and
realistic.
PC too.
Yeah, it's super realistic and there's no frame drops whatsoever.
You know why it's another reason why we probably can't zoom out, because the more people that are on the screen, the more inventories that we have to load.
There's the issue, yeah. I think that's the issue. I don't think it's got anything to do with this game.
Oh,
I
what's
think
up,
more
Majestic
to
Man?
zoom in town versus being zoomed out when I'm actually in battle. I'd be fine with that.
I saw your $50 donation, by the way. I don't know if I called it out exactly when it happened, but I did call it out. I appreciate
Yeah, I
that.
sent that. Yeah, no problem, man. I enjoy your content. It's worth it. I forgot what I was talking about now.
Well, you're a majestic bear, so probably something to do with honey and oh bother.
Yeah.
Oh bother.
Have a rumbly in my tumbly.
And have you ever seen that meme, the meme video where Pooh is actually a bear? Winnie the Pooh is actually a bear, and instead of just being an idiot, he literally goes around eating everybody.
No.
Like he literally he eats Piglet, and he eats the kangaroo, and he eats the bunny rabbit, and like tears up their house and digging through the. He basically they turn Winnie the Pooh into an actual bear, and then send him out into the magical forest, and he actually does bear things, horrible bear things.
He really had an old bother, didn't he?
One more level on Raft.
Well, I tried that rupture, by the way. Pretty powerful. I'm just here to tell you.
Are you playing around with it already?
No, I was earlier this morning, but I didn't like the play style because it's a lot slower. But it's pretty
about to
powerful
turn
if
into a
you know
monster.
what you're doing.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to turn into a monster, that's for sure. But the buffs that they've got coming, we're gonna find out.
I feel like that one's one that they definitely need to let us test out first, because that is a huge percentage increase.
Well, it's an overpower buff though, so it's only a 3% chance. So that 70% overpower damage thing is, I mean, while it is nice and it definitely makes it look interesting from a damage perspective, it's still going to only happen 3% of the time.
Hey Ginger, are you full?
Am I full? I don't know. I had a little bit of Cheez-Its and stuff, but
I just had some Popeyes.
Why, you got some food for me?
That's not KFC.
I can back out there, Zolor. That way you all can play.
Oh,
No big deal.
if you want to, Majestic, that's cool.
Well, I need to go to some higher level dungeons.
Yeah, you guys need to get to
so
100. and I don't want to hinder
you guys need to stay in this group, and I'm gonna go to another group.
All right, I'll invite you.
Because that way you guys can do dungeons around your level, and I can do dungeons around my level, and
yep.
I'm still trying to get to 100 today.
Good luck, buddy.
Or I'll put my. You can either join or invite me, Ginger. We're basically the same level. I just hit 93.
Fancy. I was just selling all my. I was just selling all my doojanks.
For the level 70, 80 content.
Who was it?
Is that Majestic?
No, Xylor is the one that wanted to join me. He's level 93, so we're.
Yeah.
So I hopped out to go with the 90s. You guys are in the 70s.
Mhm.
So the 70 group has 1 spot. The 90 group has 2 spots.
I'm 70s for like one more dungeon.
All right.
Holy Long Wang, what? Level 100 incoming? It is incoming, that's right. And then I'm gonna go be a noob again after a while.
And you're gonna laugh at me.
You guys are gonna be carrying me eventually here. Alright, what level dungeons we doing? Optimal plus 10s?
Yeah, let's do that.
So like 40.
Is that 44 minus us?
I
So
don't even know. So 41 to 50s probably. I guess we'll just run. I guess we can just craft a bunch of 41 to 50s.
Okay.
Oh look, cold enchanted. Yeah, cold
Do it.
enchanted. Let's do it. The stockades.
Yeah, I soloed a 66 pretty easily earlier today.
Yeah, I did a 67. Haha. I beat you
Very
by
nice.
one. Ha ha ha.
Leo did a 76, I believe.
I watched. I saw.
Folks, do we want to move to a new voice channel? Float it up here.
I mean, you guys are fine to stay here. It doesn't really matter to me.
Oh, I know. Just you're gonna get crosstalk.
As long as you don't swear.
I don't talk
That's
much anyway.
right. Is that you can joke on Xylor about his one ring?
To rule them all.
To rule them all. I mean, I got to level 80 with it, so, you know. Higher level than you guys.
There, yes, sir.
Anybody like eagles? What about the eagles? What's wrong with the eagles? Get your eagles running.
I'm not ready yet.
Get out on the highway.
Did you know the eagle sound that everybody uses is not an eagle?
That's terrible.
It's actually a red-tailed hawk.
I want my money back.
Yeah. It's all a lie. Yeah, it's a red-tailed hawk.
I can't ever think of like eagles and falcons and hawks and stuff like that without thinking about that movie where the kid trained that hawk from a little baby and turned it into a hunting hawk.
I found it.
And then the frickin' hunter shot it.
Oh no.
Yeah, you never seen that movie? The one where the little kid lives in a tree trunk?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that one right off the top of my head, but it's a movie about a little kid who runs away. He lives in he makes himself a house in a tree trunk. He takes with him some survival books and stuff like that. He does pretty good for himself, to be honest. And if it wasn't for one kind of freak accident, he probably would have been fine, but you had to watch the movie.
Sounds like a tearjerker.
My Side of the
Fresh
Mountain?
meat.
Is that what it's called? My Side of the Mountain? What's up, Mr. Butcher? How's it going, Mr. Butcher? Gonna hit you in the eye. Kicked up Mr. Butcher. Oh, he's dead. My song wasn't even finished. He dropped me a totem.
Nice.
You met the Desperado Eagles? So they probably know which sigils we're running too, and which aspects we're you know, which one of those modifiers we hate. That's why they took away the primary resource burn. You know why? Because ain't nobody running that thing.
I know.
Ain't nobody running primary resource burn. as soon as that one goes in your inventory, it goes straight in the garbage. I bet you if they have a percent chart of all the effects that people are running, I guarantee you primary resource burn sitting all the way down at the bottom at like a fraction of a percent. It's like 0.001% or something.
I'm not ready yet.
These characters are finely tuned for Pursuit of Likes. I wouldn't expect the Butcher to last more than a couple seconds. Between my ridiculous defensiveness and Xylor's OP tornado damage, that Butcher didn't even stand a chance. Honestly, after running that 67, that tier 67, this is literally like a cakewalk.
Oh yeah.
I probably could have pushed it higher too. I think I could have gone in 70, 75 maybe.
I think around 50 might be optimal. It's a kill speed versus
Oh yeah, it took me a little while. It did take me a little while. Oh, so they buffed up that aspect that nobody uses on the golem. that really bad necromancer aspect. I think I remember every time I see that thing, I'm always like, why does this even exist? And they buffed it up, and they buffed it up by such a minimal amount that it wasn't even noticeable.
Here's the goblin right here.
I was like, why are they even... Why? I'm like, why? Come over here, Mr. Goblin. Come on over, Mr. Goblin. I got the poison thing for you. Come on over, Mr. Goblin. Why are you running from me, sir? Well, Mr. Goblin, come on over. We got some kicks for you. And by kicks, I mean we'll kick you in the head. That's okay, because you're going to be dead. Kick, 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 kick. He just kept dropping gold all over the place, too.
Farming gold. 3 gold at a time.
Yeah, that amount the treasure goblin drops is so ridiculously low.
For what?
For his little gold drops as he's running away.
Oh yeah, well it's supposed to be a hole in his bag, you know. It's not supposed to be for you to actually pick up. It's supposed to be so you can find
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a way to track his position, which is pretty brilliant if you ask me. Because then whenever you see the little tiny piles of gold, you know that he's headed in that direction, and so you follow him. Even if you can't see him, you know, even if you don't know what direction he went, you can still follow the gold. So speaking of the treasure goblins, I get it. They're trying to make the treasure goblins look more attractive, but why specifically though did they buff up the legendary drop rate of the goblins? I feel like they missed the mark on that. Like we don't want them to drop more legendaries. We want them to have something more interesting than that. Like we get legendaries from everywhere.
I want it to be exciting to see them.
Yeah, I want them to drop something crazy. I don't know. Have them drop some elixir that's like ridiculous, or have them drop like a chance to drop those scrolls of amnesia. Yeah, the amnesia scrolls. Give them a % chance to drop the amnesia scrolls or something. I feel like they missed the mark on that because they seem to think that it's about the legendary items when it's not even really about the legendary items. We want it to have something like an interesting reason to kill them besides just loot pinatas. I just walked up to that and got my butt handed to me. I don't even know what hit me. My fortify was down and I didn't have any of my buffs up. I just walked up to the door and died. I was like, what's going on in here?
You got sucker punched. I sucked them all together and they punched you.
They did punch me. It hurt too, my face. Got a little bruise right there. Wow, another Mad Wolf's Glee. I literally just found a Mad Wolf's Glee in this dungeon.
Nice.
Like, a legit, that's the second Mad Wolf's Glee in the same dungeon. What is going on right now?
I need to do Tree of Whispers real quick.
I think I just found a glitch in the Matrix, guys.
A glitch in the Matrix.
Roll out.
I don't just... oh no, it's a razor plate. Okay, I was about to say, did I find 2 of the same unique in the same dungeon? That seemed necessary. That didn't seem right, but I guess since it's a razor plate, okay. Now my brain is not fried anymore. Alright. Now my brain is not broken. Or less broken than it was before. Dang. Reggie is... Diablo 4 is using 10.247 gigs of memory. $10.2 gigs for one application. It's a lot of RAM.
The finest cuts and clarity. What suits you?
Whoa!
And
Whoa, Nelly.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a spicy pack.
I got blowed up. I think I lost a toe.
Good. That's what you get for all them death pulses.
I'm still alive, but I think I'm missing a toe.
Somebody chop off his other toe.
Gonna be walking all weird for a while.
Don't you always walk weird? You
I
you
got bad
always
days.
walk weird.
Oh, another
You don't
hunter.
know,
is-
you've never seen me.
I've heard through the grapevine.
Oh, have you now?
Of the legend of Chunks McGee.
I heard gingers don't have a soul.
Well, you know, might be true. Might be true. I ain't gonna fight it.
I'm not ready.
Apparently, we're soulless.
I think I remember hearing one time that you need to close core number 1 down.
0.
Playing games.
I'm
or
the
something. Yeah,
I'm the
0.
one who said that.
Yeah, I remember. I remember
The
that.
one who said that. I know
never
that.
can remember how to do it.
I know that person. It's me.
Tell me how it's like set affinity or something.
Yeah, you just go into the task manager, so you can get to the
Go to
task
the
manager
properties
a bunch of different ways, but usually how I do it is just right click on the start menu and just go task manager. And then once you're in the task manager, you can get to the thing a couple different ways. You can either go to the details tab and find it, or when you're on the processes tab, you can just right click on the affected program and just click go to details, and it will take you directly to the aforementioned executable and highlight it for you. So you don't even have to find it. You just go right click, go to details, and then once you click go to details, then you go right click set affinity and you deselect CPU 0 from the list, and it helps with the stability. I didn't go too fast, did I?
Majestic Bear found your ding dong.
Whoa!
It's a small one too.
It is.
Dang! All right.
He thought it was going to be bigger.
That's my ding dong right there. Man, you got a .1. You better throw that away. You show that to a girl, she's gonna slap you in the face. That's a .1 ding dong.
I'm not ready.
Need at least a
It's cute.
.3. It's you don't want the girl to say that. You don't want them to say that. That is not.
Not about
that
the
is
size of the ding dong.
that is not correct.
About how you use the ding dong.
It's. You remember? Do you remember the freaking Adam Sandler video where he's like, here's my girl. She always had the man hands. Made my willy look real small. She got the big man hands. She's like this. She's like. Seinfeld was dating a girl on the show that had man hands too. He's like, I can't do it. She's got big man gorilla hands. She goes give me a handshake and I can't even feel my hand for 10 minutes afterwards. She crushes it. Now we're doing a 57, huh? We decided to move it on up.
We do have a Leo.
We do? Or we don't? Oh, we have a Leo? Leo's here. Okay.
8-8. Huh?
Womp, womp, womp. Old man like music? What kind of music you want? How about some easy listening? Should we get some easy listening lo-fi?
Alright, so we got Shock Lance and Overpower Resist, Bleed Resist. So this should be an easy one. And we got some defense.
I don't even see any monsters nowhere. Where'd it be? Where'd they be at?
They're over here. Just
Where'd they be?
killing them.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, keep making them poisons so I can run in and shout at them. And be real rude.
I'm not ready yet.
Is there any way for the barbarian to apply poison?
Not that I know of. They get bleeds, they don't get poisons.
No, I had one of those dungeons earlier where when you dash, it leaves a poison behind.
Oh yeah, but that's like an affix of the dungeon itself, not really. I mean,
Yeah,
anybody.
but
Anybody
where my
can
character
attack.
has that damage with physical over time or whatever, it was slaying the monsters, man.
Wow, stop knocking him back, Xylor. Oh, that's Leon.
That's
knocking
Leon.
him back, Leon. I mean Xylor. Just blame Xylor anyway.
Just blame me. Yeah, both he and I are doing that whirlwind or sucker or whatever.
I know you guys love to suck. I know. You guys love sucking.
We do suck.
He's sucking beans.
Is anyone leveling rogue?
Not right now, man.
I was doing testing with the new aspect they gave us with like the poison puncture or puncture with you know, that gives poison imbuement. You can the triple imbuements off it. So if you use the gem that procs all three, each blade can proc a different imbuement. It's pretty insane.
Sounds like you want to shotgun that right in their face.
Yeah, basically.
And RL Distance sounds fun. As much as I think Shaco would be amazing, I really want to find an Andy's Visage and try out that Poison Nova. I hate how your little pull-in thing. I can't even see the monsters on the screen when they just start portaling in from the other side of the realm. We're just running along. We're just like doo 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 doo, and there just be monsters just flying in like Superman,
flying right past you. Especially if you're in the lead, then they'll just be flying right past you. It's like whoop.
What was that?
Yeah, what was that noise? Is that Kubis?
Is that a Kubis?
Wasn't me.
Humming sound.
Wasn't me.
That or someone just like farted something fierce.
Oh man. I mean, I'll take credit for it, even if it's not mine. I mean,
That was impressive, man.
I will take credit.
I must wait a moment.
I do enjoy a good toot. I do enjoy a good toot.
Toots my goots.
I must wait a moment.
Why my wife still loves me.
Why? Because she farted on your leg and you didn't and you didn't die.
Because I toot so good.
Just farts right on your leg.
Take that.
You have started a war, miss. Do you even know what you have done? The gates of hell are about to open.
Poison dirt dudes.
I'm not ready.
Then the next time you're in bed, you Dutch oven her. Like, what's this under here?
Yep.
What's up, Skull?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Unbelievable.
My druid does have ginger hair color, actually. Him's a big red bear. Him's a big red bear. He's a mighty big bear. He's a mighty red bear. Indeed, he's a big red bear. He's a mighty red bear. And Leon's bear is blue.
I'm not ready.
On Tyler's bear.
Ever since they changed the colors back, Leon's bear just looks like he belongs in Monsters Inc.
Yeah, I'm really sad about that. I don't know why they changed the colors back.
Maybe he
It was
likes Sully.
it was unintended. That's what they basically said. It was unintended.
I'm not ready yet.
They ruined a lot of fun.
I know. I want my big bright bear.
Wait, the color
my
was
bear-
unintended, or removing it was
The
unintended?
color. So my bear was so red, he looked like Clifford the Big Red Bear.
No more Power Rangers.
I know. No more Power Rangers.
Rita has struck
We saw
again.
people were having too much fun with the color of their characters, so we nerfed it.
Go, go, Power Rangers!
I must wait a minute.
80.
I was 80.
Me too.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
What's up, Rot Thruster?
I must wait a moment.
Just fresh off the movie set. Ow! Frickin' poison puddle on the chest.
Was it hidden?
79.
These guys.
Baby.
Yeah, what's up, Skull? With the 55 TRYs. Yeah, for a second there, I just thought you said try 55. I was like, try 55? What am I trying for? How's your necromancer going, Skull? What do you think of the ridiculous Ring of Torment buff? The ridiculous Ring of Torment. 170% essence regeneration. I don't even know. Like I think that pretty much destroys the exposed band, doesn't it? Like the exposed flesh one. I think the exposed flesh one pretty much just becomes obsolete at this point. With 170% regeneration from the torment band, you might as well just use the torment band. I mean, you could use both and just never run out of essence ever.
That could go good for a max essence build, right?
If you guys are unaware, Sculm does a lot of work with the Necromancer, and he's got tons of Necro videos out. All going over the various Necromancer stuff. I haven't been diving into the Necromancer as deeply as I would like to, because I'm having fun playing everything. But Sculm does a lot of Necro-focused videos, going over a lot of the more specific things. You should check out his channel. I think he has one recently where he was running the Necromancer through Uber Lilith and stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
This I can sell.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Infinite Essence means Bone Spear is just going to get even stronger. Because Bone Spear scales with maximum essence, and the more you can keep your maximum essence full, the easier it is to maintain your maximum damage output. And I don't even think Essence is even going to be a consideration with 170% Essence regeneration. I don't know if you tried out the Torment Band before they buffed it, the 30% Essence that you get from Torment. It's good. It's not as good as the Exposed Flesh, but it's good. 30% was already good, and they, what? 30 to 60, that's double. 30 to 90 is triple. 110 or 120? Yeah, 120. 30 to 120 is quadruple. They more than quadrupled it. Wow, that's like times 6 That's like times 6 the amount of regen it was before. That's insane. The only downside is that the Torment Band is a little rare.
I thank you.
In my time trying to hunt that thing down, I rarely ever came across the Torment Bands. So if you do find one, you want to hang on to it no matter what the percentage is.
I thought the exposed flesh one was the one I had the hardest time finding.
I found a couple to exposed flesh, and I found a couple torments. I think it was like 2 of each.
I don't think I found exposed flesh until I was like 78, 79.
I thank you.
I just kept finding the torment one.
Oh, you're lucky. I was looking for a perfect torment one for a while, and I couldn't get one.
Unless I'm getting them backwards.
Not sure.
Decent value.
The one that was better, like the...
Yeah, the exposed flesh one I think is a little bit more rare than the torment one.
Be right back.
No. Actually,
So how's this going to work when the season's over? Like, what's going to happen? I know I get to keep my character, but like, what all do I lose and what all do I get to keep?
Legendary aspects, you get to keep those. Unique items, you get to keep those. All your materials, everything, you get to keep those. The only thing you're not going to be able to keep is the malignant hearts.
Okay.
And anything associated with the malignant hearts.
So it means like the invokers and everything disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I figured.
Goodbye then.
Next dungeon.
You want me to set it off?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What is good? What is
Let's see
good?
if I got any more seeds to grab. Oh, I do got some seeds to grab.
Should be alright. Lightning damage. Should be good. Or extra lightning damage for Leon. If Leon accepts.
Leon Does anybody need any jewels? The royal one?
Yeah, if anybody's level 60 and needs some royal gems, the level 70 characters can make you the royal gems, and you can use them at level 60, so. Not sure how many of you guys fall into that gap, but 60 to 70, the royal gems can give you a pretty big bump in performance. Yeah, performance, so.
They're performance enhancing jewels.
I was actually formulating another build, Sculm, that revolves around the lidless wall. So I know you can get more bone storms if you sacrifice the minions, but I was thinking about a completely opposite way that you can do it. So what I was thinking was, if you utilize the Decrepify curse with the Abhorrent Decrepify, which allows you to reset your ultimate cooldown, and you have a full minion build, you could potentially keep a 100% uptime on Bone Storm using the lidless wall. And it could be rather interesting to run a lidless wall build with full minions and have 100% uptime on Bone Storm. Basically turn Bone Storm into a main ability.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm pretty sure that between the Abhorrent Decrepify, the plus 10 seconds that you get from the increased duration aspect, you could keep it up 100% all the time. And then you just have to scale the Bone Storm. I was planning on making a video on my build, yeah.
I must wait a moment.
God, that poison is hellacious.
I like using these incense, giving people bonuses.
Bonus.
Gotta.
What's up, Janet?
That. Is that a ring? 17 ring.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah.
Real fury, I guess.
If you can find that 817
So I'm kind of
axe
curious.
or
You
whatever.
kind of reminded me. I'm kind of curious. How are they going to give us ways to scale the flat damage aspects? They talked about that in the Campfire. So take for instance the earthquake one, which is a flat damage. You know, you put that on like a ring or something like that, and it's not really the greatest, but it's there. You know, you get the buff from the earthquake and whatnot. But what they're talking about is a way to potentially scale the flat damage aspects even further, so that they're more useful toward the end of the game. You know, so you're not just looking at what, like an aspect that gives you like 1,000 damage or like 10,000 damage. You're like, I can hit for 2 million. What do I need a 10,000 damage crit for?
I'm not ready yet.
I don't really know how they're gonna let us scale it. I don't know.
What if there was a new affix roll that was like aspect damage, and it was like percentage based, like increase aspect damage by blankety blankety blankety.
Oh, thank you for the $10, Janet. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Are you excited about the sorceress buffs? You said you were going to be playing a sorceress, so get you a little bit more tankiness in there. I'm kind of excited for the Veer's Mastery. The battle lords or battle mage lords aspect or whatever, the one that they're supposed to be adding in that was I thought was already in the game, but I guess wasn't. We'll actually be able to find it now.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
You tanked a Molten Explosion and a Pikachu at the same time, Goldeneye? That sounds impressive.
I hate those things, those little blow up dudes. Run you down, blow up under your feet.
Fallen lunatics or whatever.
Yeah.
You don't like kamikaze fighters? What?
Oh man, I despise them.
Oh my god, who picked the Drifting Shade? Is this a Xylor pick?
Hey, I like Drifting Shade. It's easy.
Is this a Xylor pick over here?
Drifting Shade is easy.
That's a Xylor pick. I knew it.
Of course I did.
Knew it.
Drifting Shade is not a problem.
That's definitely a Xylor pick. If I ever seen a Xylor pick.
What is better than a Drifting Shade?
4-player Drifting Shade is awful.
A
Are
dead
you kidding
Xylor?
me?
As long as you're going fast, it doesn't even bother you.
It's awful.
I don't know.
You're level 50, and you haven't gotten past the cathedral yet, so you're working on Weird Tier 3. I mean, you're about the right level. Just take a little bit of adjustment maybe here or there.
Skill damage. 813 chest armor. I don't know.
811 mace. DOT overpower crit.
You guys are failing at doing the squirrel approach. Opening all the chests and everything. You guys are leaving things behind.
Yeah, you
Squirrel
dang-
approach.
It's raccoon, sir.
Raccoon.
Raccoon. Yeah, I can't believe
Get
that
outta
you
here with
called
your
us
nonsense.
squirrels raccoons. We'd take offense to that.
Kicking him out of the party.
Let's go. Bye. See you later. He's a wolfie anyway. He doesn't even know about raccoons.
I just eat them.
Eat
Delicious. Roasted on a
Why
spit.
would you eat trash pandas? Like out of all the animals in nature, which one? Why would you eat the ones that roll around in garbage for a living? That one
Probably
smells
like
like
possums,
that
too.
one smells like the dump.
They're just you know, seasoning themselves.
They're just pre-seasoned with garbage. What is going on right now?
I don't know. I'm just getting murdered here.
They are pre-seasoned with garbage. Hey, this video
killed
cracked me
by a
up on the
raccoon.
internet. This guy, he's like, every morning I gotta do this crap every morning. And he goes over to the trash can and he gets a 2x4 and he opens up the trash can, puts the 2x4 in the trash can, makes a ramp. And when he puts the camera inside, there's like 15 raccoons in there. And they use the 2x4 to get out. He's like, every morning I gotta set the raccoons free.
At least he's nice enough to do that.
Do you need any pants? Or boots, I mean?
Raccoons?
What it do, beautiful?
Decent boots.
I was talking
Plus-
about a Sork build the other day. What kind of Sork do you want to build, Janet? I got a couple different Sork builds that I've messed around with, but the one that I really played around with was the Charged Bolt Sorceress. I think I have a link to the Charged Bolt Sorceress, if you want to take a look at it. Let me see here.
Fury 2 looks like
What?
D2R graphics, by the way.
There's got their TV going on in the background there.
Is it coming through like that?
Yep.
I think that was Reggie.
Oh, damn, sorry. That was only on like 5 volume as well.
There you go. This is the Charged Bolt Sorceress Theorycraft. If you want to take a look at it, that's where I actually like put together the character. And I do believe there's a build thing in there. Let me see.
Oh my. That is an ugly room.
Yeah, here you go. Now I did change this a little bit since I made it, so you might want to make some adjustments too. I don't know, but that's basically what I came up with right there. I'm not sure if that's the one you were looking at, or maybe we were talking about a different one. I don't know. What? Primary resource burn? That's what I heard. Man, why do I got so many odd numbered doojanks in here? Snowstorm and ice. Blizzard builds are pretty powerful, but you do need that. There's an aspect that causes ice spikes to shoot up underneath the target. I think the Blizzard build really does well with that. There's also another aspect on the Sorceress that gives you a damage bump when the monster's under a crowd control effect. That's also a pretty good one for that build. There's a couple different ways you can go with that one, but there's definitely some good ways to build the Blizzard Sorceress.
I must wait a moment.
Channeling Shrine should give you unlimited fortified.
I mean, it makes you invincible. Oh, well, no, not that one. I was thinking about the conduit shrine.
Yeah, the conduits are invincible.
I mean, technically, you can get unlimited and fortify with channeling if you have the buttons to press. I mean, it pretty much makes all your cooldowns super short.
Hello, Butcher.
I must wait a minute.
Always sad.
Get back here.
Channeling Shrine Amps.
Get this man some shrine buff duration.
Yep. You guys kill the butcher because there's a huge pack I was holding off over here.
Good job.
Yeah.
Know what we would have done without you.
Hey, I get it. My character sucks.
Don't let them bully you. You're just lower level than they are.
Drastically. Well, Joy's pretty close. 4 levels ahead. But I still haven't got that legendary affix for double landslides yet.
Oh, well, that's one of the reasons why your damage isn't doing good then.
Yup.
You need your double landslide, sir. How's you gonna get all your landslides?
It hates me, doesn't want to give me the things I want.
Gamble for totems.
I have been. All my obols.
I'm not ready.
I find that aspect all the time too. I don't know what to tell you. I got like a whole bunch of them just stored up in the back at this point, just waiting for the next time I make it. I need to redo one of my items.
Filled with legendaries. Not a single one is that.
I even got a couple perfect ones at this point. I think I literally have
What is
one.
going on with this room?
They're coming to eat your
dudes
soul.
on the edge are just spawning them back up. You're not killing the guy spawning them.
You have to survive 4 waves.
Oh, it's an event.
I must wait.
Okay. I didn't know it was an event.
Yeah, there was also a shaman in the back just pressing guys over.
Well, I was killing shamans as they were coming up. But it was an event.
It's kind of fun.
I'm not ready yet.
Look at all these corpse bows in the back over here.
I'm not ready yet.
Need one more piece, don't we? Oh no, someone else has it.
One piece.
No, I like the 4-piece chicken. Macaroni salad.
4-piece chicken macaroni. I'll take the spicy sandwich, ketchup only, and can I get the wedges? You got the spicy wedges? Those are real good.
The seasoned wedges, right?
Yeah, seasoned. The ones that have been baking all day under the hot lamp.
Oh, yeah, the place up here calls them JoJo fries. Don't know why.
They got to be baking all day. They can't be fresh. You gotta
Fresh
they gotta,
meat.
They gotta be up there just all day long. All day long.
The next time you go into KFC or somewhere, just when you walk up to order, it's just fresh meat.
I'm not ready yet.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. Poke a little poke, a little bit of this, hit him in the eye, and a little bit of that. Well, if you're doing the ice setup, that's a whole nother setup. Don't look at my charge bolt setup for your ice setup. I can't remember how they got it set up on the sorcerers for the blizzard spikes, but I know for a fact they're strong. Even though they did get nerfed recently, they're still really strong.
You're real strong, okay?
God, they are real strong, okay? Don't tell me what not to do, God.
Okay.
God.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be right back because I'm just totally out of inventory space. This is just I can't. Just can't.
Okay.
Yeah, go back to town and sell.
No. It's to the point where I need mules.
Decent value.
Oh, will be.
Got
Oh.
too many things. Like desperation mode here now. Desperate for inventory
McDonald's
space.
farm or something. What the crap
I
is
can
going
actually
on
do it
here?
really good, but it's really loud and I don't want to be obnoxious.
Too late.
It's just so frustrating.
I thank you.
Hey, you're getting another
Can't come
tab
soon
in
enough.
2 weeks.
I don't know why they can't just hotfix that in like now. Like, I don't get why they can't put that one on.
The game will
absolutely
poop
immediately.
itself. It will
They'll
poop,
poop.
all
They
over
poop
itself.
all over everyone and everything that you love. You
That's
don't
right.
want.
At
You
this
don't
point, I'll
want it.
accept that.
You don't want it to poop all over everything and everyone you love.
It doesn't matter if you accept it. You don't want it to poop on your mama.
Yeah. What about your mama? You gonna let it poop on your mama? Oh, that's
I'll
just
tell her
rude.
the reasons why it has to happen. And I'm sure she'll be like, "Yeah,
Terrible.
totally understand."
Mama, you're gonna get pooped on, and it was my decision, and I'll need to let you know why.
Can you stop it?
Well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I can, but I'm not gonna.
Better hope your mama's not watching.
Just
She
stop
gon-
holding so much crap and you won't have this problem.
I always knew you was a hoarder.
You were a hoarder.
I always knew it from the time you was born. Gave you some Legos and they disappeared in the back room somewhere.
This game gave you 4 stash tabs and you still don't have enough.
Nowhere near enough.
In
I
my
could
day,
have,
we just built new stash tabs.
if I could have 24 stash
We
tabs,
just got some
it wouldn't
wood
be
and
enough.
made them. They're called cabinets. What's wrong with you?
Holy crap, ladies.
Your grandpappy be ashamed. Your grandpappy be ashamed of you. Kind of state of life we're living in, 4 stash tabs. He built a house with his own 2 hands.
And to think we named
And
you
why can I only
Goofy.
have 10 character slots? Like, what's up with that?
In my day, you only needed 1 character slot. All these newfangled people with their multi-character slots. Pick a class. Pick a class.
I must wait a minute.
Oh dear.
I'll be right back, chunks.
I've reached max pain. I've got 10 maxed out characters. I'm only playing one of them.
Well, you
The
need
other
to start.
9 are
You need to
slots.
start. Yard sale. Almost like a yard sale.
I'm over here.
Oh God.
2 characters.
Where are you, Westman?
Man, who is breathing into the mic? Something heavy. Are we in the car? Or are we going to Wendy's? Can I have? Can I?
Oh, they got strawberry.
I want
they got
a
strawberry
bacon
frosty
Asiago
stout.
ranch.
Can I have a baconator fries? Some
Strawberry
baconator fries.
frosties, or we
Only
can
ketchup?
just Sleep on that.
No ketchup on the fries. I don't want them to get soggy. Get some packets. Can't stand people who dump ketchup on their fries. You're what's wrong with America.
I'm
Canadian.
A packet and I put those.
No, I mean I legit don't even understand the whole
I
purpose
put
of
the
French
ketchup
fries.
on my fries.
The whole,
like, when I grab
yeah,
them.
exactly. The whole purpose of French fries is they're nice and crispy, right? People who just dump ketchup on their fries and then they eat them later and it's like they're a soggy, nasty mess and the crispiness is gone and they're all floppy because they done absorbed all the moisture from the ketchup. Nah, what is wrong with you?
I do it as I go.
Exactly. You do it as you go. That way the ketchup has minimal contact with the fry.
Yep.
You get the ketchup, you get the flavor of the ketchup, you keep the crispiness of the fry. You don't lose nothing. Those horrible, horrible people to be dumping the ketchup all over everything.
I can agree with you on burying your fries in ketchup, but I don't know. Have you had a poutine?
I'm back.
You had a poutine before?
What the hell is a Putin? Why are we in Russia?
No, It's gravy and cheese.
It's a Canadian
curds on
dish.
fries.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of
Absolutely
gravy.
amazing.
I'm not a big fan of gravy.
Poutine is just so good.
Yeah, I feel like gravy just makes things soggy most of the time. I'm not a big fan of soggy. Like I don't necessarily mind the flavor of gravy. I just don't necessarily want all my food to be soggy. Texture is very important to me when it comes to food. Texture is more important than flavor, even. If the food has a bad texture, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want it.
Oh, unique mace. What's that?
It's not the taste, it's the consistency.
That's the
Oh,
flesh.
flesh
that's the
render.
flesh
Another
render.
flesh render.
What item power did you get?
Not very good. The one in my stash is better. It's only 784.
You're just making them soggy. I don't know. You guys never had crispy fries, apparently? The crisp and the crunch of the fries, half the fry. You're just throwing away half the fry. You're going to make it all soggy.
Whoever likes soggy fries or chips, whatever you want to call it.
I have a friend who just absolutely makes fries swim in vinegar.
I mean, the only way it's acceptable is if you eat them fast. You got to eat them fast, because otherwise the crispiness is gone so quick that you're just all you're eating is a soup at that point. You might as
Yeah, at that point you might as well make mashed potatoes.
yeah, at that point you might as well just be eating mashed potatoes or you know, just make yourself a baked potato and mix everything up in the baked potato. Like you just converted the French fry back to a baked potato. You might as well just have ordered a baked potato. I mean, a baked potato's fine. I like baked potatoes.
Baked potatoes are fire.
But if you just dumping all your ingredients on the French fries, the crispy French fries, and you just turn them soggy, then you're just turning the French fries into a poor man's baked potato. You just got the poor man's baked potato. Don't even taste as good as a baked potato at that point.
Oh, that's a lot of explosions.
Decent value.
I swear, every time I'm out too, like I don't know what it is, but I'll be with somebody and they'll do that to their fries, and they never eat them all. And I know why they don't eat them all, because they don't taste good when you dump the ketchup on them. They get all soggy, right? So I'm sitting there. They hand me the fries because they're like, I can't eat all these. You want this? And they hand me the thing, and I like pick up one of the fries, and it's like bendy like a gummy worm at that point. And I'm like, no, I really don't. I really don't want these. Got some gummy fries.
Yeah, like Chick-fil-A, how they got those big ketchup packets that you can squeeze, you know? Like, you just grab the fry and you put the ketchup
Yeah, the
on it.
optimal way is
And then
open the ketchup packet, take the fry in your hand, put the ketchup on the fry, eat the fry.
Yeah,
that is the optimal way. That maintains the crispiness, and you can dump as much ketchup as you want on that French fry, because you're going to eat it right afterward, and no crispiness is lost, and you can literally have like the entire fry covered in ketchup if you want to. And when you put it in your mouth, you get the crispy and the ketchup all in one bite. Or whatever ingredients you want to put on your French fries. It don't matter. If you put it on and then consume it immediately, you maintain the crispiness.
I'm not ready yet.
It's kind of like lettuce on tacos too. I don't like lettuce on tacos because most of the time the heat from the taco wilts the lettuce and makes it all nasty.
Storm is crazy right now.
And
It's scaring me.
you end up with really wilty, nasty lettuce like after a little bit of time. If you don't, it's no good. That's why I usually get no lettuce on the taco, because it usually ends up wilty by the time it makes it to me.
I made homemade tacos last night. That's the only reason I put lettuce on it. Because it was right there.
I walked into the room and it was just explosions everywhere. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I take that back. I didn't even make it into the room. I walked up to the door. And there were explosions everywhere, and I died in the doorway.
We're coming.
I ain't even make it in the door. I was just trying to get in the door, man. I'll pick up all this loot, though. Give me all this loot. My loot. Give me loot.
ready yet.
Where's Kubus?
He is with his mama right now, and I'm glad. I'm glad to have a break.
That's his turn. He's
A
probably
break.
in there
I'm
sad.
he's happy. He wants to be with his mama. That's his whole life.
I'm not ready yet.
I like how it went from like a really cool dungeon to like a underground dungeon. I mean, you can do whatever you want with your pizza. I don't care. Don't order me a pizza with pineapples on it. You can do whatever you want to do with your pizza. I don't care. I got my own pizza over here.
I must wait a minute.
Pineapple on pizza is not the best.
I must wait a minute.
It's edible. It's not like awful.
Well, Immolation Shrine. Here we go.
I must wait a moment.
Fire everywhere. Fire in the sky.
Fire in the sky.
It's safe behind the statue.
Oh God, it's not safe behind the statue anymore.
You'll never catch me alive, Batman.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready.
Yeah, Leon and I are alternating with the suckage.
Oh, alternating
Excuse me?
suckage.
Excuse me?
He's alternating the suckage. The best levels of suckage. Lord, I'm running out of defensive cooldowns
I
here.
suck, he sucks, I suck, he sucks.
Cigarette on that note.
Not gonna say it.
I'm a little worried, but I'm not going to say anything either.
Oh! Lightning.
I'm not ready yet.
Die, Tomb Lord. That's right. Get in your little cocoon state and die. And give me my
Hey,
doojang.
you couldn't res him?
Yeah, I rezzed him, but I think if you don't move, it still looks like you're not rezzed.
I mean, he couldn't arrest
Yeah,
you.
he hasn't moved yet.
Using a revive.
I'm gonna go count first.
Well, he just linked an item in chat.
Oh, well, he's hard muted and hard and deaf.
Oh, this lightning guy over here is rough.
Hang on, I'm coming.
I think I got him. Yeah.
No.
I don't put out a lot of damage on these high level.
You don't put out?
Whoa, he doesn't put out, man. Let's go home. Oh, wait, that was an
Sounds like
814. Hold on a minute.
Sounds like you got somebody in your group doing some putting out.
There's some alternating suckage, that's for sure. I mean, let's just say it.
Sorry, I
Wee.
Look, don't you worry about our alternating suckage, all right? It's not a concern.
Now, here's the damage. Conduit Shrine OP. Why can't we just have that as a character? A conduit.
Well, he'd be pretty bored with the game, I'd say.
What class are
You'd have
you?
to level it up.
Well, I'm a ball of lightning, a literal ball of lightning. Well, what are your abilities? Well, I shock things.
And I'm vulnerable to everything.
And I can't take damage ever to any attack. Do you have any abilities? Like, what's your skill tree look like? Do you have any uniques? Yeah, I have a unique. It's called Mjolnir. I put it on, and it makes my lightning hurt more.
I don't know, the Hodabar, even after the patch, it felt like Conduit Shrine just knocked my damage down about 10 pegs.
Well, you're invincible, and you can go really fast if there's monsters to jump to, so it's still kind of nice. Sometimes.
Check out that amulet. That's kind of interesting for me. +2 ranks to all Wrath. +2 ranks to Defiance
He's
passives.
here for the boss.
Oh, sure. I can't remember the Wrath ones. I was trying to look at the Wrath ones, and I don't really know. Like, I don't use a lot of the Wrath skills myself.
Yeah, I use a lot of Wrath. Well, like my Cyclone armor and a bunch of other stuff.
Well, Cyclone armor is defensive, so Hurricane,
But it's under the Wrath
Boulder, and Rabies are Wrath.
Oh, let me look at my. I thought I saw. Maybe I was mistaken. But yeah, the Wrath skills, there's Cyclone, Elemental Exposure, Neurotoxin, and Venom, and Toxin Claws.
You're looking at the defensives. Wrath is lower down. Wrath is the other tree.
Or Hurricane. Oh, I meant Hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane.
Yeah, Wrath is Hurricane, Boulder, and Rabies. Defensive is Earthen Bulwark, Cyclone Armor, Blood Howl, and Debilitating Roar.
Huh. I'm gonna keep it. Try it out later.
Oh god, they got me in a lock.
Oh, I'm coming. I'll rescue you.
So much poison.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, that was a lot of poison. I may have chosen an always poison enchanted Apex dungeon, so.
Yep, monsters take less physical damage, and they do. Okay. And they're poison. Okay.
All the poison, all the time. Welcome, one and all heroes. We heard you like poison, so we added poison to everything. Poison monsters now dish out more poison damage. All monsters that weren't poison damage have now been converted 30% to poison damage.
I'm not ready.
Puddles will now randomly appear on the floor filled with rancid poison. Every now and then, we're going to give you a free spritzer bath, a shower that comes from the sky filled with poison. And back from a blast from the past is Bale himself, who's going to giggle and laugh as he casts poison spells on you, all throughout your dungeon. No one giggles and laughs at you harder than Bailey Eliasson-Free. I think I'm going to use a poison potion in here. I don't even have a poison potion.
I'm not ready yet.
What do I got? What do I got? Sure, maximum life. Sure, let's go. Now I got 8,974 life. Die, suckers! Ow! That boy jumped from the sidelines to stop me from rescuing this guy. He Superman leaped over here. What's up, Bardock? He sounds like he comes from the Super Saiyan planet.
One of my favorite heroes that leaps, the Tick.
Spoon.
I'm not ready yet.
As Buddy Arthur.
I never did finish that new TV show. The one that came out that was the live action version.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I got
The
like
first
episode 4.
was pretty good.
I think I got to like I can't remember how many episodes actually came out when I watched it, but it wasn't very many. I'm assuming more came out since then.
Probably. Papa.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
Ah, run away.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
Leon's not here, so you can alternate suckage.
I know, right? I have to do all the suckage myself.
Man. You must be tired.
It is tiring.
It's tiring. Must be tiring.
I'm not ready yet.
Dang, I'm almost finished leveling up as a Dewjank. I guess I need to figure out... Who are you? What's up, buddy? I need to figure out what glyph I want to level up next. They're all level 21 now.
Oh, nice.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm getting there.
I mean, I want to try out some companion specs later, so maybe I'll start leveling up the 2 companion gems. Or glyphs. Glyphs.
I'm just gonna keep on starting them, and then you can just join after you do your selling or whatever.
You're not even picking stuff up.
No.
I need money. I don't know why.
Town is lava to me.
Y'all crazy. I need monies.
the XP.
Don't want to do that one. I'll do this one.
Hey, Mark Hurley with the $2 super thanks. Steven said my last relationship was a kiss curse relationship. Not a fan. It's hilarious. Oh, that's a tier 5.
Yeah, I think I'm around 60 million, so I just sell when I need.
I'm about 90 million, but I'm still going.
Nice.
I'm trying to build up some gold because I know I'm going to need it for my other characters.
Yep.
I've learned my lesson from the last time I started burning all my gold real fast on my other characters, and it went down the drain real quick. Didn't take very long.
Got those perfect stats.
All of a sudden, all my gold was gone, and I was like, man, I was like, can anyone spare $1? Can anyone spare $1, please? I could really use just a couple gold coins if it's alright. Oh, we got world boss in 23 minutes.
Oh, good. Okay.
X gonna give it to you.
Did they mention anything about super uniques during the campfire chat?
Super uniques. They talked about it in the previous one, how they were going to try and make them a little bit more common. They have some ideas. They're not going to make them like ridiculously common, but they're gonna. They did say they had some plans.
Well, because like the question they were answering on it was, they don't exist, basically.
Yeah, I mean.
So someone said, it's like, well, I mean, that's kind of true. They kind of. I mean, they exist, but they might as well not.
I feel like at the moment, especially with seasonal content, with us resetting our characters, I mean, the entire time we were leveling up from 1 to 84, we basically didn't have access to them. So they were not even accessible. And I think that's part of the issue as well, is that they need to remove that cap. I think if they remove the 85 cap or 85 limit, I think that'll make them more common all by itself because more people will have access to them. The drop rate that they have is really low. It's ridiculously low. Yeah, okay, I get it. But you can't. But they also have all these other variables added in too. You got to be 85 or plus. You got to be doing 85 plus content. You have to be World Tier 4 or higher. And you start adding in all these variables, and most people aren't even level 85. What level are you right now, Chunks?
80.
So,
so Eternal, though,
well, the thing is right now, unless you go to an 85 dungeon, you have no chance of finding one of those items. There is 0% chance. It doesn't matter how rare they are. You got no chance right now unless you go to an 85 dungeon. That's kind of my point.
The monsters are level 85?
Yeah, the monsters have to be level 85 plus.
I mean, I'm in there all the time.
Yeah, but the thing is that as you're leveling up, when you go through World Tier 1, when you go through World Tier 2, when you go through World Tier 3, and then even when you get into World Tier 4, you're not 85 yet. You still can't do 85 content. So the majority of the game, you can't find them. It's making them artificially more rare than they already need to be. I mean, they're rare. I'm not even going to say they're not. But if they opened it up a little bit and took away that level cap and just made it World Tier 4, or made it World Tier 3 and 4, I guarantee you you'd start seeing them more. If they made it World Tier 3 and 4, you'd start seeing them a lot more.
I just feel like with a Discord of your size, there would be one in it.
We haven't found one. You're absolutely right.
That's what I'm saying. There's how many people? I mean, not just kinship alone. I mean, like the whole Discord.
I'm not ready yet.
I haven't seen one poster. So that. Yeah, 400 people in one spot.
I must wait a moment.
How common were Shakos in the regular D2? Like when they first came out?
Not that bad.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, I would compare it to something like Griffin's Ideadem, and over an entire season, we might see 4 or 5 Griffin's Ideadems, like for the whole kinship.
But I mean, that's just kinship. It's not the whole Discord. I think they make Griffins look like mandled heels.
I mean, you're not necessarily wrong.
Or low road nagel rings.
I think they're as rare as they are because it's the very beginning of the game and there's only 4 tiers of difficulty. And maybe in like an expansion or 2, when there's more tiers, those tiers would make it more frequent. If I had to put money on it.
I don't know. I'm not saying they need to be common or anything, but
No, not at all.
I do think that the restrictions that they currently have in place might be a little too. It might be a little too restrictive.
I think they should scale more with like main songs and Materials Might, Griffins, SOJ, no, Rare. But not common.
I must wait a moment.
Well, I think at some point, if they make them more common to the point where everybody has them, they're going to have to reduce the power level of them. I mean, I can see how they have it currently set up, which is, hey, this is an extremely powerful item, you know. So they don't want everybody to have access to the extremely powerful item. They want it to be more
I mean, that's
like a
also,
reward, like something really fun that you find, you know. I mean, if you did find a Shaco right now, you'd be pretty excited, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, so I feel like at least in that they've succeeded. They made a chase item. They made it valuable. They made people want it, but I'm not exactly sure that it's possible.
They made it rare enough to like almost guarantee that when they find it, it's going to be shared on social media, and it's going to be like, oh wow, someone found a Shaco.
I feel like it should scale more with like Materials Might, the rarity of that. Like I've never found a Materials Might, but I've seen maybe 2
Yes, I'll take it.
in the whole Discord, you know, that have been found.
Yeah, I found a Might and Terror's Might.
Material, not Templar.
You don't want that.
Wah 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 wah.
We got.
I got Nightmare Portals. Looks fine to me. Whatever. Let's go. 16 minutes. We got more than enough time for the world boss.
Yep.
You still need one more world boss for your season journey, Leon?
I don't think Leon's in the chat.
Leon has left the chat.
He gone.
He's just been PMing me.
Well, you doing some HellTides, Chunk?
Yeah. I'll just do this for a little bit, and then I'm gonna hop off for a little bit, get some food after the world boss.
TN4.
I don't want to get in a dungeon and then end up hitting a bunch of slay all monster crap.
Where'd you go, Chunks? Are you getting HellTides now?
Yep. Until the world boss.
I like Nightmare Portals. Then bring in more creatures.
Yeah, it's like density buffing.
Yep.
Feels so zoomed in. I was playing a little mini window and the game felt so zoomed out on a little mini window. And now I full screened it again and it's just like, oh dear, can't see anything. Everything just looks blurry.
I'm not ready yet.
How long to the world boss anyway?
14 minutes probably.
It was 15 minutes when we began this quest, so it's probably closer to 14, 13 minutes. Well,
Long enough for me to get this next Paragon point here, probably.
there's your goblin on me.
Get him.
Working on it. Careful, butcher.
Never mind, I'm dead.
Butcher stomp you?
No, it's a joke about Xylar.
Oh, okay.
It's our inside joke.
We literally had a butcher spawn and he dragged it into the boss's room and despawned it. And then the second butcher that spawned of literally the whole season, he goes, "I got the butcher on me," and then he goes, "Never mind, I'm dead." I was literally in the process of going, "All right, I'm coming up," and he's like, "I'm dead." Before I can even finish my sentence, I'm dead.
Don't bother.
Don't bother, I'm dead. Crack me up. Those 2 butchers you cost us, Tyler.
Yep.
Because of his ring, right?
It could have been. It could have been because of that. Actually, now that you mention it, because I'm pretty sure he had that ring on while you.
Yeah, I actually did have that ring on.
The ring keeps coming back to haunt us.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Woo, look at all the monsters go pop, pop, pop. That was beautiful.
Bibbidi pop.
Pop, pop, pop. Mm. That's right. Obbly bobbly.
Boss, 10 minutes and 58 seconds.
I haven't looked up what it is.
How are you so fast on that freaking horse?
I don't know. Sometimes he listens when I kick him in the butt.
Sometimes he listens.
Sometimes it's like, no.
So nice when I come to a HellTide and actually can kill things.
Hey, when they upped the HellTide level to 78, it wasn't really much of a. That wasn't much of a joke. I remember we first got to World Tier 4. We were trying to run HellTides and pain. It was just pain. We managed to kill Kickstarth though, really low level. We were pretty proud of ourselves. Took us forever.
Who's coming?
I'm not ready yet.
Why not? What's wrong with Kickstarter? The Resplendent Guardian.
There's a treasure goblin down here.
Oh, Butcher's coming for them cheeks.
No, we're not in a dungeon.
Oh.
course, you had to use your steel grasp right as I tried to.
Aw, did we get the butcher? We had a treasure goblin, but we didn't get the butcher.
Yeah, I'm gonna go search for him a little bit.
We need a butcher. Come on, butcher.
Not a single legendary from that treasure goblin.
Same.
Yeah.
I didn't get anything.
100%
I'll take that guaranteed.
right?
You know, take that guaranteed legendary. I know Ginger was harking on that, but I'll take it.
I mean, it's not really anything special, though, is it? I mean, we get legendaries all the time.
Absolutely not. It should have been that way from the very beginning. Though. It never should have not happened.
You know what? Keep your legendary. Give me like 2 million gold.
Yeah, make him drop a lot of gold. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, keep the legendary. Give me the gold.
I think we got it all.
Gimme all the gold in the world. Gotta put it on a hurl. Give me all the gold in the world. Where's the dang butcher at? Did we search all the rooms?
Yep.
What about that room? It didn't look like we searched that room.
Thank you.
Let me check. Maybe the butcher jump on my head.
I'm not ready yet.
No, he's not here. He's rude. I think it's because the dungeon's real short. I think sometimes when the dungeon's really short, you just don't have enough time for him to spawn.
Would you like something appraised? This I can sell.
Here's an event.
Let's get her done.
Decent value.
I used to do roping for a guy, and that was his favorite saying. I
Who?
hated that guy.
Who knows what saying what where?
Get her done.
Get her
Larry
done.
the cable guy.
I was like, oh my god, I hate this job.
What's wrong with get her done?
You know, it
Lord,
was
I
okay
apologize.
until you heard it like, you know, 75, 80 times a day.
75, 80?
Yeah.
Where you been? You should have been heard it about 10,000, 20,000 times by now.
I probably did because I was roping for the guy.
You were riffing?
Roping.
What's that mean?
Rooping. Putting shingles on.
Oh. You roofed? You literally roofed for Larry the Cable Guy?
No. Not Larry the Cable Guy. This guy probably wanted to be Larry the Cable Guy. he was an idiot.
He was an idiot. Okay. That settles it, boys. He was an idiot.
He was a terrible boss, too.
A dang idiot. But he said get her done a lot, right?
Like, all day. That's all he said.
Mm.
That was his morning speech.
Alright, ladies
Get
and
out there
gentlemen.
and get her done.
Alright, ladies and germs, get her done.
Yeah.
One of my bosses, his favorite saying at the end of a meeting was "Good
So
talk,
we
go
got
team."
5 minutes, so I'm gonna head on over to the world boss.
Good talk, go team.
I don't know if I don't want to be distracted by the dungeon and forget.
I'm already on my way, Xylo.
Oh, cool.
I'm already
My game crashed, John.
I'm already on my way.
You got 5 minutes, so.
Tell everybody I'm on my way.
That's right, I'm on my way.
I'm on the way.
World boss
Just put an
today.
extra chat when you get
So,
back.
so they did explain why the horse sometimes seems like he's on crack and goes 10,000 miles an hour. They said the speed.
Perfect.
They said the speed buffs, the boost buffs, if you use them all at once, they stack. So your horse
Good
goes
job.
like ridiculously fast.
Well, yeah.
But apparently they're not stacking on console. That's what he also said.
Yeah, controller players. It doesn't stack properly.
Apparently on
no
PC,
wonder.
whenever you stack them, he has a heart attack and then a stroke. Can't move.
Pretty much.
He's like, ah, too much.
Like, I'm surprised Ginger hasn't had the problem where you get on your horse and it just doesn't move anywhere.
I've had it a couple times.
Practically every time I get on my horse, it happens.
Wow, wow,
I'm at the world boss and you
wow,
need to teleport
wow.
there, guys.
Do I like Pillars of Eternity? Honestly, I couldn't really get into it. I tried. It as a veteran Diablo player, it overwhelmed even me. Like I just couldn't deal with all that. It's needlessly complicated for no reason. I feel like it was designed for mathematicians or something. Like it's a game deliberately designed for people who have fun with rocket formulas.
Furball Space Program? What? How dare they run a Legion event at the exact same time as a world boss?
Holy stuff.
3 minutes and 20, 3 minutes and 30. It's like 10 seconds off. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Don't poke the look guy. He might be in here. Start spamming emotes.
Doesn't he jump down here first?
Don't do it.
Look.
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 Uh-oh, there's Xylor spamming the look.
I appreciate that.
Look.
Oh my god.
Chunks is gonna go away.
Hey, Chunks. Look.
Ooh. Thunders are rocking my house.
The beast lives within you.
World boss about to spawn. You got 2 minutes 20 to make it on, and if you don't show up soon, you gonna lose out on the loot, and you're not gonna get it. We gonna kill the world boss in like 6 seconds. Actually, make that 4. The barber gem is stupid. Somebody was saying the barber gem scales to the character though. So if you're like a level 20 character and you have a barber gem on, it scales the damage down to the level 20 character and completely nerfs the damage entirely. So if Leon has it on and he's level 99, then it's
I'll let
then
him
it
hit him
scales it up.
first.
Then it scales it up. We got a lot of low levels here. They might have barber gems on too, so we might not have a choice. Probably better if you just go in swinging.
Oh, I am. Gonna throw a tornado as soon as I can.
This guy likes his fireballs, don't he, Chunky?
Mm-hmm. I think he's playing cornhole.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to bounce it right into Shava's little butthole there.
Whoa. Little. Shava's a big girl. Don't be talking to her about her like that. Alright. She's got a hook so we can drag her away from the buffet.
Hey, Chunks, thanks for letting me back in. Look.
Look.
I kicked you again right before.
There we go. Fastest boss death in the world.
Dead already?
She's already almost dead.
One more hit.
2, bam. I don't even know how many seconds that was, but it wasn't a lot.
We're just at the first pip.
Well done.
Poor Ashava. Where did Ashava go? Which way did she go, George? Which way did she go?
Now we can go to the Legion event. Let's go.
That's why the Legion event was right back on top of it.
It's already started. It's too
Oh,
late.
that's cool. They animated the pips. Now the arrows point up once they're gray.
Yep.
Instead of turning gray. So glad they spent time on that. Fixing the real problems with Diablo 4.
Going up.
I must
Oh
wait
man,
a moment.
there's
There's
climbing
so
down.
many people dead in this fight right now that aren't reviving.
That's why you need to point at them and laugh.
Are you in like World Tier 3 or something?
Start spamming look now.
Yeah.
Yeah, go crazy.
Yeah, go crazy, Wolfie. Go crazy. Look.
I bet Leon, I, and Ginger could single-handedly take down the world boss without anyone. Oh,
I think we could all do it single-handedly by ourselves. I don't even think we
yeah,
need anybody
probably.
else.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're right. I got frozen.
Especially since we found out that the world boss gets 100% HP for every person present.
That's true. Alright, monster
Oh,
cold
ow,
damage.
whoa.
Okay.
5
It was the monster
million
that
crit.
killed me. Oh, it killed Leon too.
I
Killed
don't
all
know-
of us.
I don't know what got me, but it was ouchy. That's for sure.
Yeah, it killed us all.
We all died, really?
Yep. Well, I was the first one to die, and I kind of said, hey, watch out.
I don't even know what got me. I had all my buffs up and everything. I had my defensives, and then all of a sudden it was just dead. I guess I must have got hit by something really big. Nothing like a good CC spam to make you feel humble.
I'm not ready yet.
You know, I'm wondering how good this build would be with Whirlwind, with the bleed.
I mean, you can try it. It bleed scales with Whirlwind. You get that nice little passive.
I think I got my arm.
I think Rend is definitely the superior bleeder, but you can do other things. You can do other things with Whirlwind besides just bleeding.
It's a speed issue with Rend. Slow.
Rend.
I kind of want to ride the thorns.
Yeah, that's fun.
I haven't messed with.
Well, since they're messing around with the bleed stuff, I mean, honestly, before they were even messing around with the bleed stuff, I wanted to remake my bleed barbarian, so that might be my next character. Either that or my rogue, freezing arrow rogue, one or the other.
Eternal Barbarian is the one.
Wolfie's like, when you build that character, do you mind shooting me a sheet?
Please, thanks. You
I'll
already
take
copied
a sheet.
My druid bear.
I'll be back.
This character's OP, Wolfie.
I'm not ready yet.
It is. It's nice to actually be on the path of being OP if the game would just give me the legendary thing.
I must wait a moment.
I feel like a broken record constantly complaining about it, but I just can't believe that I haven't got something that's so common.
Always. I think Cody's about to get banished to the Shadow Realm again.
Isn't that his permanent home at this point?
Banished to the shadow realm, gonna get banished again. Banished to the shadow realm. Here he comes, I'm banished again.
Looking at.
I missed Rod from both of those freaking campfires, though.
Yeah.
Nah, neither one of them campfires had Rod in it. And I hate to say it, despite the fact that we got information, they were both rather boring.
Anything else?
As a YouTuber, part of my job is trying to relay information in an entertaining manner. Something that they could sorely use. Like, you know how game shows usually have an entertaining personality, you know, like Steve Harvey for Family Feud and stuff like that.
Steve Harvey's funny as heck.
Exactly. They ain't got no entertaining personality for them campfire chats. Rod was the only one who was cracking jokes.
At least Joe looked in the camera at least once. He normally never does.
Speaking of Joe, the middle Joe, not the left hand.
Yeah,
Joe,
middle Joe.
He looks a little sickly. Like he's a little skinny, and he looks like he's not eating well.
Yeah, probably a little stressed.
Might need to send him a cheesecake. Get him some Taco Bell or something. A couple burgers. A ram burger.
Leon is almost 100. He's really close.
Nice. Then he's gonna go kill Lilith.
Yep.
I wonder if this character could even pull it off. I'm not really set up for that sort of thing, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna
to see.
try Lilith as soon as I get to 100.
I mean, I definitely do have the defensive cooldowns on this build, that's for sure. I can swap in the Undaunted gem, get a little bit more defense, and it's just about dodging attacks. Even if it takes a while, I might be alright.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh,
Just leveling up my last glyph.
There's that stacking debuff in there, though.
Oh, Chunks left without even saying goodbye.
Hey, Leon's back.
Chunk's probably left because you kept going, look.
Probably.
Was that world boss even there? Or
No, he said he had to go get something to eat.
Oh, okay.
The world boss was dead real fast. He's dead.
I blinked and he was gone.
Blinkety blink blink.
Boy, oh boy.
See, monsters like that, like world bosses and stuff, should really have phases, so you can't just burn through them like that.
Are you ready for Lilith, Leon?
Lilith as this build probably could do it, actually. I don't know, though. I'm getting more confident with this build, but I'm not 100%
Where'd all them
confident.
explosions come from? All of a sudden there was 10 explosions on the screen.
I'm not ready yet.
I do have like 3 sources of mobilize, so my stagger is pretty good.
Nice.
I'm not ready yet.
Is immobilizing her required?
Staggering her is very useful.
Yeah, staggering her helps for, you can skip phases and stuff by staggering her.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can skip phases. You can, even if you're doing the fight like quote unquote legitimate, you need to stagger her in phase 2 because it takes the pulls off the ground, which do tons of damage to you and spawn ghosts and stuff. So you want to get rid of them by staggering her.
You haven't been able to scrap sigils. That's a bug that's been going around, Randy. You might have to do a couple tier 3 sigils until the quest pops up, and then once you complete the quest, you can start scrapping them. Also, sometimes joining a group with somebody else who has the or who still has the quest active can sometimes fix it as well. We had the same problem early on, and it kind of randomly fixed itself when we joined groups with somebody else who had the quest active, and then we were suddenly able to complete the quest. The quest is not the occultist in Govachat.
I must wait a moment.
Until then, you're just going to drop them on the ground.
I'm not ready yet.
Or put them in your stash if you really want to hog up some space.
Temerities. Oh, but they're not the new ones.
Nope. You gotta wait 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, did you hear what they were saying about the unique items though? So the unique items that you find right now are going to retain the same affixes as before.
Yeah.
So only the new ones are going to have the new affixes, which means that we're in a situation just like in Diablo 2 where we've got like 1.10 versions of items and then 1.11 versions of items. So there's going to be 2 different versions of those items now.
Yeah.
The older ones, the ones that existed before 1.11, are going to be no longer capable of being gotten at that point.
They're creating like entirely new item and just making the old one not drop again. Seems like instead of having the ability to update existing ones.
Seems like they should have just had it be like go to a vendor and have it be re-rolled or something like that. You know, it'd be hard to do things the right way.
Take what you get, man.
Yeah, you take what you get, man.
All things have value.
Give what you want. Take what you got.
You're gonna find the item again and you're gonna like it, okay? I'm taking all of Ginger's flesh renders away now.
Oh, no you don't. I'm fighting. I got my mug here. I'm going to start hitting.
You send some Kubis in there to fight for you?
Yeah, sick 'em. I got my one wolf companion.
I don't know, it seems like if Kubis went in there to fight, all you'd have to do is bring a nice juicy steak for him and be like your best friend.
Oh, I think Kubis would betray me for a Cheez-It. One Cheez-It.
Cheese it under the chinchilla cage.
Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
I love sucking all the ghosty boys in.
Yep.
That's a damage.
Quicker.
Oh.
Suck them all in.
Alright, now these inappropriate sucking noises.
Who was?
He was just being satisfied with it.
Oh, there's inappropriate sucking noises going on. So many sucking noises.
My sucking noises
Brownie
sound more like
me.
thunder.
Oh boy. It's gonna be dangerous down here.
Oh yeah, it's dangerous. All the death pulses.
Yeah. There were so many ghosts. 1,000 ghosts. Probably.
So many death pulses. You guys can die over there with your death pulses. Nobody wants your crap.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Wait a treasure get some treasure.
This might be my Most favorite build so far in the game.
What, is
Your
it
Thor
the
Thunder
Storm one?
God?
Yeah.
He wants to be a Thunder God. But he likes to suck.
I may try to bring Pet Pants back and sacrifice the Mad Wolf Squee.
I'm not ready yet.
Ah.
Xylor, no. I feel like your sucking is getting you into trouble, Xylor.
Very much.
You're just trying to do too many at once.
Yeah, you can't do so many at once, Xylor. It's... Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?
You gotta create a line, Xylor.
Yeah, you gotta...
Start a queue.
You gotta create a queue.
Gotta learn from the best.
I see what you did there, Xylor. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Xylor, why'd you kill me, man?
You gotta know your limit. Stay with
Sorry. Sucking power was too. Alright.
You sucked them all on me.
Don't suck them on other people. That's just rude. That is just rude.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm dying over here.
That didn't sound like that.
Why would you suck them onto another person like that, though?
Over here minding my business.
I know.
I get some coffee at the...
At the water cooler.
Is that what they call them nowadays?
Yeah, the water cooler.
Bring them all over. Suck 'em.
Xylor's dying.
Oh, yeah.
We're slowly
Too
killing
funny.
him. I got
He forgot to exhale.
stupid mustache up my nostril hair.
Too busy sucking to exhale.
Busy.
I'm not ready yet.
The Thunder God Thor.
Oh god, so many death pulses. I'm gonna stay over here where it's safe.
I just want to go to the boss. She won't death pulse me, right?
Oh yeah, she will definitely death pulse you.
Popping,
Unless you suck her in, then maybe. I don't know.
There we go. I got my thing
Could
up.
be the mobilizing effects you need. Oh, I got a butcher! Yay, a level 50 butcher.
Ooh, alders.
Oh, a perfect companion one. I was looking forever for one of those, never found one.
Dang, another death pulse was alders, and I love alders.
Oh man.
Well struck.
How close are you, Leo?
Get in there. I'm keeping it a secret because I might just like have to run when you start sucking on me. I just gotta get out of there.
It's an awkward moment for him, so he must leave the room.
I don't know. Dear Lord Jesus in heaven, save us. Save us. These boys need Jesus.
Oh, have mercy.
When you're in the malignant tunnels, is there like extra suckage going on in there?
Oh,
Let's say the
it's
malignant
best-
tunnels,
it's the
they
best
do
type.
enhance. They do enhance.
It's the best type.
We haven't seen
There's-
Rod since he said that. I mean, I'm disappointed. Bring him back.
Yeah, I know. Like, come on, where's Rod?
More tunnels.
We need more malignant tunnels.
Corpse bows. I want to know who developed that one.
The devil.
He needs to be having a talking to.
You gonna talk to the devil? Alright. Set you up. I'm not sure he's gonna be very receptive. He doesn't like criticism.
Ooh, 811. Ancestral.
He does not like criticism, let me tell you what.
Ooh, can't throw that away yet.
He is not a kind fellow.
Literally just got 3 of the exact same legendary aspect. From 3 different.
I still can't believe you haven't gotten a landslide. A double landslide yet.
I don't know.
I still can't believe. I can't believe that.
So perplexed that it's not.
I
dropped.
can't believe that even a little bit.
Show you my inventory, and then I can.
Your
log
10
into
characters?
I have like 10 characters of inventory tension that are all legendaries full too.
You need to start converting some of those into aspects, sir.
Yeah, then I just have to store them as aspects. It's no different than storing the item.
Well, every character gets their own aspect storage.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, I guess
They're
that's...
extending your mule.
So you can fill up the aspect storage on the mule.
Alright, fine.
Ah, see, Wolfie. See, Wolfie. And don't be keeping them crappy ones neither.
Been maxing my inventory tension here.
That's right. You can also store extra. Every character has a consumable slot too, so you can store all your potions over there.
And my malignant hammer things, whatever they are.
I mean, those drop everywhere, so...
Yeah, I've got stacks of 30.
I basically just lost 5 inventory spaces for those things.
Yep.
I'm not ready yet.
There's a lot of elites there by the door. That you guys just ran by.
Why didn't they just take the skulls out of the seasonal realm?
I know, with the way that they added in the armor to the malignant gems, they made the skulls completely obsolete.
Well, you see, they could have broke the whole game if they did that, because it changes code, and you don't know what happens, alright?
Yeah, you don't know what's gonna happen.
I must wait a moment.
You can come back here, you stupid little teleporting punk.
Artillery shrine. Yeah.
You see him teleporting away from us? You see that? You see that? I don't like that.
This bug where your wolves just end up in the air not attacking anything is kind of annoying.
The air wolves, like Air Bud.
Yeah, air wolves. Those are the best kind of wolves. You kidding me?
It's like literally nerfing my damage.
Oh, they play basketball up there.
Yeah, they do. They do pretty good actually. I've seen them. They got some good shots. They do them flying threes.
Doors.
You see the lightning ones up there.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Can you imagine if this game had an offline mode?
If it had an offline mode, people would have figured out everything by now. They would have cracked the code, got all the drop rates, figured out exactly what the percentages were, all of it. They would have had all the math figured out.
Oh, man.
Everything would all have been done.
Unlock their secrets. That's what would have happened.
Secrets to build overpower.
Yeah, right. Let me get right on that. No problem.
Creating overpower builds.
I love how they're so intent on trying to make overpower useful, and it's just kind of not.
I'm so proud of overpower, like coming up with something else that weakens everything.
And then they're over here like, well, because you guys didn't like our overpower, we're gonna nerf everything else so that overpower looks better.
Like, you know that ball that you really love? Well, we're taking that away. We're
Yeah, we
replacing it
chopped
with a
that
ball
up.
that you don't love.
We chopped it up. It's gone. It's gone. Hope you didn't want that ball. It's gone.
Yeah, we're gonna give you a new toy though. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pig, because you like pigs, right?
No.
You don't like pigs?
Unless it's
Oh, that's too
bacon.
bad. It's a pig.
Unless it's bacon.
That's too bad. It's a pig.
Can I make it into bacon?
Pig. I don't know. Are you gonna slaughter the pig and cook them up?
Well struck.
I sure think so.
Can't remember what movie it was a long time ago. I watched this movie and this guy was hurt real bad. He ended up getting wounded or something, like fell into the river. I can't remember exactly what movie it was, but he's floating down the river and this old lady finds him and she's nursing him back to health. And he's wounded real bad. She's got him all tied up and like bandaged and everything, and he's like starving to death. And she's got a bunch of goats around her property. And she's sitting there and she's got one of the goats in her arms and she's cuddling the goat and she's like petting the goat's head and she's talking to the guy and she's like, and you know, she goes, and when you really love someone, she goes, you do what you got to do, and she's just cuddling this little goat, and then all of a sudden a knife comes out. She slits the goat's throat while she's cuddling the goat, and the goat just dies right in her arms. And it was the craziest thing in the movie I think I've ever seen, is her just treating that goat like the nicest thing in the whole world. Just calm and loving and petting the goat and talking sweet nothings in the goat's ear, and the goat just looked like he was just having the best time of his life, getting a little massage. And then she just goes Cold Mountain. Cole said it was Cold Mountain.
I'm not ready yet.
The GSP call.
Always stands out to me because I remember that scene. Just that old lady just it was just so weird the way she did it. I mean, it had to be done because he needed food and there was no food to be had, so she had to slaughter one of the animals. But it was the strangest way. It was the strangest way to I don't know. Yeah, you had to watch the movie. You had to watch the movie.
Wandering.
Let it be
around
there.
At level 100.
I'm not
If
ready.
you haven't watched the movie, don't judge me just yet. Go watch the movie.
Good move.
Oh. Ah.
I did not know you could mouse over the mini-map to figure out the side quests of the zone.
I mean, if I remember correctly, even the guy in the movie was surprised when it happened. I mean, it was supposed to be kind of like a shocking thing, because none of it made any sense. She was having a conversation with him. It wasn't like it was that particular point of the story. I mean, they were just having a conversation, talking. It was like an everyday. I mean, just imagine somebody just walks up to you, you know, says, "Hey, you want to have some coffee?" and invites you into the house. And then you're sitting down in the family room with them, and you're drinking coffee, and they're drinking coffee, and there's a fire going, and they got like a dog sitting there, and you know, the dog's, you know, warming his tummy on the flame, and you guys are just having a little time together, and then all of a sudden she just slits the dog's throat, and you're just like, wait a minute, what's even going on here? Like, it was just really abrupt, and it was really strange for that particular scene. Wild scene, absolutely wild.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, this is that place with all the doojanks. All right, let's dive in.
Suck them all on Ginger. Hurry up. Get them
Yeah,
all.
suck them all on Ginger. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I wasn't ready.
I'm not ready yet.
Has anyone seen HellTides in the new season? Yeah, everybody's been doing HellTides. They're pretty nice. It's fun. I think everybody likes HellTides. I don't think they got objectively worse in the new season. If anything, they got a little bit more difficult, and I feel like, does anybody else feel like the density increased in the HellTides already, even though they didn't?
I felt it did.
I feel like they already increased the density of the HellTides, but they said they were going to increase the density even more, so I guess we're going to see some craziness.
Now they're just taunting.
I'm not ready yet.
Trying to keep that blood howl up.
I must wait a moment.
Ooh, that's spicy. I can't even get in the doorway. What's going on in there? Let me in. Ow. Oh yeah, HellTides are definitely worth doing, Bryce. Definitely worth doing. Definitely do the HellTides.
Never skip a
100%. 100%. Early on, the HellTides are going to get you all the materials and everything you need so that you can actually craft your items, get your legendary aspects made up right, all of it.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Goblin.
Gotta get him!
Get the goblin! Get the goblin!
Kill him,
already. Go suck the goblin.
That's
in.
right. Die, sucker. Ow, he just hit me in the head. Y'all see that? Y'all ain't even think, y'all ain't even
There's the
care.
butcher.
Fresh meat.
You
Oh,
suck
I'm
the
dead.
butcher?
There's a butcher. Oh, I'm dead.
That's pretty normal.
No, he's just memeing. He's just memeing.
On myself.
Oh god. Let me pick up my items, you little troll. Stupid lava gouts. What's up, Tomb Lord? We're gonna set you down to the ground real easy like. You ready? Alright, give it 3, 2, 1, let's jam. They gave me a loop of retaliation. My tummy can fit many loop, brother. Many loop. Many loop, brother. Might be able to work in my Undaunted gem. I gotta get this last slot.
You jankaroo.
Yeah, poison resist. You might want it.
For what?
Poison dungeon.
Oh. I don't even think I have a poison one.
Well struck.
Is this a Xylor special?
Yep.
Xylor.
It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite dungeon layouts.
Xylor.
Probably my favorite one. Yeah, I would say this is my favorite. Nightmare dungeon.
Anything else?
That's why I chose that. I'm like, let's just do it.
Well struck.
Anybody got a spot for 75 silk?
I believe Wolfie, Chunks, and
Chunks is
and them are
gone.
around that level.
We've switched gears. We're running Renown on World Tier 1 right now.
Wow. World Tier 1 renown.
Yeah, make it super easy. I can just skip everything and go right to the boss. Dungeon swapping, basically.
Oh, I'm not even talking about that Nightcrawler. I'm talking about something else entirely.
Don't you have a spot, GTM?
We are currently running 53s. We're trying to go fast though, so if you can contribute, you're more than welcome to come in.
I can buy CCs.
Yeah, so probably not.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, now that the health is 100% for every character, it's really hard to carry when you're trying to pushing for 100.
Yeah, we're pushing for 100 right now, so we're in the really high level ones. We're doing like 100 level 110 plus. Even I'm having trouble. Even I'm having trouble staying alive sometimes. I literally almost died right there. Oh God, what is going on? Stop trying to kill me. That poison was hellacious.
Told ya. You were warned.
Strange.
I mean, I was warned, but I don't got a poison dewjang. Where did my poison dewjang? I got a 900 armor potion.
You been using your scrolls too?
Let me chug that. Let me chug a 900 armor potion. My next earth skill will overpower, huh? Let's see how that works with landslide.
Is it the super overpower?
I do have one request. If you let me join one of your groups, the higher tier dungeons, on August 8th or after, because I'm Fireshock. I just want to try it out.
It is for the patch notes. Fire looks like it's going to be pretty good for Fireball.
Yeah, the bouncing. They fixed the bouncing.
Looked like
actually, the
2.5.
gloves of the Illuminator were always kind of good. I know why they buffed it up because of the bounce thing, but they were always well-made gloves. Core skill, crit. In fact, I'm not even sure why they took the lucky hit off. I thought a lot of people actually enjoyed the lucky hit.
Well, for the stun, it's better to have resource, I think, for how much Fireball costs.
Yeah, they did recently reduce the resource cost of Fireball, though.
I mean, you can say a lot of fire looks like it has the damage now.
I might go lightning.
I can already stay alive now. It's just the damage that I need, which I'm very happy about.
I mean, it looks like they buffed the sorceress's survivability across the board, so. I was trying to keep track, and I think overall, what was it, like a 25% damage reduction buff?
Yeah, but those are on Paragon points, and normally soldiers need all the damage they can get, so they don't take those Paragon points.
I mean, you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
And the Mage Lords aspect being added in was kind of hilarious, considering I think everybody already thought it was in the game.
I'm pretty excited to look it up.
Sounds like my Charged Bolt Sorceress can finally build the Fierce Mastery like she wanted to.
Wasn't your Charged Bolt sword pretty still okay after the patch, pre-season?
Never really finished her, so I don't know.
I remember you testing it.
Yeah, I tested it, but I never really finished it. She still had some ways to go. I still had some things to change on her and tweak.
Yeah, but she's fine. Compared to some of the other classes.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I remember you playing your Necro and suddenly you were dying. And then you tried your Charged Bolt.
Well, the thing about the Charged Bolt Sorceress is she stuns things. So although my CC may have been fine, my damage reduction wasn't. So crowd controlling things is not the same thing as damage reduction. So if I stun a target and the target's not hitting me for 3 seconds because they're stunned, that's different than me being able to take the damage.
I'm not ready
yet. That's basically how I'm staying alive right now. Just using all the CC I can find.
Yeah, it's crowd control spam.
Yeah. It's also increasing
crowd control.
the
problem with crowd control spam is it will fail you. So number one, it's not always going to be active. Number two, there's going to be monsters that are immune to it, which is a whole other thing. So you're going to run into monsters like the Butcher, for instance, that are immune to crowd control, and then you're screwed. So you can't just rely solely on crowd control. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. There's too many monsters in the game that will ignore that crowd control, and then you've got to figure out another way to survive.
Yeah. That's why I've got Hydra. So I can kite.
No matter what Sork you're running, try the Frigid Fate board. It is nuts.
I was actually thinking about the, so when I built my Lightning Sorceress, one of the things that I had a lot of fun with was the passive that gives you a damage reduction on the monsters. I'm not sure how many sorceresses are actually utilizing that on their builds, because it's a lightning thing. But it's kind of like, you know how Debilitating Roar reduces the monster's damage by 70%? There's one on the lightning tree, it's very similar, that reduces the damage that the monster deals by a direct percentage. And all you have to do is hit them with lightning. So if you hit them with lightning, it reduces the amount of damage that they put out, which is far better than damage reduction to yourself. That's actually damage reduction to the enemy, which is even better.
I posted a pic in Discord chat about my Frigid Fate on my Sork. That is one single node.
I was wondering what about it is so great, because I'm looking at it right now. I don't see anything specific.
Which one?
Frigid Fate.
Frigid Fate, the Glyph Socket, you throw a 125% bonus to rare nodes, which is the Tactician. And then you get 45% vulnerable from one node. Then the Oppressive, you get 20% more, plus damage reduction. Like, my Sork has over 200% vulnerable, even after nerfs.
That seems unintended, because...
No, it's set up that way. The rare nodes, the rare enhancers and the magic node enhancers are totally things. They exist. And you can utilize them, you just have to put them in the right places. It's a tactical thing. Like, as you're going through your Paragon board, you've got to figure out the best places to put those. I'm using one right now. It's, where's mine? I'm using the Keeper Glyph, which is 125% bonus to all rare nodes within range. And I've got the damage reduction from poison attached to that, so I got 18% damage reduction from monsters that are poisoned, and then a 9% bonus. And then I also have the 22.5% damage to monsters that are poisoned, along with another 2.5% damage for monsters that are poisoned. So the combination of these two, with the 125% coming from that Keeper Glyph, is really powerful. It gives me a lot of damage and gives me a lot of damage reduction. You just got to make sure you place those in the right places so you're getting the best effect. And that's basically all he's saying, is that board has a vulnerable thing, and then you can take that rare node, the one that you're going to use, and put it in that spot to get the best effect out of it.
So it's all the nodes around it, basically.
All the rare nodes that it reaches, yes. There's another one that does all
that's
magic.
Not very obvious.
There's another one that does all magic nodes around it as well. That one's also kind of interesting.
Cool. Thanks.
What's up, Lonsdale? How's it going, man?
I must wait a moment.
Oh, poops. You need poop?
I'm not ready.
Oh, hello, Death Pulse. Well, I certainly went the wrong way. Well, if you're on your sorceress, Zan, can you screenshot that lightning one for me and put it in chat too? The one that oh, you hop back off.
You can try and find it.
It's the one that's it's a passive. I think it's in the ultimate part section of the tree. I could be wrong, but it's the one that reduces all damage that monsters deal by a certain percentage when you hit them with a lightning attack.
I'm not ready yet.
Isn't that their ultimate passive?
I don't think that's Veer's Mastery, no. Veer's Mastery is close damage reduction. This is a slightly different one that affects the monster when you hit the monster. It's similar to Debilitating Roar.
Chip, I'm hopping back and just posting my entire layout for Frigid.
I mean, I don't know how easy it would be to just add in some lightning damage to a sorceress build, but it seems like a very easy one to pull in for some additional tankiness. There's also that other one that's, I think it's called Convulsions, which is, gives you like a chance to stun the enemy whenever you hit them with lightning damage as well.
I'm talking electrocution. Enemy deals
Event on me.
less damage.
Yeah, enemies deal less damage when you hit them. It's electrocution?
Yeah.
How much is it by?
Rank 3, 15%.
18%?
15.
15? Sorry, I was having trouble hearing you. Yeah, 15. It's a 15% flat damage reduction to basically all monsters that you hit with lightning.
Yeah, 15 for 5 seconds after being crit by a shot.
But it's to the monster though, which makes it a lot more effective than just 15%. Because it's not having that same diminishing return issue as it hits your DR. Because it's affecting the monster damage before it hits you, it's actually a lot more effective than it seems.
So which node was it that was so key to the frigid fate one?
He posted a picture of it in Chinchilla Platter.
I am at Frostork, but I just go for the vulnerability nodes on it, basically. And max out.
That is a lot.
But that board is probably by far the best one Sork has.
Yeah, there's a couple like that. Like the Barbarians Warbringer board is absolutely insane too. There's just so much good stuff on that board.
I was going for non-physical and burning nodes. You know, just on intuition, but this looks insane.
This is a good one. I like this dungeon. What is this one called?
Alders.
It's called Alder's Cave. This is a
Yeah.
fast one.
Yep. It and Surret is our two top ones. Also, the Mercy one is pretty good.
I've tried to stream on Kick as well, Lonsdale, but it just doesn't. I can't get it to work. I have it set up. It's been set up for a while, and I haven't checked on Kick to make sure, but every single time I go over there, there's never anything streamed. So I'm assuming there's some sort of like disconnect between the way that it's communicating.
Speaking of Kick, GGM, I saw today during the Formula One qualifying that Kick is now sponsoring Ferrari, and they put the neon green on their wheels. It's so ugly.
Is that why I saw that on the
Yes,
on the
well,
Halo as well?
it doesn't fit at all.
Jeez.
Yeah, and that's why it says Kick on the Halo. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was. What?
Ooh, that's not bad. It's
How
got
about that Q2
willpower.
though? That was intense.
So the only thing it's
Oh,
missing is
man.
cooldown reduction.
You gotta love Belgium.
It's not bad at all.
Q3 was boring. Q2 was wow.
Yeah, I mean, Max taking so many dents in Q3, that was silly.
Is
Yeah,
earth damage
yeah.
considered non-physical? If you hold your mouse over your abilities, it tells you at the bottom. So if you hold your mouse over landslide, notice at the bottom it says, right there. See it? Right there, my finger disappears. It's physical damage. So it tells you what it is.
If it doesn't tell you what it is, it's typically physical.
Yay, I got a hat replacement. Look at me. I didn't think I was going to get any upgrades. I need to swap this one over real quick. Let me just imprint the basic one on here for the time being, and I'll fix everything else later. Oh.
I'm not ready.
No, I tried to set up Kick when it first started, and I use a dual streaming software, and for some reason my dual streaming software does not. It does not stream to Kick, and I don't know why. I've never figured it out.
I was surprised to see them sponsoring Ferrari. That means they're pretty big.
Yeah, not a bad upgrade. Get that.
Invent on me if you want a portal on me.
Check it out. I upgraded from this to this. That's a pretty good upgrade. I think everything went up just about, except for maybe the.
Yes, I have wares.
Oh, dang it! I didn't mean to do that. Everything went up except for the willpower.
I mean, people that organize gambling usually tend to make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Kick as a platform because they seem to focus very heavily on a lot of kind of scummy tactics. I don't really know. Let's call it glorifying gambling. Let's call it that. They do a lot of glorifying gambling. That's which gambling is not really something that should be glorified, because a lot of people lose their entire livelihood and everything they own to stupid bets and being irresponsible with their money.
While also intentionally advertising gambling to children.
Yeah, I just think they have a lot of obscene.
Well, I mean, that's the mantra of gambling, right? Is that if you're irresponsible with your money, you lose it. Who's more irresponsible than children?
I must wait a moment.
You gotta take advantage of the people when they're at their most irresponsible. Some things in this world, it's there's a age, and I know 18 and 21 is often thrown around as an age when people are responsible enough to take care of themselves, but I don't really think that's the case. Once you grow up past the age of 30, I think it's around 30 is when it's scientifically when your brain stops developing and everything starts to set in and you start to become more responsible and you understand things better. That's the point at which you start to become less irresponsible and more confident in yourself and what you know, and and as you get older and you become an older individual, once you reach the age of 30 and you start to progress past that point, you look back on some of the decisions you made when you were 18 to 29, and you're like, why the hell did I ever make those decisions? Because you start to realize just how poor your decision-making skills were and how irresponsible you were, and you never should have been handed the keys to the city. I mean, I know I do. I know I look back on some of the decisions I made when I was like 18 to 29, and I'm just like, why? Just why did I? Why?
If you ask me, my problem is that highly addictive things like gambling, alcohol, cigarettes are allowed to be addictive, which is something that's very wrong to begin with. Because it destroys lives. It doesn't just destroy livelihoods or anything like that.
Yeah, but a responsible adult might take a $5 bet or something. An irresponsible person might literally gamble everything that they own. And there's
a poor person's tax.
But there's a big difference between, an irresponsible person and a responsible person when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like a responsible person might walk into a casino and put, $10 or $20 into a slot machine or something, but there's a big difference between somebody who throws $10 to $20 in a slot machine and somebody who gambles away like $5 grand. How does the song go? Know when to fold them. Know when to fold them. No when to hold 'em. No
Stop
when.
hitting the reroll button.
Oh man, you can't. Don't tell me to do that.
It's like Diablo 2. Once you spent it, it's done.
Oh, Diablo 2 is no better. I mean, that reroll button, when it gets to a certain point, you got to know when to just let that thing go. Don't. You're like, oh man, it's 2 million a reroll. Oh man, it's 10 million a reroll. Oh man, it's 100 million a reroll. Boy, you should have stopped back at 1 mil. What are you doing? 100 million a reroll. What's going on right now?
I'm not ready yet.
How did you even get there?
Just one more.
Just one more. Just one more reroll.
One more.
I'm already invested. I'm already invested.
I'm in too deep.
You reroll one more time, you're gonna be 9 feet deep.
But no, I'm gonna win. Then I'll be like 8 feet deep.
So my rupture is sitting at 14 now.
It always reminds me of this story. There was a lady who won the lottery. She went to Las Vegas, spent every penny she had, lost all her money. She won the lottery, lost all her money. She won the lottery a second time. Lightning struck twice. Literally lightning struck twice. And you know what she did? She went back to Las Vegas and gambled it all away a second time. Lightning didn't strike 3 times.
That's for some.
I just like to win the lottery once. Just keep my life exactly the same. I'll just doing what I'm doing. Just won't have the need to do it.
Oh, sorry. It's over
We
here.
did it.
Hey Ginger, how does this one sound? This malignant heart. Your damage over time effects are increased by 43%.
Creeping death. I'm using it right now.
That's what I need, ain't it?
If you're doing a bleed build, yeah.
Shoot, yeah.
If you're doing the bleedy bleed, you want to get the bleedy bleed bleed bleed. The creeping death is a great one for the bleed build.
Congrats, Leon.
Leon, you 100?
Mm-hmm.
He's a 100.
Well, yeah, he just hit 100.
Happy 100 to you. Happy 100
Happy
to
100 to you.
you. You look like a druid and you smell like one too.
Leon, you can start a new character now.
Yeah, probably will be starting one soon.
It won't let me replace a Wrathful Heart.
Take the item off and then replace it in your inventory.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Chunks, you're back.
No,
Look.
not.
Chunks has returned.
Chunks has returned to us, as it was prophesied in the text of the Journal of New America.
Oh, look.
You guys ever see that Star Trek episode where they get to the planet and they keep quoting from this sacred document, and nobody understands anything they're saying because they're speaking the most broken English that ever existed, and they're like "E pleb inunas, E pleb inunas," and then he finally finds the document and he reads it, and he's like, "This is not the E pleb iunas. This is a Declaration of Independence." Somehow they had gotten the Declaration of Independence. And he's over there reading it. He actually reads it in the real language for the first time. And the whole movie long, they're just horribly butchering the English language. And he says, it's not "e-u," it's "we the people."
Is it actually the U.S. Declaration?
It's some sort of I don't know what exactly happened, but they get to a planet and the people, I guess, crash landed there or something, and they had the document. The document became a holy relic. But eventually it got to the point where they couldn't even read the document. So they were just stuck.
Because I was going to say, most countries have a Declaration of Independence.
Oh no, this was the Declaration of Independence.
The U.S. one.
I'm pretty sure it says at the top.
Okay, yeah. How did it get there?
They put it there. It was a declaration to King George. He didn't want to hear it.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, if you ever read it, actually read it. It's crazy. It reads like a really bad review of a movie. Like it's like we the people of the United States, sound mind, have found that basically you are lacking. We tried peacefully to work out our differences and failed miserably every single time, and you slapped us in the face whenever we held out our hand in friendship. And, it's awful. If you ever actually read it, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it's like they go through every single thing that King George did to them, and is like, and this is the reason why we have no choice, because you left us with no choice.
Is it basically like Cartman saying, "Screw you cats"?
I mean, in the most formal and nicest way possible.
We will not be oppressed.
That's a good one.
I'm not ready yet.
King didn't like it neither. He did not like it.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, basically what it had to do with was the fact that they weren't given any kind of equal representation in Parliament. So Parliament just kind of didn't care that the colonies existed. They just took advantage of them for their wealth and didn't give them any kind of representation in Parliament. They weren't recognized as actual territories or anything, so when it came to them having a say in what was going on, they had none. So King George and the rest of the Parliament were basically just deciding exactly what they were going to do with their lives, all the way from across the sea.
Oh, down and right, or up.
And all they really wanted was just representation, and then King George wouldn't give it to them.
They got it. Everybody else would want it.
And then came the famous line, no taxation without representation.
And the Boston Tea Party.
Yeah, all that.
Just wait a moment.
I mean, I actually sat down and read it one time. I was impressed. I mean, it's
I must wait a moment.
It's an impressive document. I'm sure King George did not like when he read that document.
George was mad.
That's some hate mail right there. He did not.
King George was a little mad, though.
Yeah, he was a little mad. Mad in the head.
A little crazy.
Hey, Chunks, you still want me to roll with you?
Can if you want.
Yeah.
You want to?
Oh, am I
Let me
banned
finish.
from you, Chunks?
Let me finish up this
Depends on how many
nightmare
times you
dungeon.
say look.
Oh man.
I don't throw you out of voice chat, throw you out of party.
Threw you at a voice chat, threw you at a party. Dang, that's rude.
Is Leon alive?
Leon just hit level 100. He's probably gonna go eat some tacos.
Yep.
Well, congrats, Leo.
Another taco night?
Thank you.
Ginger's taco night again?
Taco night was good. I had a lot. That was a good taco night.
Kubis enjoyed taco night?
He did have a little bit of something. Probably had bad gas. Farted out his mama, but whatever.
This rupture is wicked. Especially with that new malignant heart.
And it's going to get better come 2 weeks from now.
Don't check the comment section of King George.
Don't check the melanic tunnels.
Silence the people by the disabled comment.
I am fighting spiders though, they're pretty easy.
All that stuff back then was so crazy.
On boss.
Failure to listen.
Failure to launch.
I'm just glad our first president had the smarts to not accept a kingship. They tried to make George Washington a king early on. We would have been living in the dictatorship world. George
he knew what it would have been.
Well, yeah, he was like, nah. He's like, come on, guys, no more kings. Haven't we had enough kings?
I think I'm almost done with this, Chunks. I'll put an X in chat when I get done.
I'm in one right now.
Oh my god, I finally got it.
He got it.
Got what?
Got it. He got it.
Landslide earth pillars each strike a second time.
Oh,
and it's a perfect roll of 12% because it's
Nice.
non-sacred or
Welcome to the party.
ancestral.
No, I thought that was gonna go a different way.
Come have a look.
Well, congrats.
It's level 71, and I've been searching for it every time.
Well, now you got it. Got
For now.
it. Got it. Got it. Got
So
it.
it's such
got
a
it,
crappy
got
thing,
it.
I have to imprint it on something.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
So should that go on a ring, or should that go on a...
A ring. Yeah, it's not easy to get a 12% one for some
Yeah,
reason.
so if you look at the
He's
deck,
gonna get more and more now.
if you look at the Declaration of Independence, there's like a whole section, and then there's another whole section at the bottom. But in the middle, it's literally just all hate mail to the king. Like it goes, he has refused to assent laws. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws. He has refused to pass other laws. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant. He has dissolved representative houses. He has refused for a long time after such dissolution to cause others to be elected. Literally, like, it's just all hate mail to the king. The entire section is just, he has done this, he has done this, he's a douche face, he's a butt head. Like the whole section is literally just all about him, about King George, and how King George is a butt face. That's literally how it should be read. But they did it in the nicest way possible. They listed it all. They listed everything bullet point by bullet point. It's like when you're having an argument with somebody and they're like, can you even tell me why you don't like me? And you're like, hold on, let me get out my book. Reason number 1, you have an ugly mustache. Or reason number 2, you're a fart stink. Reason number 3, I don't like you. You suck.
Look, the reason.
I'd be like, man, you didn't have to pull out a clipboard and a whole bullet point full of reasons.
PowerPoint presentation.
PowerPoint presentation. With some music. It's got some music in the background.
Next slide.
Anyway, if you guys want to read it, it actually is worth a laugh if you read the section about King George, because it's freaking hilarious. I pasted the link in chat. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. It's pretty long. Like, it really is a lot of reasons. The dude literally, the Declaration of Independence has multiple bullet points. He's got, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. It's got 27 bullet points of reasons why King George was a terrible person and deserved to not be followed. They went bullet point by bullet point by bullet point. It was hilarious. It's hilarious to read. If you put it in modern standards, it's literally like a Reddit argument between like two people.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, I don't like you very much at all.
I must wait a moment.
You are devil incarnate.
Incarnate. Incarnate. That's right. Incarnate.
1 second. No, I'm about you.
Okay, take your time.
Oh god. Deadly. That is deadly. Okay, let's get out of here. Super deadly. Yeah, you guys can all burn in fire, the hellfires of Poison Town over there.
Found another Ramalondes.
Nice. You found a good one this time?
No, it's just 1% bigger.
That's terrible. 1%. That's not a lot of percent.
It's actually a
0.1?
point. Yeah, 0.2%. Yeah.
Yeah, 0.2. That's the only one I've ever got. I've never got a 0.3. Oh no! Slay all the enemies.
I'm not ready yet.
So, Xylor still here?
Yeah, yeah. What's up?
I'm not ready yet.
Up. Say hi.
Hey, what's up?
The sky.
Just wait a moment.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Double landslides.
That was some good suck there, Xylar. That was some good suck.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
That was some good suck, sir.
Was a double landslide good though?
Oh, well, he sucked it all in, and then I landslided it, and then I yelled at it, I howled at it, and then I roared at it. Then I roared at it.
All around it.
Then I roared at it. There were some tentacles. My poison creeper has lots of tentacles.
Tentakai though? Because it's plural, Tentakai.
Well, they're kind of retroactive, so some of the buffs will apply to the old uniques, but not all of them.
I'm not ready yet.
Why would it be Tentakai?
What? Tentacles?
Tentakai. Multiple Tentakai.
He's just making a joke about plural forms.
Yeah, sure. English language jokes. How silly our language is when there's there, your. Did you know I said all of them?
Look at this sword.
You.
Yeah.
I'm not a native speaker, so you're really messing with my head.
Don't worry, as an English speaker, it's still confusing.
I'm not ready yet.
I was confusing as some other languages back in the mainland here.
The bare naked bear.
I'm not ready yet.
Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't fuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I mean, my mom's
was a
still
bear. Fuzzy
living
Wuzzy had
here
no hair.
for
Fuzzy
over
Wuzzy had
40
no hair.
years.
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck would a woodchuck would as much could wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I knew that one was coming.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
That's not that.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
What's the one from Family Guy? 7
Butter jelly time. That's the Family Guy one.
Or
Chili. Chili.
Damn you, corpse bow! You're blocking my way.
Kill him.
What's the ones the kids sing on the bus all the time?
The wheels on the
Wheels
bus
on the
go
bus.
round and round. I'm just kidding.
No.
How about
chicken
great
wing,
big gobs
chicken
of
wing,
greasy
hot
grimy
dog and
goofer guts?
bologna.
Oh jeez, I haven't heard that one in decades.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
My kids sing it.
Yep. Pop goes the weasel.
My favorite was great big gobs of greasy grimy gopher guts.
The hell did you just say?
That's right.
You heard
Great
it.
big gobs of greasy grimy gopher guts, mutilated monkey meat, little dirty birdie feet, French fried eyeballs sitting in a pool of blood. Oops, I forgot my spoon, but I remembered my straw.
I've never heard that one in my life.
Anything else?
Wow.
And you always want to sing it in one breath so that when you get to the straw part, you can do a nice suck.
I hear Xylor's good at that.
Yep. Xylor's got it
Indeed.
down packed. He's got it down packed, indeed.
Where do I get the cliff weakness?
Kill stuff in nightmare dungeons. High level tiers.
Yeah, once you pass level 50,
Randomly
anything you
drop.
kill has a chance to drop it.
Okay. Just from dungeons.
Yeah, just play the game.
Even just in the world, even just in the regular world, the glyphs will drop.
Somebody found a
Weird that
Tempest
they don't
roar.
have it.
That's right, mutilated monkey. You know, that song actually comes from a movie. You know that, right? It was from what was the name of that movie? Guy from Ghostbusters, and I'm totally just completely missing on the name.
Dan Aykroyd?
No, the other
Bill
guy.
Murray?
The other guy. Bill, the one that was the
tall one?
He played the psychic in one of them. Remember, he was on the psychic television show.
Or
I can't remember his name for some reason. The movie was called Caddyshack, though. I remember the name of the movie.
Oh, that's Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd. So Dan Aykroyd is the one that's singing it. He's singing it in the house. Remember the guy tells him to get rid of the gophers, and he's in there, and he's in the shack, and he's building little C4 gophers. He's got C4, and he's making little gophers out of C4, and like a squirrel and stuff like that. And he's singing that song while he's making the C4 bombs. He's singing great big gobs of greasy, grimy gopher guts. And then the gopher peeks in the window, remember, and sees him making it, and he starts shaking.
That sounds like a very odd scene.
It's a great movie.
Classic.
I don't doubt it, but that scene just on its own sounds very odd.
Gotta watch Caddyshack.
Yeah, they definitely don't teach you that one in English school or English class.
Oh, there's tons of them they don't teach. This one's good too. And don't you laugh when a hearse goes by, 'cause you may be the next one to die. They wrap you up in a big white sheet and bury you down about 6 feet deep. I can't remember the rest. Hold on. They cover you up with dirt and rocks. But that's not the end of the story. The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. I can't even remember all the words to it. It's the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. Your eyes and blood come out like sauerkraut.
Everyone knows the Slinky.
Do you guys realize sauerkraut is a German word?
Sure is.
You know, America is a melting pot of many different languages.
We're full of everything.
We got
identical.
stuff from everywhere.
I got my first raffle thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Nice. Congrats, man.
You haven't heard that one?
Duncan.
Don't you laugh when a hearse goes by? That's a classic.
I must wait a moment.
Oh God!
History lessons.
That is spicy in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill this guy out here.
Is Zen still around?
Yeah.
What level do you think you need to be to
Oh, don't forget the Animus down there.
take full advantage of that board?
Oh, this guy's spicy. I hate fire enchanted.
I mean, it's whenever you want to go to it. If there's other stuff you need priority for your build, you can win that first, but...
Should I get it, like, the board first, or no?
I mean, it sounds like it's a cold board, so if you're a cold sorceress, probably.
Well, the thing is, I don't use any cold. You just take all the vulnerable and damage reduction from vulnerable.
Yeah.
That's all you want.
But what I'm saying is, if he is a cold sorceress, then he'd probably take the cold board first. If he's not a cold sorceress, then it might be later.
There's nothing really cold about the board, though. It's just vulnerable and cold res.
It's just a board that has cold stuff on it, but it's mostly vulnerable.
What's the legendary affix then?
Lucky hit versus vulnerable, but you don't really
Cold.
take that.
Cold versus vulnerable. Up to 50% lucky.
I'm not ready yet.
So basically, you ignore that. And
Oh yeah, I don't take
Yeah,
that.
you don't always take the legendary thing for a board. Sometimes you just take the board for the stuff that's on the board.
that's such a revelation to me. I never even considered that.
I mean, if you look at the legendary affixes for the boards, they're not all useful for every single character. At most, you usually have 3 or 4, and you can usually reach 5 boards. So at any given time, you're always going to have 1 to 2 boards that are usually not useful to your class.
Yeah, but this one I didn't even consider for 5. It's excellent.
I would say it is a board you want to get relatively early because you want the tribute requirements to get your bonus vulnerable damage and damage reduction. Like if you take it like your 4th and 5th, it's gonna be really hard to get those bonus attributes.
How much gold would it cost me to reset 3 boards?
Depends on your level.
Yeah, the level has a big consideration in your reset. Early on, it's actually pretty easy.
Free if you use a scroll.
You only get one of those.
Yep, I'm gonna use it as soon as I get to level 100.
Like if you're below level 90, it's actually pretty cheap to do.
Oh,
Scroll of
It'd be cheaper in the patch too.
Scroll of amnesia.
That's true.
You know what that scroll does? A little hammer comes out and conks you on the head.
I'm not ready yet.
I love the fact that we're still finding out this stuff.
It's a brand new game. We're all learning. And they keep changing it all the time too, so.
It's like what you learned yesterday does not apply to today.
That's why people who spend all the time learning exploits, I don't really get it. Like, especially with how fast they patch the exploits now. You spend all that time learning the exploits, and then it's just like, okay, they patched it out, it's gone.
I do get it. It's a challenge, you know, to figure it out before they patch it, and it's fun.
With these
for them.
hotfixes, they're going out fast. They
Maybe
let,
they don't care.
like the gold one went out really fast.
Yeah, and then if they can't hotfix it, they're just like, that's no longer in the game.
Maybe they just don't care.
That is a perfect lightning critical strike damage. And crit strike damage. It's got
You
overpower,
just take your
though.
toy away if we can't make it play the way we intended you to play with it.
Take your toy away, sucker.
Can't have that toy. You're having too much fun with
50.
that toy. How dare you have so much fun?
Yeah, give it over.
Yeah,
No fun for you.
Xylor's a machine over here with these doomjanks.
I thought he was a sucking machine.
I mean, isn't it that kind of machine too? Well, I'm probably going to be streaming all night. What is today? Friday? Yeah, probably going to be streaming all night. So I think I'm going to cut the stream here because I'm already nearing VOD corruption anyway. And then I'm going to go get myself something to eat and I'll come back and start the stream back up.
It's an excellent idea.
I will be back probably in about like 30 minutes to 45 minutes.
Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Work, mouse. Do your job.
Ginger, your Shaco is only 1 dungeon away.
1 dungeon away. Like a virgin.
Echo.
Whenever I see a legendary ring drop, I get all excited.
Like a virgin.
When I say unique hat drop, I get excited.
What is this thing doing?
I don't know. He's just dancing, wasn't he?
He was
Can
dancing.
I have a mouse, please, so I can do stuff over here? My mouse switcher. I don't know. There's something wrong with the computer over here. It doesn't like the mouse switcher. It gets aggravated.
You can check in, but you can never leave.
Alright, guys and gals. I will be back in about 30, 45 minutes-ish. I'm going to get something to eat. I will see you guys then. I'll start up a new stream because this stream is already... It's already 9 hours going. And I'm going to stream all night anyway because I'm going to try and hit my level 100. Anyway, I'll be back later on.